So here we are, folks. Area 51. Just kidding. Just thought I'd show this little sign I got posted up here. I do. Oh, that sounded like a knock. You heard that? Anyway, I got another little sign down here, a Bigfoot crossing sign, and just geeking out here at home. But I do warn trespassers. It's the Area 51 thing. I'm sure many of you have heard about it. People have gotten together and are planning this raid. And I don't know, let me know what your opinions are on that. I think it's a little crazy. I do believe a lot of people are going to show up. It's going to be like some sort of Burning Man thing going on, right? I could only imagine. A lot of stuff being reported on the news and just online. I find it interesting and funny at the same time. Let me know in the comments what you think. Share, like, and subscribe. And let's help each other out here, folks. Over and out. Alright, we have a different type of structure here. We have found similar structures like this. I could tell that this is pretty fresh from the grass that's been laid on top. There's a little bit of grass down there too. And I've seen that where they dig out the sand, and sometimes, you know, you could fit under there, but this doesn't look like anything. It really could fit there. So there's a wood lane that way, and a bunch of grass on top. Stuff stuck in the ground. A stick there in the ground as well. And here's our famous, you know, we find a lot of seats, I call them seats, inside of structures. Sometimes there'll be a long log or a cut piece of wood that's inviting for a seat. A few little sticks there also look funny. Yeah, I don't see the purpose of this. Nonetheless interesting. Hope you guys enjoyed the live feed earlier. We're keeping it rolling. Okay, a little more suspicious activity here. See that? Looks like something's going on there. Let's check it out. Even before that, got two little breaks there. Looks a little funny. So obviously something is going on here. This isn't natural. And as you can see, it's almost in like a teepee shape, but they've been placed on that branch there. Got a few more sticks on the ground there. So we'll keep an eye on this, see if anything pops up. Oh, someone was eating. One had a squash. Maybe smaller critters, I don't know. That's funny.
The pleasure is all mine, my friend. The pleasure is all mine. Very excited to have you on the show tonight. As everybody knows, we are very good friends with Johnny Two Bears, and
Yes.
you all have your own podcast that you guys should all go over, like, and subscribe, and hit the notification bell. They have a great little podcast themselves. Go on over there to the Sasquatch Encounter Brigade and leave a like and a thumbs up. That helps the channels out. That helps us out. And I would love for you guys to all do that here tonight also, too. So hello, my friend. Finally, we get to talk. I've been excited for this show for, I booked you about a month ago. And
Yes.
I'm
Yep.
very excited to hear the whole. I've heard bits and pieces over your guys' podcast, and I'm ready to hear it from start to finish here
Uh,
tonight. So,
no, thank you, Chris, for giving me the opportunity to talk about my sighting. I know when Johnny Two Bears and Angie and I, we did our first podcast. It on the Sasquatch Encounter Brigade. It was about my sighting, and we were so new at the whole podcast thing. We didn't even have good audio, you know. But anyways, I hope you can hear me fine. Um, and I welcome this opportunity to be able to talk to your audience, just because, as I told you earlier, my sighting, it still bothers me today, just because of the severity of the training that was going on at the moment, you know, and it's one of those things where, when you see something like, it shouldn't be there, it's as out of place as someone pushing a baby carriage across a crosswalk during a green light, that they should not be doing that,
right.
but anyways, you tell me where you'd like me to start.
Well, before we get it, before I think your background is very important for everybody
Okay.
to hear, because it's
Yeah.
important to set up the story, and
Okay.
we'll go from there. So tell everybody
Yeah.
about what brought you up to this experience, your life beforehand.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you know what? Call me Captain Joe. Yeah. Right. I am a retired um, uh, infantry officer, in the United States Army. I started off my career as a private when I enlisted at 17, and worked my way up through the ranks, um, and then went through Officer Candidate School (OCS). Right, I earned my commission, meaning earn my commission that through the President of the United States, gives you the power to be an officer in the United States military. I took a lot of pride in doing that. That was the one point in my career. I was enlisted infantryman at that point, and then I had an opportunity to branch any other branch in the officer corps. I could have gone aviation, I could have gone transportation or medical officer, but I had already gone through pretty much every infantry course that a young infantryman can go to, right? Ranger school, Pathfinder, whatnot, jump school, and the lords and that be that said, you are not going to branch anything else, but you're going to be an infantry officer. So that career path was pretty much set for me. I became an 11 Alpha at that point, right, which is an infantry officer designation. Uh, but anyways, I did my time as a platoon leader there at Fort Benning, Georgia, and then uh, deployed multiple times. My last deployment was in Iraq, 2009. I was wounded September 18th, 2009, just southwest of Baghdad. The result of those injuries, I was a limb salvage patient for many, many years, meaning a limb salvage is I chose to do everything I can with the medical team to keep my limbs, meaning my lower left leg. Unfortunately, through the years, um, my wounds were a little bit too severe. My body wasn't able to heal and keep my lower limb, and then I became an amputee. So I got into cool little cool little prosthetic leg now. I don't let that stop me. Um, but I was medically retired from the Army in 2011. Since then I've worked as a consultant for several companies in the outdoor and government contract type companies. Um, and then I guess it will kind of roll into like my sighting and the role that I had at that time. If you want me to go ahead and start that.
Well, first, before we go any further, I want to say thank you for your service. Our freedom is because of people like you that put your life on the line for us, and I just want to say that's very much appreciated here at Discover Sasquatch, and I'm sure a lot of people out there that are listening are thinking the same thing.
Well, thank you.
To lose a limb like that, I couldn't even imagine. So,
Well, thank you.
It's needed and appreciated.
Yeah.
So, you not to just jump right from that, but we'll keep going. So you've been out in the woods your whole entire life. I mean, you've been a hunter for how many years?
Gosh, ever since I was probably 9, 10 years old, my father, he was also in the Army at the time, he got me into hunting. My mother passed away when I was 11, and there was a time that we were stationed in Fort Huachuca, Arizona, and my dad would have to go to work, and in lieu of getting a babysitter, he would drive me off post and drop me off in a canyon with a 30-30 and a backpack full of food and water and pick me up at dark. And I would go and hike the hills all day hunting. It's always been a passion. I'm very fortunate that I get to work now in the outdoor industry with a hunting show. So we, as you and I have been communicating the last several weeks, from November 1st to just this past Saturday, I've been on the road. I was, we filmed an episode in Kansas, then I went over to Missouri, and then from Missouri to Illinois, and then finally back home to Georgia. September I was in the Tetons there in Wyoming. Spent 10 days out there, and pretty much in the same creek and valley area where the young lady, the Gabby, made national headlines. Her body was found. We pretty much hunted in that creek area. However, we were 22 miles from the campsite where her body was found. But it just kind of tells you the type of areas that I get to frequent or get out to. So
right. Yeah, you're out in the middle of nowhere. You're in no man's land.
A lot, yeah.
And that's important for your sighting report that you're going to come, your sighting interaction, whatever you want to call it. It's important for everybody to know that you are no stranger to a gun. No. You're no stranger to a scope. You're no stranger to being in intense situations. You're not a stranger to that whole scene.
Correct.
And now, leading up to your sighting, was it at the end of your career, or was it at the beginning of your?
So I was hired to plan and execute one of the country's largest sniper competitions. The controlling entity that has this sniper competition, when they acquired it, it used to be held up in various locations, Kentucky, but anyways, they had asked me what I thought would really kind of make this competition, a little bit more special. And, I said, well, why don't we bring it back onto a military post? One, just because of the assets that a military base has as far as range complexes, range usage, right? Plus, there's miles and miles of trails that you can ruck on. So those who are not familiar with rucking, it's basically carrying a really heavy backpack and walking with that pack and a rifle as fast as you can from point A to point B. But when I proposed that idea and that concept, it was also up to me to go and find a military installation that would be willing to allow 80 plus 2-man teams, to include foreign individuals, foreign militaries, to come participate and compete in this match. You know, coming from that community, you know, I knew the commanders, I knew the right folks at the right bases, and I worked through the channels to bring this competition here to a military base here in Georgia. Now, you know, in doing so, there's always some roadblocks, right? And as you can imagine, there's a lot of questions, right? Like, hey, you know, what are you going to do? People who are not familiar with the sniper trade craft, or you know, the long range shooting craft. Yeah, they're not, you know, they're kind of wary about that, because, you know, like, oh man, we're just going to let all these 2-man teams loose and let them run all over the woods and do their thing, and no, it's a lot of orchestration of moving groups of individuals from point A to point B. They end up at a certain shooting range at such and such a time. They shoot, they pack up their stuff, and then they ruck 5-6 miles to another place. You know, now, you know, in doing this competition, you know, it's held in January. My sighting was towards the end of summer, leading up to this event. You know, so this is about, you know, over 4.5 years ago now. However, the competition is still held where it's at. And I think, you know, you and I kind of discussed, you know, I really didn't want to disclose the name of the base just for the safety factor, you know. And you know, we'll get into that a little bit more here during, you know, when I tell you, like, you know.
That's fine. It's no problem. That's not a problem at all.
Okay. Yeah. So anyways, so you can imagine, all right, you're gonna host a very large sniper competition with 80 plus 2-man teams. So we're talking close to almost 100 2-man teams. So that's almost 200 bodies, right?
The best of the best. The best. These guys want to win.
So you've got you know, representation from the best of the military, best of federal law enforcement, local law enforcement, and even some professional and amateur civilian teams. You know, so you got Ranger battalions, you got Army Special Forces, you've got CAG, which is, you know, the Army Delta, members out competing and whatnot. You know, they even had a team from Texas A&M, the ROTC shooting team. You know, plus a lot of other active duty military teams that had entered. And, you know, we had teams from China, believe it or not. You know, so that was one of the big things, is getting them permission, you know, and not only come being a foreign national, right? And obviously there's a lot of paperwork on my end that we had to deal with, because every person that entered had to undergo a background check, right, to be given permission to even enter the post. And once they were on the post, you know, you can imagine, now I've got all these people. with very precise, high power weapons. They had to be secured. All their ammunition had to be secured. So it's a lot of planning. But the most of the planning was going on leading up to the actual event, and so that's where, you know, I spent hours with my daughter. You know, my oldest kid, my daughter. I'd have her come out, and her and I would ruck the routes together. We would, you know, I would make her carry a 35-pound pack on her back, and I said, okay, you know, you have to get from this point to that point in such a much time, because if she can do it, then I can expect a competitor to be able to do it. You know, so imagine us doing this for several months ahead of time, because, you know, all right, this route was too long, or I need to change a route here. Now I had access to the base to go anywhere I wanted to, you know, in the range complex area where the competition would be held. Now, this is many thousands of acres of training areas on a military base. You know, there are tank trails, fire break trails that go scatter all over the place. Yep. So, all right. So what you have here is actually a um, area, the impact area of, and where some targets are set out. But if you see those roads there, those are dirt roads that are on the backside of a range, which is so we'll call all that area, that forested area, it's called a small arms impact area, right? SAIA. Now, anyone in the military knows small arms impact area. That's where bullets land. Right. So when you're on a firing range, you have the firing point or the firing line. That's where you are, right? And everyone's weapon is pointed downrange at targets. And, no,
that ain't it.
Oh, you're bringing up another picture I sent.
No, I got the wrong one. That's okay. All right.
But anyways, so you have that impact area. So the day of my sighting, right, NMA, I was working with several active duty teams from the local base, from the local garrison there, that were going to compete in the sniper match come the winter. Now these troops are fairly new. They're not from the infantry branches, so they're not as familiar with the communication between a sniper and a spotter. So those are things that I was working with them on, just so when they did compete, they would they would have at least the basic knowledge to be able to get out there and do their best. On this particular day, we were on the range, and it's 1,000-yard range. So obviously there's many steel targets on this range. These steel targets, we call them IPSCs, right? Full-size IPSC. So it's a representation of a human torso, right? 36 inches tall, 18 inches wide, and they're scattered throughout the range. Now, at the 1,000-yard target area are some steel targets, which were 36 by 36, a little bit bigger, just because it's a greater distance, and you just want to be able to see the rounds impact these steel targets. So obviously, when they impact the targets, you also hear like a metallic gong. Right? That's the bullet impacting the steel. So you shoot, bang, and then a couple seconds later you hear ding. That's the noise of the bullet, impacting, and then that noise traveling back to you at the fire line so you can hear it. Now, upon firing, my job as a spotter for both these teams was to scan both the targets. So, I had a left and a right target. And, so when the range is hot, meaning it was, we were able to fire, I was standing on the observation line, just a little bit above the shooters, with a range safety officer. A range safety officer, his job there is to obviously control all the safety of the range. He's the one that calls when the firing line is hot or when it's cold. Meaning hot, meaning you can shoot at that time. Cold is right. Cold range, no shooting. Everyone steps away from their guns. We were at the point where the range was hot. We had active shooters firing at 1,000-yard targets downrange, and I'm sitting here behind a Leupold Mark IV spotting scope. This is a military issued spotting scope. It's a very expensive, very high power, high quality piece of glass. Yep, that's it right there. So I was at pretty much max magnification, 60 power at 1,000 yards. So obviously I can see a very large target especially when it's a 36-inch target. I mean, through my glass, it's big enough where I can see the bullet hit the white paint and leave a little black indentation where it chips the paint away. Anyways, as I'm scanning from target to target, I catch movement just off the left target, and so this is where my life kind of changes, right? This is where everything that you always joke about Bigfoot, or you just joke about the famous pose of a Bigfoot like walking. But here I actually see this thing off the left berm. Now that berm comes down, and there's a fire break, and it goes away from the shooting line, and this large thing, person, creature, whatever, crosses this dirt road, fire break, going right to left. And now this roadway is, it's made by a dozer, right? It's wider than a Humvee. You can pretty much drive 2 full-size trucks side by side down this road. But this thing crosses the road. It wasn't running. It just was walking, and it crosses the road like in a step. And that's what kind of gets me, because now I'm sitting there looking at this, and I make a comment to the RSO, who is also on a spotting scope right beside me, and he's to my left. I'm like, do you see that in the fire break? It just crossed right to left. And he's like, oh God, what is that? And he calls ceasefire, and all the shooting stops. All we can see, this thing is just moving through some brush and some pine trees at the time. It wasn't running. It wasn't ducking, and that's what, and there's, that's what replays in my mind a lot, is like, okay, if I am a sensible human being and I am just happen to be walking downrange of 1,000-yard firing line with multiple shooters shooting high-power rifles down in my direction, one, you're still going to hear the report, right? The firing. Pow. There was no ducking. There was no, holy smokes, let me get behind a tree, let me, duck for cover. There was none of that. This thing was just moving, like just strolling. It wasn't running. It was not in uniform. It was on 2 legs, through a 60 power Mark IV spotting scope. It wasn't a bear that just happened to get up and trot across the road. No, this thing had knees. It had long arms. It wasn't in a uniform. So when we called ceasefire, now it's the RSO's job, right, to call range control. Range control office is, several miles away at another building, and they had to verify that we were cold, and they sent an individual out there, and this individual comes out, and we start talking. And I asked the questions: are there any other hot ranges or training areas in use downrange? None. We were the only range that was hot that day. We were the only range that was in use. So no other range in this whole complex had anybody on it. There was no maintenance going on in any other ranges, no maintenance downrange across the berm in the impact area. So and no one had checked in at range control office that coordinates all this, that there was any work, no timber cruisers or, forestry people or whatnot. So there should not have been a person there. And that's what bothered me, because, in my 15-year career, being on ranges many times, a year, I have never had to call a ceasefire because we had an individual or walking downrange. You just don't do that. Mm-hmm. And and how do you file a report such as this? And that's enough to be a career ender, right? if by chance you happen to injure someone down there, you know? But anyways, I sitting there having to describe what I saw, you know, and knowing that, all right, man, I was, I'm a former commissioned officer in the United States Army. I'm an infantry officer. I'm well respected in the shooting community. And I just saw something walking, not crawling, walking. And it was bigger than a like individual standing at that distance through a spotting scope, we had to go down and, look at that crossing point, so it's very funny. I eyeballed the distance, using the ranging reticle in the spotting scope. I said, man, I think it was about 1,200 yards, right? It actually came out to be like 1136, so I was pretty damn close, for catching an object moving. Now, 1136 was because we found a crossing point. There was no vibrant boot sole impressions in the dirt. You right? I didn't know much about like Bigfoot or cast making, because at the time you're like, who's thinking about a Bigfoot?
Right. Yeah. It's not happening.
You're exactly.
Thinking, this is not happening.
yeah, exactly. But here is the crossing point. We turn around, right? There's our firing point behind us. We got a laser rangefinder, and I shoot the distance. I'm like, all right, 1136, right? And I said, man, this thing was big. Gil, the RSO at the time, he's telling me, he goes, I don't know what this thing was doing. It was just walking. So we both agree. Color, I said, what color was it? I say more, like brown gray color, right? And he's kind of like, same thing, gray brown, right? All right. It wasn't BDUs. It wasn't woodland camouflage. It wasn't the ACU color, But anyways, this thing crossed this very wide road in a manner that I would have to take a Carl Lewis run and long jump to even I can't even cross that road if I'd long jumped it, This thing just, and there was only one impression in that dirt road at that section there, and then there was another depression right at, where the box blade pushes sand and dirt, and it kind of leaves like a lip, on each side. And there was one depression over on the left. Again, there was no boot sole markings, no tread markings whatsoever.
Did it look like it? Did it look like to you it glided across the road?
It wasn't running. It wasn't head bobbing. It just, just like that.
Many reports of them gliding like that.
Yeah, it was a very smooth thing, and even when it had crossed, obviously into more of the brushy and pine tree terrain there, and you have to imagine, those impact areas, they get a lot of work done from controlled burns throughout the year, because it keeps it from catching fire in case a round goes downrange and catches bushes on fire. You don't want to have the whole place go up in huge fire. But this thing just went through the brush. Again, very smoothly. I kind of used the term, it was walking with a purpose. So it didn't stop. It didn't stop in the middle of the large fire break road. It just kept on going. Now, the thing that really got me thinking a little bit more about the Bigfoot thing was like after I got home, right? I said, man, what the hell? I said, if it's not a person, what can it be? And I kind of kept that with me. I do like everyone else, right? I go to Google, right? And you're doing everything from weird sightings or is there Bigfoot sightings, Georgia, And lo and behold, I find this website, the BFRO, right? And there's that database, right, of sighting reports, and I see that sure enough, in that county, on that military installation, no more than 1,000, 1.2 clicks from where I saw this thing is a certain creek. And in the late 70s, a soldier on that base had a face-to-face encounter. In fact, there was a drawing, whether he made it or whatnot. There was a drawing of him and, this big Bigfoot. And so, you know what? I pull open the base map, which has all of my routes that I'm working on, for the sniper competition. And sure enough, the crossing point and that creek, this creature was moving heading towards that creek area, to that branch that was named in this late 70s BFRO report. And it was, like I said, 1.2 clicks, right? I have hiked around that branch, that creek area. In fact, during the sniper competition, we actually there's gates, keys that they had given me to unlock access, and it goes through like an old grenade training area right past that spot. And I'm just thinking, man, what are the coincidences? Some guy, some soldier in the late 70s has this sighting there. And then, so it made me start thinking, I'm like, well, why the hell did this guy, what was this soldier doing on that end of the range, right? Because here we are shooting from way back, 1,000 yards away towards the berm. Well, lo and behold, I go back to my father. My father was stationed at this installation, right, before he went to Vietnam. And back in those days, the range was flipped, where they actually did the shooting in the location where the targets were, and the targets were where we were doing the shooting from.
So you guys switched it around, and it didn't know.
Yep. So it totally makes sense. I'm like, okay, so that's why there was a soldier on that end in the late 70s, right? And I'm like, okay, well, that's great to know. And then, you talk to some of the range staff there, and they concur. Yep, back in those days, the ranges were flipped. But again, this incident, obviously one of those things. Like, man, I kind of kept to myself, because it's like, it's who am I going to share it with? And I wasn't worried about ridicule or stuff like that. You know what, man? I served my country overseas. You know what? I fought in combat. I lost a limb. Seeing what I saw is not going to bother. It's not going to bother. Not going to bother me, at least, at all. But anyways, and that's when I saw Johnny Two Bears' page one day, and just lo and behold, it just, one of his posts, he said something about, him being a Marine. So I'm like, all right, if anyone were to understand the severity of what, my incident, my sighting, a military hot range, a thing walking downrange in the impact area, this guy's going to get it, and so, when I reached out to him, he knew exactly, like, okay, this is that's a major no-no. That's an incident report no one wants to have to type up.
Right. I mean, there's a shooting competition going on. There's there's sniper rifles everywhere.
Yep.
All these people on the range, you're not going to be going down and walking across.
No,
You're not
no.
just it's not going to
So,
happen.
so let me move forward now. You know,
Well, I got a question for you before we go
go
forward.
ahead.
Looking back now, what you know now and what you've researched and everything, while you and your daughter were setting up, did anything strange happen that you just wrote off as being just everyday something?
You know what? So it there are a few trails that we would walk, and then times that I would go out by myself, and I had the folks from Garmin USA um, would send me some very hyper accurate GPS units, right? Because remember now, in this competition, if I tell a team that they got to go from point A to point B and they've got X amount of time to get there and the distance is this far, I've got to be spot on. I don't want them to be cheated. I don't want, these competitors to go back and say, oh, well, you know what? It was really 2 miles, but he said it was 1.7. No, we had to be accurate, right? I even had the installation's geological survey teams come out with me with their GPS units, right? And we would use their equipment to double check everything I did. But and even my daughter at some points, we would have to hike these routes ourselves first off, right? And we would mark them on a maps. Now, there's times where I saw breaks. What do you call them? Tree breaks, or like the things bent over.
Yeah.
And I was just, I just kind of dispelled them because they're on the side of a road, and I was like, I just probably, a bunch of privates driving a Humvee, and they said, I'm just gonna hit this tree. However, as I start looking more into the whole Bigfoot phenomenon, I'm like, well, if I'm taking an off-road vehicle and I decide to hit a tree, you're probably gonna hit 2 or 3 of them, right?
Right.
Not just one perfect one, not one. And I see some of these things, but I don't know. I had no idea that these are potential markers or things that a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch does, right? It wasn't until I started, really, learning a lot from Johnny, and then a lot of the other Facebook posts, and obviously, you start seeing this stuff on TV, right? And you're like, oh, okay, I've seen that, and it wasn't a twig. Right, and we're talking, trees bigger around than this thing,
Right. Live saplings just twisted and broken over. It's just,
yeah, but there's not, the tree to the left or the right is perfectly fine,
right.
and but you know what, I never really got like the EBGBs or nothing like that, just because, like when I was going, it's kind of like I had a task, to do. I'm sitting there, with the GPS in my hand and blah, 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 and I'm marking things out with flagging and whatnot. But, it wasn't until the actual days of the competition when something else happened, then it hit me hard, and I'll share that whenever you're ready, so.
Go right ahead.
Okay. So now we fast forward into January, right? This competition is always held in the January time frame because it's a very cold and a very miserable time of year. Our job is to test the competitors, right? They're not hiking on the beaches of Maui, right? So something I also have to tell you is this competition has 3 different divisions. But the hardest division requires the competitors to sleep out at night, right? So they had to bivouac at a bivouac location. They carried everything, all their food, all their ammunition with them in their rucksacks, right? And at the end of the day, we coordinated them come to a bivouac location. part of the safety protocol would be me or not. We'd have a team collect all their ammunition, right? And then their ammunition was locked up in a building. And then these competitors slept out at night. So now it's cold, it's wet, and believe me, the first day competition, it rained like cats and dogs. I mean, it was miserable. We the objective is to make as many of them quit as possible, right? The more that quit, the better off the competition is.
Right.
Okay, and believe me, we had some great teams dropping out. I mean, right off the bat, right? They didn't, the roads were too muddy. They didn't, some teams went to the wrong points, right? Which plays well into the toughness of this competition. So this is, 3 days of this doing this. Now, we had a small army of staff. The staff were people that ran all the individual ranges, right? They were scorekeepers. They were logistics support people, So we would meet at night at a large complex, and we were having meals delivered to us. And so it was the second night of competition. It was, another, kind of a wet, cold, damp night. We had our meals dropped off to us for all the staff, and we were. This was about 9:30 at night. The people that had dropped off the meals were leaving to go back home, and on their drive back, they were on the range road. So the range road is paved, and they were several miles away. And they called me on my phone and said, "Hey, do you have competitors out at this area?" And I was like, "No, all the competitors are in for the night. They're in the bivouac area." I know this because when all the competitors finish at the end of the day, and January gets dark, so we had these folks in before sunset, right? So we're talking between 4 and 5 o'clock p.m., right? These support staff people were driving away now at 10 p.m. and they're saying, well, there's a large person in a ghillie suit trying to cross our road. And I was like, no, we don't have night operations going on. And they're, so at the end of the end of the day, we also have to radio into range control saying ranges XYZ, numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, however many ranges are cold, right? And they shut down all the ranges for the day. Okay, so there is no training going on whatsoever anywhere out there, but yet the people that just dropped off, 2 people that just dropped us off our meals are leaving to go home, and they see a large somebody in a ghillie suit trying to cross a road. And I'm like, no, it's not one of my competitors, because they're all accounted for in the bivouac camping area. So I have to hop in my truck. I go and meet them at the spot that and now they're parked over on the side of the road. And these ladies are a little shaken, right? Because when I tell them it's not a soldier, it's not a competitor, they're trying to convince themselves, okay, it was a bear. Because in their minds, what else could it be, right?
Right.
And sure, so they show me the spot, and I'm like, okay, well, and I tell them, hey, I'll follow you guys out to the main gates of the range complex. They go out, I follow them, they go on, I turn my truck around, come back to that area, and I kind of mark that location, and I'm like, okay, this is kind of weird, so I pull out my map and I kind of put it next there where I'm at. And it's in a lowland area, right? And I go back up, and we finished everything else, for the scorekeeping and briefing for the next day's competition. Now I got some time to decompress, and I pull out my map again. And lo and behold, that map and that spot where these ladies saw this thing in a ghillie suit trying to cross the road, was in that same creek branch that was in that BFRO sighting, and almost a straight line from where my sighting was back in the late summer. And it's something about that spot, man. I tell you, and whether it was the hours and hours of shooting and competitor, different groups of teams of competitors moving around the range complexes all day long, walking on all the different trails, you know what? You would think to yourself, okay, I'm going to hunker down here and hide during the day. And then at night, I will try to exfil, leave this area, go find somewhere safe, because they're doing all this movement and shooting in my backyard, right?
Right.
So that's what I'm thinking. I mean, I have no idea what a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch would think. Logically, right. That's what I would be doing, right? But anyways, man, I mean, so now here it is, January, the second night of our competition, right? And so I had to ask these people the next day when they brought out, the breakfast. I'm like, hey, about this thing you saw, but how big was it? So they pointed out like one of our competitors, big dude, right? All right. He goes, but bigger in the shoulders and taller. I'm like, well, okay. And this guy's like 6'5" and he's like 200 something pounds. I was like, okay, that's a big guy in a ghillie suit, right? And I had to ask him. I said, it didn't get down on four legs. No, it was trying to walk onto the road. Their headlights caught it. It turned around and walked right back down the shoulder. And I said, did it run? Nope. It just stood there, and they drove right past it. Right? I'm like, okay. Well, so coincidence? I don't know. Was it someone trying to pull a prank? Why the hell would someone pull a prank like that during a sniper competition where people are using live rounds?
In January, in
January,
with no flashlight, in the middle of nowhere,
at 10 o'clock at night, right? And knowing that there are support staff, I mean, you got the general, and all his staff driving around all day, spectators, sponsors, out there watching all this stuff, so I don't know. Again, that was just kind of weird, but now when I look at the topo map and I look at, this certain branch, and if you look at the BFRO report from the late 70s, it names that right there. It's just, to me, it looks like a travel route, but those are my words, but yeah,
that's what everybody has is IMOs, and that's anybody can give is my opinion. That's all. That's it. There is nothing written in stone about these guys, that's for sure. And
yeah,
I think I agree with you on the creek being a travel route. I think they travel the creeks. I think that's how they hide their travel routes more.
Yeah, yeah, and it's a pretty swampy area down in that. There's a fork there, and it's pretty swampy. I've since then I've made a few hikes in those areas. I put a game camera up, have not, I've got pictures of every other, piece of wildlife out there. But, again, it kind of goes back to like, what I personally saw should not have been there. What these two support, people saw on the second night of the competition at 10 p.m. should not have been there, and I know, because they call me like, do we have like a night operation going on? No, who the hell's gonna wear a ghillie suit? I mean, yeah, it wasn't on the packing list for the competitors, right? So none of them had one,
right?
But it's very bothersome until you start thinking, could it possibly be a Sasquatch or a Bigfoot? And then I've had the discussion with Johnny a lot. It's like, and other people, uh, if you don't want to be found, man, talk about how big of a military bases are. You're talking thousands of acres, and then you dissect the base. You got the main post area, right? So that's where your hospitals and your school classroom buildings are, whatnot. Then you got these vast training areas, which are you know which are secured, but I mean, not high fenced or anything like that. But I mean, these are areas which, if you want to camp out and hide out in the middle, no one's ever going to find you. Because there's no. I mean, you have to get a human, a person, would have to get permission to go back in there, and you're normally not going to get it, especially in an impact area where there's like bullets land or there's unexploded ordnance, right? So it's just it's like, man, what a perfect hiding spot. It's like, all right, close enough but far enough,
Right.
and those that small arms impact area gets opened up like once a year. So the post game management, like the and wildlife biologists, they put food plots in those areas, right? And they consider like the trophy hunting area, but they only open it up for one weekend a year, like in December, and man, they grow some big deer back in there, But other than that, man, the place is closed off, So I mean, now you got a lot of deer, you got a lot of turkeys, birds, and whatnot. You got water. What else would a large creature like a Sasquatch need?
Not much of nothing.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So, anyways, again, I go back to, someone asked me a couple of weeks ago, man, like, man, why are you open about talking about this? So I'm like, well, I said, I saw what I saw, just like those Navy pilots saw what they saw, when they were in their jets, right? I'm a commissioned officer holding the same rank as those pilots, right? They may have seen UFOs. You know what? Do I believe them? Yeah. You know what? I believe they saw something that, in their training, in their careers, should not have been there in front of them, right? Just like those Navy pilots or whatnot would say the same thing about me. And that Army Ranger captain should not have seen that on a firing range, right?
Right.
So there you go.
That's why it was so important to establish that you're no stranger to that gun site. You're no stranger to the scopes. You're no stranger to the shooting ranges. You're no stranger to any of it.
Yeah.
So what you seen. Bottom line.
Yeah. And again, it's perhaps part of me feels foolish where, all of my training, I should have been, okay, I should have did a better job of milling, the range distance, using the reticle. But, you're at that moment of, that shouldn't be there,
Right.
and then now you're following it through a scope, and a big spotting scope, and you're like, what is it doing? Where is it going? Why? And then it just kind of vanishes off in the brush, right? It's just one of those things where you're like, gosh, what if I was on, what if some roles were switched and I was actually on the rifle and I saw that, you can't shoot a live target on a military range. That's a no-no.
Oh, you can't.
Yeah.
Especially something walking on two legs. That's why they don't get shot.
Yeah.
Nobody knows. They don't know if that's a ghillie suit or what. You don't know what you're seeing.
Yeah. Or or a lost soldier. Believe me. I mean, I've tried running that scenario. Like, but you know what? Yeah, no AWOL soldiers at the time, right? Um, reported to the garrison, command. So, you can rule out of like some private just had a bad day and I'm going to go walk through the damn, woods for 10 miles.
Right.
Yeah, no, not that. That didn't happen. This was something on two legs, very big. Just happened to get caught, in my spotting scope in an area that, it shouldn't have been there, and like I said, what was it doing? Who knows? It wasn't running, it wasn't hiding, so, yeah.
It wasn't too worried about you guys, obviously.
No.
Because you guys weren't supposed to be there. He does his thing every day or whatever he does. He has his same route. He's probably the same time every day he goes through there.
Yeah.
He didn't know you guys were 1,200 yards away, or
yeah. So I sent you a picture of the range and it had an arrow of the crossing.
I couldn't get some of your pictures on for some reason. I had problems a little while back with that too.
And
I can find it. I'll get there. Hold on.
When I've gone back to that area, especially that crossing point, perhaps the best spot. Now, if I were
this one,
so that's the range complex, right? So if you can see, okay, that one right there. Okay. Right. Now, you can kind of see to the left, the orange there. It says a crossing point on dirt road. Right? Yep. So I have driven back to that spot several times. Now, that crossing spot right there, like if I were to stand in the middle of the dirt road and I were to look left and I were to look right, if I was a platoon leader, an infantry platoon leader, and I had to move myself, a squad of soldiers, or a platoon of soldiers, right, to cross that road, or that would be the spot to cross because it offered the best cover and concealment on the left and right side of the road. Cover and concealment meaning there was a lot of brush leading up to that spot of the road and a lot of brush on the opposite side of the road. So I mean, it wasn't a wide open spot, It just so happens that when he stepped out in that opening, you know what? He was exposed. Right. And then from there, perhaps it doesn't realize how tall it is. I mean, that brush on me, so I'm 5'9". That brush on me is about chest high. But this thing, I mean, I could see almost like belly button high.
Right.
So if that tells you anything. Yeah, man. I again, I think back with the military mindset, I'm like, all right, using cover and concealment, best place to cross the road without being seen. This is where I would go. And sure enough, that's the exact spot where the foot impressions were, smart, I mean, it to me, perhaps that shows some sign of intelligence, he's just not randomly walking across like some perfectly manicured bush hog field. Yeah.
These creatures are very, very, very smart, very intelligent.
Yeah.
Very, very. Do you think most sightings are by accident? Do you think they get caught by accident?
I do. I do. So speaking with some other Army Rangers and friends that have come forward since I've talked about this, it's always like, a training evolution or something on the range, or like at the end of the day, this thing's out there hooting and hollering out in the wilderness because it's pissed off because soldiers were, shooting rounds downrange or something, But yeah, I think the humans interact, catching these things in the open is just by, more accident, I think it would be very hard, and kudos to you and like Johnny Two Bears, who go out like a lot and frequently with the sole mission of trying to find evidence, perhaps even see one up front, up close. I I I think they're very intelligent, and you've got to be on your game, and you better have a plan to outmaneuver and outfox them. Uh, you know, but then again, I think about these two ladies who just delivered meals at 10 o'clock at night, and they catch one out trying to cross a road. But you know what? That's all it was. This thing was trying to cross the road, and these ladies were trying to haul butt to get home. That's it. Right. If you and I were on foot and we went out to this base and we were to get permission to go scour and comb through all the woods, I don't think we can just sneak up on one. I don't know. I guess I always hear, maybe read or see these things on YouTube channels or whatnot about them having scouts or whatnot. But, but then again, I'm like, hell, man, you know what? United States Army has a Scout MOS. It's a 19 Delta. You know what? So there you go. Right.
Right. No, yeah. They're definitely they're meant to stay hidden. Their family units are meant to stay hidden, and they can do it. I mean, they can do it.
I do. I do believe that. I think they have the thousands of years of evolution behind them. Perhaps heightened senses. I guess the debate now is, can they see what you and I see, like the same vision? Yeah, I want to believe that. I think they have a different vision pattern than us. On our podcast, I had a good friend from the hunting industry. She started a company called Covert Wireless game cameras. So her company makes the wireless cellular deer cameras, right? There's so many of them. So many of us have them, right? I mean, I have some on trees in Kansas right now, and I was checking pictures on them earlier today. Right? People always wonder, well, what come we don't get pictures of Bigfoot or Sasquatches on game cameras? Yeah, and I say, okay, there's people that pop up with was caught on camera, but I think these cameras do emit a certain light, like the IR, the PIR, right, passive infrared, that this thing can see. Here's a really good example in Kansas here in the earlier part of November. Myself and our cameraman was sitting in the deer blind. We had put out a buck decoy 20 yards away from us, and we're in a camouflage blind, and we had set this up, and we were waiting for dawn to come, hoping that it would attract a big buck that wanted to come fight this decoy. Well, sure enough, I mean, we barely had just enough light that our cameraman's camera has a IR setting, right? So it can use infrared light to see images out in front. So it has a couple LEDs that kind of shine out there. Well, he's sitting there talking, and and then he's like, "There's a buck," right? And I could barely see the form of an animal move up at 20 yards to our decoy. And so I have my rangefinder in my hand, and I point at it, because the rangefinder has some bit of magnification. Now I could just see the silhouette of this deer, this big buck out in front of us, And when I hit the rangefinder button, right, my rangefinder emits a little beam. And it reflects off this deer's body, and it's come back. Well, my cameraman, Matt, he can see the beam reflect off the deer on the camera when it was set on the IR setting, right? So that tells me, right, this rangefinder sends out an IR beam. Now you turn around and you look at these deer cameras, you'll see a little red light through an IR camera. Can a Bigfoot see in that spectrum? You know what? If it has the ability to avoid so many deer or game cameras, then maybe that's something. Something to think about at least, right?
Right.
Now, our guest, when we had her on our show, our podcast, Kimber, her and I, we agree. Like we set up a camera. We do a good job of spraying it down with no scent sprays, right? Especially for bears. Bears just have an affinity and a taste for electronic circuit boards. It's something about like batteries and circuit boards. Bears can smell that stuff, and that's why bears destroy game cameras so much, because it's something in there that they like. They want to chew on, Deer, and back in the old days, these cameras would go off and spook. They would spook just because it was a big flash, So the old tactic back in the day was put the cameras up high so the deer just thinks it's like a lightning storm or a thunderstorm, right? Rather than putting it eye level with them, because they know lightning don't flash in front of their eyes, But it wasn't honestly, here just a couple of weeks ago, using a rangefinder, I'm shooting a beam and it's being picked up on our IR camera, and I'm like, well, there you go. You know what? If the camera can pick it up, something that perhaps can see good in IR, and I want to say wolves are very good at this too. Wolves are very hard to get on camera traps. Something about a wolf's vision, they can see a lot of these game cameras. They will avoid crossing a tree that has a camera strapped to it. No matter how good you hide that camera, there's something that they see and they will stop. So.
Right. Anyway. So I got a question for you, and then we're going to open it up for everybody else.
Yeah.
What Johnny and my friend Chris Connor and I, and there's a few others out there. Actually, Blue Eyed Northern down in Louisiana, she's got a meter now, and BF Bud. A lot of people have these RF meters. What's your thought? You've heard all the stories. You know what's going on with the radio frequency, what we're picking up. Well, what do you think that is? What do you think's going on?
Okay. So, I quiz Johnny a lot on that, right? Because this is just me having to resort back to, military. That's all I know, and the equipment that we used, right? In Iraq, we used things called a Warlock system, which put out an electronic warfare RF bubble basically between two vehicles, right? So now you got a couple Humvees with these big Warlock systems, and you're able to drive down the streets of Baghdad, and you got an IED bomb maker over there trying to hit the detonate button, and it's not working because these Warlock systems are blocking the signals from the phones, right? Or they're walkie-talkies or whatnot, right? So that technology exists. We proved it. We use it in Iraq. We had another thing that, like I told you, and I have no qualms talking about it because I don't know the exact designation of this device, but we always call it a quagmire. This thing was able to obviously record cellular signals, that helps us triangulate where bad guys are, and then we go and pick them up in the middle of the night when they go to bed. But this device was also able to fry. I mean, you point your bumper, because they were strapped on the bumper of our gun trucks. You point it at a group of people out on their cell phones. You hit this button, and all their phones just go off dead, and they don't work no more. Now, when it comes to Johnny's research and your research with the RF, I it makes me kind of like, all right, is it something special about hair fibers that they have? Like could it be like something static discharge of theirs that's pegging your meters out? I don't know. Is it a maybe some folks want to speculate it may be something of not of this world. I don't know, but you know what? You just had Fox News on the other night, right? Talking about that, the Department of Defense is standing up a new division and allocating taxpayer dollars to have a department study the UFO phenomenon again. I would believe that this creature would be classified as something other, to probably be grouped into that. I mean, if I was sitting in an appropriations committee, why not? I mean, if you're going to study UFOs, like, hey, you also have a lot of credible Bigfoot Sasquatch phenomenon, and if these things are able to up and disappear, and if they can live on a military base as secure as some of our bases are, I mean, that tells me our bases aren't that secure.
Oh, masters. They're masters.
Yeah. I watched that 168 hours, documentary, and I just had to sit there. I'm like, something's out in front of y'all. You're just not seeing it. I posed the question to Johnny, a while back, was like, are you guys, near cell towers? Are you near any flight paths for airlines, right? Any naval stations, and I say naval stations because there's a thing called the VLF, right? Very low frequency. These are large antennas that rather than going up, they go way down in the ground, and so that's how we communicate with submarines underwater, right? Because when submarines are underwater, they don't have a car antenna that sticks up out of water. These things are hundreds of feet under, and the way to communicate with them is, VLF signal through the earth, which goes through the water. And if there's transmissions going on when you guys are out doing your things, I don't know if these RF pick these up. I don't know. I just know that the VLF signal is out there. Things like that is what makes whales and dolphins beach themselves.
Right.
So.
No, yeah. That's why I asked with your experience with all that. But the only time we've had, oops, you're echoing a little bit.
Okay.
The only time we've had the RF hits is when they came in on us and started throwing rocks, and then those RF meters would just spike, and it was pretty crazy stuff.
I still wonder, and I asked Johnny about getting a balloon and rubbing his head, with his meter to see if that changes anything.
Oh, try it out.
Is it something where fast physical activity on their part, causing any static RF, disturbance?
It would have to be huge, Captain, because we're getting measurements of 2 microwaves open door running at the same time. That's what we're getting hit with in the face.
Yeah, and so when Johnny had mentioned that, I said, man, that's kind of like unhealthy levels, right? Yeah. And it has to be, and this is just me. And as I mentioned to John, I said something like that. 1 microwave door is one thing. 2 microwave door. I mean, that has to be directional, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, that has to be like right at you guys.
Yeah, I could point the meter with the cat. I could point the meter towards the area where the rocks are coming from, and that's when it would get stronger. You would move it away, it would die.
Yeah.
So. It's
I don't
crazy.
know. See, you guys are definitely onto something, and I don't want yeah, I just a couple days ago, I was walking to a deer blind in these cold, wet bottoms of Illinois, and I got my headlamp on, and I got a bow in my hand, and I see two big eye shine from deer, and I said, "Oh, play," and I'm telling myself it's deer, you know. Last thing I want to deal with is some 8 foot something that has predator cloaking capabilities. When
Right.
all I have is a bow that I can't shoot in the dark.
Yeah. Yeah. We can go down that tunnel, but we got some questions for you.
Yeah,
We
go
could talk
ahead.
about this RF stuff for about 3 hours.
Yeah,
The predator camo it can happen. RF bends light, and they got translucent hairs. So you put RF
it,
bending light, translucent hairs together. What do you got? You got
yeah, and
predator
in the
camo.
Army community, we tested fiber optics, um, for that type of camouflage before,
Right.
you know. So
Crazy. All right, we got a question from Nana Boss for you. Have
okay.
you ever found any tree structures or reports of a tree structure on the base?
So the closest thing that I would say to tree structure um, was finding big, I would say, healthy trees that were not um, your typical teepee fashion, like you see on a lot of these TV shows, or uprooted trees. They were healthy trees, kind of bent, weaved in rainbow fashion, right? And again, back then, I just didn't think that, that's to me. I said, oh, okay, there's a bunch of privates out here like bent trees over,
Right,
you
right.
know. But they did not look like what like these things you see on Les Stroud or something like that. So
Okay. Let me keep on looking here. Well, I want to say thank you very much for taking time out of your night to be on our little podcast
oh, no, I
here.
enjoyed it. And,
But
and again, it gives me an opportunity to talk about this, and to hopefully it encourages other, whether it be military, law enforcement, or just anyone, to be able to step forward. So
well, it's
um,
important for people to hear that just they're everywhere. They're just not in the Sierra Mountains, 900 million miles back in nowhere land. They're on
exactly.
military bases. They're in schoolyards. They're everywhere. These guys, and awareness really needs to happen because
Yeah, yeah,
people need to know that they're out there.
yes.
People need to know out there. All right. Well, you got anything to wrap up? You got anything else you want to share with everybody? And I'll let you get on with your night.
No, Chris. I mean, again, thank you, for giving me another platform to talk about my sighting. Um, I it's like I always tell people. I say, yeah, hey, I'm not crazy. I know what I saw. I mean, yeah, you see, in light of what you may see on these TV shows or whatnot, and I kind of have to laugh at those shows just because I work in an outdoor TV show, right? And our producer, I mean, I hate to say it, that world of TV producers are very close knit, right? So I always tell people, I say, hey, what happened to me was legit. In light of whatever, these purpose Bigfoot shows or whatnot, but hey, I was proud to be a commissioned officer in the United States Army. I stand by what I saw, just like these Navy pilots are standing by what they witnessed over the oceans while they were in a cockpit, right? Those are things that you don't, as an officer, you don't want to come forward with, because that's enough to say you're not well enough to lead troops, or you're not well enough to fly $1 million aircraft. you know. So I encourage more of our military folks that have any of these types of experiences, to reach out to you, reach out to, our Sasquatch Encounter Brigade, just because, these are puzzles that are being put together. We are now at this point where our government, ahead of the science community, of all things, is actually acknowledging that, they don't know it all, and that, what, things need to be studied. So that's good. So,
yeah. I agree with you 100%. It needs to be more and more. And I think this year is going to be huge for the I like to call them Bigfoot, Sasquatch community, or Sasquatch research or investigations. There's a lot of different groups out there. There's a lot of different types of people that are looking for answers now, and hopefully we can get all that.
So here's a question, Chris, and there's two camps, right? There's the study from afar, or there's bringing a body, right? And I'm not sure which camp you're in. I will just say, my camp. Unfortunately, we are in a world where you have to have proof in front of you, right? Whether it be the head terrorist of the world's baddest organization, right? When we caught, bin Laden, we had to have a photograph of him, right? And it was, I just think that, unfortunately, the way to get some of the scientific community to actually believe in this is the same matter. They have to have one in front of them, and how that happens, I have no idea. Whether it be some truck driver hits one on a mountain pass some night, or some deer hunter finally sees one and says, "Hey, that's what I think it is," and he pulls the trigger. I don't know, but I'm not sure which camp you're in, but I personally feel like, hey, one needs to be, on a table at some point.
I'm in the camp where I couldn't do it. I couldn't shoot one. I have much respect for these guys. I built over the last 6 years. I got something's going on with me and these guys for some reason. Wherever I go visit, wherever I go do, here in Connecticut, all the way up to Colorado, to Missouri, to Florida, everywhere I've been, I've getting interactions with these guys for some reason. I think personally that with habituation, and you're in their area, you can get them to come in, and I bet you they'll sit down by that campfire. And if you trading with them cans of beans and they come to love those beans, you put a can of beans and have one come sit 10 feet from you and you film it all. If that's not enough proof for somebody, then I'm getting, look at it, just talk about it. I get the hair on my arms.
Oh yeah. No, I
know, that feeling when you see these guys and you see them enough. It's, I agree with you, but I can't shoot them. So I'm hoping for that high definition picture is what I'm hoping for.
There you go. Well, thanks for sharing that. Just because, you hear all the time, well, why don't you just shoot one? It's not that easy, Right.
Nobody knows what'll happen. Everybody says, well, if you shoot one, the other ones will get you. Who knows that? Nobody knows that.
Yeah, you don't. But at the same time, it's kind of like, a lot of military members, you gotta, you gotta learn how to move on and live with yourself after that fact,
Right.
So,
and then you take one out and all the hair falls off of it and it looks like a human being. And then what do you do?
Yeah, true. That's true.
And then you got a naked human being right there that you just shot.
Yeah. You
never know.
Exactly. But no, thanks for sharing that. Just it's just one of those things. Someone always asks me, well, if you see one, why don't you shoot one? Man, it's a tough thing to do. You
look at it in the eyes and you shoot it. See how you do.
Yeah.
I mean, people that have never shot a deer, they don't know what happens after you shoot that deer. They don't know what feelings are going to go run through their body. They don't know if they're going to feel remorse because they did it, their anxiety because they don't know.
Yeah.
Can you imagine shooting something that looks like a human being that's got a lot of hair on it, and it's looking at you, and the white, and you see its whites of its eyes or the dark black eyes, like which I think they have,
Yeah.
and pull the trigger and shoot it? No way,
Yeah.
not me.
Yeah. Well, you
So,
know, I see that these things are able to reproduce, have offspring. Mothers are able to nurse the young and all that. I mean, it's too personal at that point, you know. So,
yep.
yeah. So,
It's somebody's mama.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, man, thanks. You know, again, thanks for having me on. You know, and you know, I look forward to continuing watching you and your team's research. You know, it's very interesting because again, the RF thing doesn't make sense.
No, not
You
what.
know,
None of this
yeah.
makes sense, anyways.
Yeah,
But
yeah, exactly. You know, I mean, you kind of make me want to sit out there with an RF meter when we're in the deer blind or hunting hogs or whatnot, you know, to see if
it won't
those
hurt.
animals make anything go off. I don't think they do. You know, so yeah,
No, it won't hurt.
yeah. Well, thank you very much, man.
Well, thank you. We really appreciate it here. And ladies and gentlemen, Captain Joe from the Sasquatch Encounter Brigade. I'll see you backstage, my friend.
All right, thank you.
All right. Another show in the books. This was our 20th show tonight. Double X, just like you find in the woods. Again, I want to say, please support your friends. Go out and buy a sticker. I got my Joe Pass Squatching Cowboy shirt, but I don't know where that is. Everybody that I ordered, Connor Flynn was on was it last week or 2 weeks ago? And I ordered his books on Amazon, and I support everybody. Angie Snow White, I have one of her shirts. So, if you got a couple extra dollars here or there, help these people out, because we need to get some answers. We need to spread awareness. And you know who the right people are, and you know who the people that you don't want to, that'll just take the money and buy a cheeseburger with it. So again, a big thank you to everybody tonight that joined us on the show. I really appreciate it. Please like, subscribe, and hit that bell. I got another video coming out by the end of this weekend. I got my new computer finally up and running. I had 2 new people contact me from Connecticut who have sightings, and one of them we're going to go camp out this springtime. I'm going to get him back out in the woods. He's a little nervous about getting back out there, but we're going to go and camp out where he had his sighting. So look for those episodes coming up in the new year. Next up, Mr. Robert Kreider will be next week. I have special guest host, Mr. Johnny Two Bears. If some of you don't know that, we are going to start our own podcast once a month, and it's going to be called Sasquatch IMO. We're going to pick a topic. We're going to talk about it. We're going to give our opinion on it, and we're going to let you all call in and text in or whatever you want to do, and give your thoughts on what we're talking about. And then after Mr. Robert Kreider, we got Max Powers is after him. And then our Christmas show is Dave Scott. You know it from SOR. I'm looking forward to having him. If you guys don't know that Dave is a Sasquatch investigator himself up in Canada. And I just did his show a couple weeks ago. If you want to go check that out on his channel, go on over there. It was 2.5 hour interview, and it was awesome. Always have a good time with Dave. So now he's coming to do our show, and he will be the Christmas show. As always, you know what Larry says. Get in the woods, people.
I know. I think, I need to get to that rock because I gifted on it. Yeah, I gifted on that yesterday. I don't think this goes anywhere special anyway. You see all this Indian pipe in here, though? The ghost plant? It's like everywhere.
now you know more.
Yeah, well, it's crazy. So a lot of you keep asking the ghost pipe and Indian plant, whatever, Indian pipe, ghost plant, I can't think of it. So it's like a 2-part recipe. You mix it with like an ounce of alcohol and you put them in together and you let them ferment, like basically as long as you can. The longer the better. And it'll turn black as soon as you pick it. But well, here comes the rain. I can't tell if it's just coming off the trees or not, but these trees are a lot bigger than what we've been dealing with. I gifted in here yesterday, that's why I wanted to check this out. Anyway, it's good for pain. It's really good for pain and migraines. I found it to be pretty awesome. Alright, I'm gonna put this damn thing, because now it's leaking on me. Take this flashlight for a second. Grab that. I had too much shit on. Always carrying too much. Alright, whatever. I'll put that right up in there. Okay, come on. There we go. It's like, I guess it busted open, which sucks. Yeah, I'll hold it. I want to check out some stuff right here. So, looks like something's right back here. You see those 2 light poles? Those 2 light trees?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like there's something over there.
Something dark right
It also looks like there's something right here. Yes, correct. Yeah, good man. That's right up front. I can't find it worth the shit, but we'll scan the whole area. That's it. That's where we're looking at first. Set a screen. Now I'm gonna take you to try and find those 2 out there. The 2 lighter ones are over here. I don't see it really anymore, but in between looks pretty cool. Pretty active anyway. Can't make it out now, but I know you guys want to see what that is, because I do too. I got something over here, look.
Between the 2 trees, yeah.
See that tree there?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, look at the facial recognition.
Yep.
Sons of bitches. Right in there.
Yep.
See that thing? Right there?
Yep.
Yeah. I'll try and put him center screen. It's right above the green. If it is one. I don't know if I'm moving or he's moving. We're standing on the side of a hill, so it's kind of annoying, but just kind of plant where I plant. So here is where I left some marbles yesterday. It's really not. It's not picking much up because it's broad daylight. This thing. Ideally, it would be cool to have gift something like a bag or whatever, and to find like a plastic bag and then to see like the prints on it or something, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Here is another one, which I guess I put that there. So there's 3 there, 1 there. I think so. I'm not. I'll have to look back. We'll find out tonight on the video. And then I put 1 there. See that big one? There should be 1 more. I'm not really sure though. But I put that big one next to that rock too. See that one?
Yeah, that's cool.
I'll check. Let me check. I'm gonna see if I have more with me before we go on, so you could give some. Actually, you know what, guys? Oh shit! Careful there. Fucking schmuck bag. Smashing the flesh. Oh shit! Hang on, guys. I'm just gonna aim you down here. You guys can check some shit out. Hang on. I can't even do it. There's nowhere good to put you. Well, let's see if that lasts. Sweatshirt. Left. Oh, this shit's leaking now too.
Is it? Let me put in my bag.
No, that's all right. It's the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. It's... Shit, man. It's getting everywhere. Oh, it's all over everything. Between that and the mango, like... Damn. This rock is reading. Very magnetic, this rock. Okay. That's good to know. Yeah, I don't see. I gotta close this bag. Shit's getting everywhere. Like, I see the powder explosion. It's like crazy. It's everywhere. Oh, like Tony Montana.
Back in the 80s. Disco fever.
Damn. I know where they are. I know exactly where they are. I put them in the center console, I think. Alright guys, let's get up out of here. Sorry for the delay. Get on with the get on. Come on with the come on. Hell, I don't. If people didn't remind me the stupid shit I said, I would never know.
You go, what the?
Oh, wow! That's the one that always. My kids do that shit to me because I do it in the house. I'll drop something. Wow! Like I do it. Bro, I do it with everything. Everything startles me. So like, like they all get a kick at it. They make fun of me so much. Okay. All right. I don't know yet. Let's find out. It's oh, so it's cool.
Is it a marble?
No, it's some. It's like a gold.
Oh, like a dot.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't see how it would get here. That looks like a print, right? Maybe. Maybe not. Going out. Kind of looked like a heel, but that don't. I don't know. It kind of bends in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It almost figure eights, so I don't think it's right. Oh, what the fuck? So we'll just take a little stroll through, bro. Because we got to come back out this way, basically, so... there's a... What time is it? 7? Oh, shit. Alright. It's already 7:15. Alright, well... We'll just haul ass out of here, because I want to take you back here. Maybe, yeah. This is like, you know, like that, this talking alpha guy, like he's basically here, but just all the way in the front. You know what I mean? So then we're gonna keep going past that. Okay. See all this shit? This is like, oh, look at the buck, bro.
Oh, yeah, look at that guy. Oh, yeah.
That's the young one.
It'll eat some goodies for me.
See if anybody's watching that. Maybe the people of the trees use the trees when the deer are around. Oh, whatever you did got him going. These two stayed. It's loud as it gets.
I know this. I know.
Oh man, that buck he's out of here.
Hey, little guy.
It's like, what the hell?
They look great. That's a beautiful picture, though.
The buck is running and oh, look at that. Look at that up there, guys. Where is that? Is that right there? Yeah, it is.
He coming. He knows I'm feeding him.
Oh, what the fuck is that? Holy shit. It is coming.
Hey, Bubba.
The buck is still running. Oh, damn it, I was looking at this. Alright, baby. I don't think it was a squatch, so we'll keep pushing. This video, again, kind of like the second one from yesterday, it's going to be a little more speedy. Real healthy dough. I mean, if she eats pork rinds, she's going to get real fat. Hey, girl. Hey, girl. That was voices. That was voices from behind me. It sounded like a female voice repeating what I said. Yes. Cool, right? How cool is this shit? I was hauling ass on the way out of here. So I swear, bro, I got stuck out. I got stuck out past this point when it got dark. And it was raining, and I was just like, wait till you get up here, bro. Rolling hills is an understatement. I don't want to, you know. This is where I get confused. Like, I literally got lucky, bro. What? Oh, you saw something? The
big almost like light color.
Really? Well, the deer went up. I think they went up that way, to the left. So I was told, okay. All right, good. Fuck, that's it. No, I mean,
They're following. They want more goodies. They left you goodies.
Look at this shit.
I left you goodies. Here. They want more.
I love that, man. They don't do this with everybody. You know that? I'm telling you, they don't. I'm gonna leave a gift too. Alright. Look at this one. It's coming right in.
Yeah.
Well, actually, you know what they're doing? They're beelining for...
Oh.
They're beelining for wherever the buck went. It could be. Well, I guess we'll find out. But that's why I always leave gifts on the ground. Because it's like... Yeah, why not? I leave little stuff for the critters. I'll like smash one, like, you know what I mean? If it's like, say it's like an apple or like something, I'll like break one. Like I'll smash it so the critters get some. And then I'll leave a couple down for them. Huh?
She's got an eye on us. Big line right there.
Yeah. Yeah, up here it's a little more spread out than it is in the front, but this is where I got to this point, and there was one right there. I had no idea the thing was standing there. It was just the deer, I mean, it was staring at me. All right, ready? Well, just come check this out. Nice, right? This is a new valley. I've never been here. Like last night I found it. What? Bro, that was not a squirrel, was it?
Dump behind us.
Was that a squirrel? It sounds like How could I see the squirrel, but the noise. It was like it sounded like on Finding Bigfoot, that stupid show. You know what I mean? When they're like like in the beginning, and that's like at the end of the fucking. It's like when they go to commercial, they come back. That's what it sounded like. Like that fake ass Sasquatch noise they make. They couldn't even use a real recording. Anyway, whatever. I'm not gonna get into those guys. Some of them I could actually. I spoke to a couple of them personally. I'm sure you can guess which two. See how deep this valley goes, man. This shit, it goes. There's a pond down there, which I didn't realize. Yeah, I never.
I was just gonna ask you.
That right there is, I believe that's green in a different way. I believe that's algae. I can't tell. It's either, it might just be this, bro, because I thought, yeah, it might just be the fern, because I thought it was water last night, but it might not be.
You probably lay on this, so it looks comfortable.
Man, oh yeah, for sure. That's what I think too. Alright. Yeah, this is where I wanted to get you to. I need more time to go further.
No, it's coming, time's coming.
I know. But anyway, I mean, we could go.
All the time.
Let's go over the hill a little bit. I just want to at least see. I don't remember if I went further or not. It's when it's dark, you can't really appreciate it that much, you know? Like I could see that this dropped down and how cool it was, but
Yeah, 4-wheel.
See? You hear that? That might be a dog. That's hard to say. Wow. And whatever it is, it's hard to say. Period. Like, I'm not trying to swing anybody one way or another. Just telling you we're hearing something. See if I can see that giant white leaner from here. Like, that's pale for a purpose, and that's lean there for a purpose, in my opinion. It's like a marker. So how we talk about Mostert to connect the veil and stuff, sometimes it's like a, almost like, like if you didn't really know where you were, but I told you to drive towards the Eiffel Tower, you know what I mean? Like you could literally, like always, like from blocks and blocks away, you could look up and see it. Yeah, bro, it just winds and winds out of here. Like, it winds down. I think this is where I stopped because it started winding down and there was no other trail to go back. So I turned around, which I'm going to have to do again, unfortunately. Oh, man, I wish I could. On full zoom, I wish I could make it as clear as it is when it's out. Like, it's just too far down that hill. Alright, guys. I don't know why I could. Did you just see a bird, like an eagle? You stopped at the same time as I did, but I thought I saw like a hawk or an eagle standing there, and then it was just gone. I did a double take, and it was poof. It was just out of there. But let's go in here, because I've been getting like these like, I keep seeing eagles, like I keep seeing them over and over and over. So there might be some meaning to this. Look at these, how these are snapped. This could be deer, but it could be the buck, but oh, look at this, see? Look at this thing.
Yeah. I think they gather a lot of that because the bugs like it. They eat the bugs. If you move them, you see all the...
But like right here, like this right here, that's like a little veil right there. You know what I'm saying? Like they could like sit the baby right there. You know what I'm saying?
Triangle, yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot better purpose for it. Where's that flashlight? This is probably a good spot to use it at. Yeah, let's get it out real quick. Okay. I don't really know what we're looking for exactly, but we're looking. Interesting. Alright. So we were a little invasive, so Rob's gonna do his thing now. Nice gesture. He brings those for me, I think, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm alright, thank you. I eat them too. I eat them sometimes. I think I usually eat one. One or none. Yeah, right. You're right. That's exactly what I do. I guess I should make amends too. It looks cool from this side too, actually. It could just, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, look at this shit, bro. Wow. Just goes on and on and on. Alright, well, maybe. Yeah, let's just go. Fuck it, let's just go. There's gotta be a reason we were dragged over here. I felt like I felt like pulled over here. Oh shit, look, it goes down. This one goes this way. See, if they keep going the wrong way, whatever, we'll see how this one goes. Because if they keep going down this way, basically we need to go back, like we need to go that way. You know what I mean? Like in essence, we need to head that way to get back to the car. No, I mean, like, well, we'll see how it goes. Let's see where the hell this shit takes us. I don't want to smash through, you know what I mean? Holy shit, look at that. Not even just that one. Look at that one. That one's laid upside down in there. And so is that one. That one's kind of still hanging, actually. And then the bigger piece is down here. Wow, that's cool. This ain't fucking storm damage. Look at even up there, bro. Those are split all the way up there. All the way up there.
Some different trees just over.
I heard some guy said, oh, it was a lightning tornado. I said, a lightning tornado, huh? I said, so that shit hits everywhere I go? Every single place I go, there was a lightning tornado. I never even heard of one. But there was one. And then somebody tells me yesterday that, I forget, but it comes through and it's like, oh, what kind of moron goes out in the woods without anything he needs to survive? My sister says, though, something like, if you're gonna be dumb, then you better be tough or something. I was like, what are they talking about? Because I said during the premiere, I forgot the flashlight. So that was the equivalent to me going out with absolutely nothing, I guess. But anyway. That's the last thing they'll ever say. I give zero fucks. We're here to respect each other, and there ain't no room for that shit. Wow, this is cool. Whoa. I did not know we could get up on this ridge over here.
How'd you get up here?
Wow. Look at the game trail. She's like, they must have had something here. Why does that game trail go that way? It goes around that tree and then back onto the trail. They probably had something here at yeah, probably this. Wherever it is now. I can see why the trail stewards are pissed. Yeah, that'll work. Gary Hootenhauer. Gary Hootenhauer's he's a trail steward. And he don't get paid, he volunteers. Bro, yeah. Tell me that don't look like that tree's got PVC pipe in it. Is that or is that just the underbelly of the tree? That's just the color?
Light color?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
it's just the tree?
Yeah, it looks like a PY.
Yeah, like I was thinking maybe it's like an artificial tree, like they're spying. People are spying on them. Imagine that. That would be a
couple of light ones.
I mean, people like disguise their game cameras and shit, but imagine making a whole artificial tree.
I'm gonna take out some of them.
Like, who the hell knows? That shit's too much work for me to like sit there and peel through it for one picture. Like,
yeah,
I don't do well in front of the.
Locate them all.
I don't even open my. I'm gonna open.
Change the batteries. You better off doing it.
I forget it. I can't. I'm told that it's impressive the way I do it. That I film from front to back, but I don't. To me, I don't want to stop and go because I don't piece it together. I don't edit it later, so there's no point in stopping and going.
Raw.
Yeah, raw, right? Yeah, raw and uncut. All right, well, that's good. At least we could just kind of cut right down this game trail. It's actually an easier way back. Oh, chipmunk. Hey, buddy. Oh, I guess that's not a PVC pipe. It just really looked... It really looked like it from there. That's wild. Now it looks plain as day like a tree, but... Beautiful, huh? It's a whole different story in here at this time of day. That might be the deer. But We have to, yeah. I heard one right before that. That's why I was already. I have no idea. I have no idea where we are, bro. I've never been back here before yesterday. I never been on this trail. I mean, I went up and I doubled back. See, like, where's that trail? Like, that trail just starts there? Like, that's weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah, look at that.
What the fuck? That was one crash. You know we gotta go in there, right? Let's go around. Well, fuck, I don't even know where this one winds. Let's see if we can come in on the side. But look, there's two drums here and a chair. Hi, friends. Good morning. Oh. Being watched from right there. It's something in the tree. It's like a squirrel in the tree. It's like a squirrel in the tree shaking all the leaves. But look, we're being watched between that tree. Come here, bro. Look between the tree. Right there. See that? My left thumb.
Yep. Look at the ears.
Yeah. Looks like he's got a fucking crown on his head. King Louis and shit. Bro.
What the?
Bro.
I came crashing down, guys.
That ain't no squirrel.
Up there.
Alright, we're not going in, but that was
a widowmaker.
I think shut the fuck. I think we got that on film. Oh, I hope, man, it's still going. Alright, well, that's a good way to finish, but this is over. We're past the mark. I'm gonna start it right from here, guys. Shit. This. Oh my god, alright, we gotta start now.
See, the trail cam is supposed to be facing the hayfield. You guys know where my hayfield is. And I found this picture where either a tree limb come down or something hit it and it spun the camera back towards, or a strap come loose, you know, and it flung back. I think this is how they got caught. Now, this is only my opinion. It ain't a perfect picture in this one yet, but I'm getting to the perfect ones. You can see something back in there that's black. This is after the camera was spun. So if you move it forward, boom. See how it almost goes into like a tree stump? Like he's hiding. Like he noticed, oh shit, the camera got spun. And there's a tree stump. And if you go back, I mean, this thing's moving fast. Boom. There it is. Now watch again. Tree stump. You'd walk right by and not even know. When you look at them, I don't even know. You know, you just go through the 3,000 pics from the game cameras, and this is what you come up with. You can see it again one more time. Boom. Looks like his arm, his head, his back. It looks like this arm is straight out, and even going past that tree there. And his other foot's down in here, I think. It's hard to tell. But it is hard. It will be easy to show you here in just a little bit when I finish all these pics. But I think that's how they accidentally got caught. They knew which way the camera was facing. If they have that kind of technology. You know, I'm not a researcher. I'm just, I take photos. You guys think what you got to think, and I don't care. And boom, tree stump. But that's just a little thought for this morning. It's a little after 6 o'clock, guys. I'm just out here down by the river. See if I can catch anything moving through is all. Besides all the fish. I had my back cam set and facing this way, trying to cover me. In case I missed something coming down this trail. Let's walk up this way. Just gonna cop a squat and set for a little bit and see if we hear anything. Got my chair. Relax. I brought the other kind of the cheap mic. I wanted to plug it into this camera too. It probably does the same thing. So we can pick up some sounds. I'll run another video with that one going. Just to see what I'm going to spin a little fast, guys. Sorry. Just trying to see. I see something moving with my eyes. Dark it is in there. Holy smokes. Okay, I'm spinning a little fast, guys, but it's getting dark fast. Alright, I'm gonna cop a squat. Hope this is showing up better on the camera than it is with my eyes. It's dark out here. good you guys can see, but if I zoom in, man, it's almost like it's too dark when I zoom in. I'm trying to see. That's where they come through, right through there, when they come down here. And then they'll go across, go over to the drive, my drive, cross that and go to the horse barn. I went for like a barrel of horse feed a month to I'm almost to 10 barrels a month. Horses don't eat that much. I mean, they graze during the day, and I give them a coffee can in their stall every night. Come on, guys, walk through there for me. Let's have the perfect shot for once. See if I can adjust this camera a little better, so it's not tilted. I'm sitting on the bank, so it's a little tilted.
You gotta be kidding me. Guys, we have a rookie mistake here. I can't believe I did this, but you guys are sitting in chat wondering where we are, and we are here. So apologize for that. Me and Steve have been talking a little bit about what we're going to talk about in the show, and I looked up and I seen go live. I clicked it once, and evidently it didn't go through.
And I'm sitting there blabbing away.
Yeah. And then I look and I see somebody says, "Is Jeff live yet?" Is my feed screwed up? And I thought, what is going on? So I apologize.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw a little post that goes by. A good thing we're a chatty bunch, and I'm like, huh?
Yeah. So listen, I apologize for that. We'll back it up just a hair here. And we'll quickly recap what we had talked about. We're talking about evidence. We're talking about vetting. The types of evidence that we typically look for as researchers are video and photo, audio, castings, and DNA. And we also look at the encounters. The encounters are worth something. You know, especially encounters that weren't just, I saw something walk across the road, but they start including behavioral patterns that they witnessed or extended encounters, ones that involve vocalizations. So much to learn from the encounters, often more so than we could from a video or an audio, if we can verify that the person sharing the encounter is a trusted source. So that's one of the things that we started talking about here to ourselves, unfortunately, but the need to vet it before you attach your personal reputation to it would be a good idea, to get some experts in the community when it comes to those niches of investigation. Now, I know people are leery to refer to anybody as an expert in the Bigfoot community, myself included. However, when it comes to investigating evidence, that forensic look that they take it and approach that they take to doing that, there are experts in those areas, and they are oftentimes like Steve, which is why we have him here tonight, is because he is an expert that brings an awful lot of experience to the table on what he looks at. So, Steve, why don't we start out again? You can start talking about what you look for when we are, investigating and vetting different types of evidence. So, well, you're muted, Steve.
I certainly am. One of the things that is really important. And there's Dave. Hey, what's up, Dave? And there goes Dave.
No, I didn't mean to.
There he is.
On there. Hey, Dave, how are you?
Hey, hold on. I'm not ready to be in here yet.
Okay, I'll
No, yeah.
So one of the things you want to do, like I said, when I went public, to me, there's an accountability to the audience. I owe it to them. I owe them the respect to put out truthful information and responsible information. And if I don't know, or if I have some questions about it, I ask them, hey, here's some audio we caught. And I've done this before. Here's some audio we caught. I'm not saying what it is, but here it is. Take a listen. What do you think?
Yeah.
I don't say, oh, we caught Bigfoot rock clacking. We caught some rock clacking. Or I didn't say Bigfoot's wood knocking. We caught some wood knocking. Here, listen. What do you think?
Yeah.
That's responsible broadcasting. That's responsible blogging. That's responsible webmastering. As far as vetting, one of the things we lack sometimes is kind of a structure on how to do an investigation. For example, when we hear somebody talk about a Bigfoot sighting, we very quickly want to go to what the creature look like. We're all about the creature. Stop.
Mm-hmm.
We got to stop and center ourselves because we're excited, right? Because, hey, we got a sighting. So we have to kind of center ourselves and remember this is an investigation. And investigations aren't based upon what the creature looks like or what the creature may have done just yet.
Yeah.
It involves what the person is doing and what the person has done. So it's very important that, like for a roadside crossing, where were you coming from? Where did you see this? Did you stop anywhere between point A and point B? And then did you go home afterwards? This is very important because if somebody says, oh, well, I took a 20-minute drive down here and then I saw it cross the road, and you find out if you retrace the steps, it only took 5 minutes, then one of two things is happening. Either they're lying to you or they got the wrong location.
Yeah.
And that's important too, because you don't want to be in the wrong location.
Whether they say they saw something 7 foot tall or 9 foot tall, that has very little to do with determining its validity as much as what were you doing in the area or where were you on your way to?
Exactly. So you got to build up a timeline. That's the first thing is in any event, if it's somebody out hiking and they get a video, or somebody out hiking and they got an audio or a photo or whatever, you got to build the timeline. Okay, you started here, point A, point B, and then you get into the finer points. If it's evidence, what type of equipment did you use? Have you used the equipment before? What kind of, background do you have in using this equipment? And you're building that. I also ask background questions. Have you ever heard of a Bigfoot before? Or have you ever, has anybody in your family seen a Bigfoot before? Because I want to make sure.
Even asking what sources have they learned what they know about it? If they say, well, I've been in the community watching these shows and learning this and that, well, you need to really determine, do we have and not to bring up something that's been on the recent radar, but do we have an Allen type situation where somebody was trying to be a part of something, and this account is just really an entryway into that?
Or more often than not, is it confirmation bias?
Yeah.
I heard that, how many times have we seen the video? Oh, I'm in the woods tree knocking and I heard a tree knock back. Or I heard, this is all confirmation bias based on watching a particular TV show.
Sure.
So you got to avoid. I'm not going right to this person's hoaxing me. Like I said, they could have had the location wrong where they saw it. They could have, had confirmation bias on what they saw. So those are some of the things you got to take in, because remember, hoaxing is a very small part of, what an encounter is. And we've kind of forgotten the misidentification thing. There's a lot of other. There's a lot of other
there's way
animals.
more circumstances of misidentification than there are of intentional hoax.
Exactly. So we got to keep that in the back of our mind. And how do you approach it? You approach it with an open mind, clear mind, but at the same time, keeping reality involved in it. So, what I do is a very garnered process that I've used, a weathered process that I've used over the years. And that's when you usually get an email report, or, somebody may PM you, or you may hear it through the grapevine, however you may get the report. The first thing you do is make sure you have them document what they've seen, be it an email, and then you're going to do either a phone interview, and then you're going to do a face-to-face interview, and you're going to be repetitive as hell. And, you're going to have your notes there from the last one. And my job when I'm interviewing them is not to call them out right away. See, I don't necessarily if somebody's hoaxing me and it's a face-to-face, I don't necessarily call them out. I kind of just walk away from it. Done. Don't want nothing to do with it. Yeah. But if it passes the sniff tests and the initial questioning and everything seems legitimate, then we move on to the next thing. And as you can say, the initial report. And that's why you're going to, if it's an initial report and it's computer based, you're going to verify the IP address. You're going to verify any phone numbers. You're going to do all that. Now, how do you verify phone numbers? Very simply, check the area code of the phone number, check the exchange. That'll all give you that information. Sometimes, you will get a name behind a phone number for nothing. Then you're going to move on to the phone interview. And then you're going to ask to record this, and you're going to record this interview. So now you have your first recorded interview with this person off the shoot. Again, note any discrepancies to what they had written. And because sometimes, and this is, people get hung up on certain things and people get over sleuthy. Some of the things that will constantly change, because memory is a tricky thing. Mm-hmm. So spatial distance, height, weight, the length of time, that can all, kind of rubber band a little bit. Changes. Yeah. So that's fine. What you want to make sure is that you're having a consistent story. A happened, B happened, C happened, D happened. And a lot of times, and I busted a couple of hoaxes up like that too, where A happens, B happens, C happens, then you re-interview them, and then it's A, C, B, or A, A, D, B, A,
Mm-hmm,
So,
mm-hmm.
So when you start having those components getting mixed up, guess what they're doing? They're forgetting that they're lying to you. They're forgetting the lie. Because you remember, the one advantage you have is that a truthful person doesn't have to necessarily remember all the details. They can remember the chain of events like that.
Yeah.
And that's what you want to concentrate. When you start asking spatial distance and stuff like that, that's where you might get the
Yeah, because you have to remember that
right.
It's likely that as they were registering this data in their memory as it was occurring, they were under duress.
Absolutely.
And it's not like you're sitting here on a couch watching a movie and then afterwards somebody's interviewing you about the movie you watched,
Yep. So then you do a face-to-face interview. Then, okay, everything is going well. Then you move to step 3, the face-to-face interview. And if you notice the investigation matrix, the 3 out of 5 are all having to do with interviewing and understanding your witness. That's because your witness is going to make it or break it. They're either going to be credible, and you're asking their information for accountability. So if you ever get, because people ask, well, where was the witness coming from? Well, I happen to know that. And it was about, 4 or 5 miles away, and they left at a certain time, and they were driving this particular model of car. They were driving approximately this amount of miles, and then they had seen this creature and whatever cross the road. They kind of slowed down a little bit. They looked quickly, and then they sped off, and they continued on to their destination in this town. And the total time they were on the road was about this. And, the time between them leaving and them seeing the creature was this. When you start building up this kind of information, you're like, whoa, this is very credible because we have all that information.
Especially when you are circling back on those second and third questioning series, and there are no inconsistencies. I mean, I guess to try to help people understand, not just from the investigator point of view, but somebody who had an encounter. I mean, I hear Patrick Vaughn share about his encounter. I've heard Gary Arnold share about his encounter, and I've had the experience of sharing mine several times. I've heard Joe Birch share his encounter. If I was to take out of the thousands of encounters that I've heard, if I was to rank them in the top 5, I would say that the things that really make their way into that without having video or audio evidence or anything like that, just somebody sharing what happened to them. When I look at Kerry Arnold and Patrick Vaughn, and I've heard the same comments about me sharing mine, is that it's the amount of detail, and it's that when it's shared over and over, those things never change. I mean, those details don't change. It's hard for me to share everything that happened that day when I had my encounter and leave out a detail, because it's almost painful to not make that part of it and tell you that part of it, because it's not like it's something I'm trying to remember. It's like it's like stored there. When I think about it, it's like I'm watching the movie screen all day. It's ingrained there. So it's very hard to not recall encounters if we're talking or details, I should say, if we're talking about legitimate encounters that happen, especially ones that were for a prolonged period. It's not 8 seconds. I watched it cross a road or whatever. I can tell you why I was there. I can tell you what we were doing prior to it. I can tell you how it made me feel when it happened. I can tell you all the things I observed in the moments after it happened. And I can't not unrecognize those details. So
now here's the question I have for you, Jeff. Why do you think I ask so many questions like that? Why do you think?
Here's one thing that I have. To answer your question, when I share my encounter, I could see where somebody could get very easy if they were sharing something they've conjured up in their mind. And as long as they're doing it in the same order of details, it can get to be a memory reflex for them. And you can pull them out of that and throw wrenches at them by starting 2/3 the way in and backing up to the beginning and things like that. For me, I'm going to answer those questions, and there isn't going to be any inconsistencies because it's easy for me to do that. But had somebody made up an encounter, they would have a hard time getting out of their normal routine of how they tell it.
Now, here's why I take a different approach. Because every time I ask people this question, why do I do this? Well, it's to get inconsistencies. It's to do this. It's to do that. No. The reason why I'm doing that is because I'm trying to document what happened. I'm not actually trying to catch them. My job is to document as much as the data as I can get. So if I need to retell the story, I can retell it accurately and to the point. So I know every fact of the case.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Not to trip them up.
If they trip up, that just happens. That's just
naturally
going to happen.
Right. That happens naturally.
You're recognizing that as it does, but that's not the intention of thoroughly going through this.
It was kind of funny. I saw Cornell kind of called me Columbo, and I know he says that in jest, but it's really not because I'm trying to be the detective against it. I'm just trying to get the facts. So if I'm asked, I know. But you're gonna take your investigative steps to make sure everything fits too. Yeah. But when I'm extrapolating that information, the other thing people forget to do too is interview secondary witnesses, and this is a huge pop to getting credibility. So what did you do when you went home? Well, the first thing I did was, I told my wife what happened. She kind of laughed at me. Okay. Can I talk to your wife? I want to get the story from the wife. What happened? Oh yeah, he came home and he was coming back from so-and-so, blah, blah, blah. Not to trip him up.
No.
But mind you, if she's like, I don't know what you're talking about, then we have an issue. And usually, but
based on what he said, you're trying to figure out if she received that first account from a position of disbelief and surprise, like he suggests.
It's about corroboration, is what it is. Is now not only did he, so I know that he's not, number one, if anybody says, oh, he's making that up. Well, no, he talked to his wife, he talked to his friend, he talked to his girlfriend. And she recounted the story of him. And this was taught to me by my mentor, Bill Brand, long time ago. And when we did that, we interviewed this witness who had a sighting. She was only like 7 or 8 years old. She saw a little one throwing rocks at her brother, and her brother thought it was her. And she saw it, and she saw this thing. It was only about 4 foot, and was kind of all excited and kind of almost like trying to play with them. She ran home to tell her mother, and we interviewed the mother, and the mother's like, yeah, I remember that day like anything. She came home and said, this is what she saw, and blah, 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 blah. So that's some corroboration that there's just not one person involved in this now. There's two.
Yeah.
And even if they don't believe her, they weren't there, a secondary witness is a really good piece of evidence as far as corroborative.
Let me ask you this. When you're talking to children like that, I mean, one thing that we can probably recognize is children have a very hard time not explaining something that they've experienced. That they can't make stuff up easily when it's pertinent to something that is of this nature, let's say.
Well, I wouldn't
without being rehearsed maybe by adults.
I would not necessarily get involved saying that as a certainty. There was a lot of in the 80s, there was a lot of child molestation accusations against daycares. And it turns out that a lot of their children, were being coached by their parents because they wanted to file those lawsuits.
Sure, there's a monetary gain out there.
So you got to be careful because kids can be very convincingly, even if they're coached. But there's certain ways to get around that, and you'll see the tell a lot of times. Eventually, as you ask them questions. But I have interviewed maybe 4 or 5 children in my day, and a couple of tweens and a couple of teens, and so I've interviewed almost the whole range of the spectrum of range. Sure. I interviewed a 6-year-old who said, I saw the big monkey outside my window. I mean, what can you say about that? And again, the on-sign, now, if everything passed the sniff test in the first 3 steps, then we move on to the on-scene investigation, where we recreate the timeline of events, see them as it makes sense. Yeah. And if that makes sense, then we deploy any necessary equipment if it's needed, collect any evidence, follow up investigations as necessary. And then when we're done, before we're getting ready for publication or release, this was created in the day when I was only blogging and not broadcasting. You're going to send any physical evidence to a third party for verification and analysis. So if I get hair, I'm going to send it to the right person to get the hair analyzed.
Yeah. It's funny because, my first experience in reading about people investigating things, especially encounters, was like a lot of people that are in the community. We started out with the BFRO website, and you'd read those encounters, and it'd say, basically each state or each region had somebody that the BFRO had in place. And as far as phone interviews or going out, and if it passed that, then they'd go out and look at it. And, understanding that I don't know what the background and training was of those people who did those types of investigations. A lot of times you'd read the investigator's note and it would say, so-and-so seemed very credible, this and that. But did they really go on and ask, well, where were you driving to that day? And things like that. I don't know that they really got that in depth on it, Well,
yeah. I mean, everybody works to their own skill sets and abilities.
Sure.
There is no standard training to be an investigator. other than now, apparently going on an expedition or two and getting the feel for it and, talking to other people that have been in the field before. But to see, the thing is, doing a Bigfoot investigation is more than just field work. More than just going out there and looking for Bigfoot. It has a lot to do with psychology. It has a lot to do. I mean, the story, and you got to understand, a story has to make sense psychologically too. And I've made this comment before. How to tell a phony video is, here's a father and son with an 8-year-old son or a 10-year-old son, and here's this Bigfoot off in the tree line, and they're videotaping and going, oh, look at that, and oh, what is it, Daddy? What is it? No. If you're a parent and there's something that big out there that you've never seen before, you're not worried about videotaping. You're worried about getting the kid to safety. So there's a huge issue with that. Mm-hmm. Psychologically, it makes no sense. You may take it for a few seconds and get behind me, and you can always tell there's no urgency in the voices. Because let's face it, there's been plenty of videos out there where the families, and they're like, oh, look at Bigfoot. Oh, what is that? Oh, no, there's no sense of urgency in their voices, which tells me something's afoot. No offense.
That's something that I think as a community, sometimes we miss when we're hearing somebody's encounter, is that ability to put ourselves in their place and say, this, not from how it appears to me as the person listening to the encounter, but when they're telling it, putting yourself in their place and where they were at that moment, and all of a sudden understanding the elements that they were operating in when they experienced it has a lot to do with how they portray it to you. And so it's very easy for us to say, well, why didn't they do this? Or why didn't they say this? From your standpoint as an investigator, you're trying to put reason into why it would appear that they said what maybe appeared deceptive to me. You might unveil that actually that's fairly normal because of the situation they were in at the point.
Hey, some people ask me, well, they had a camera or they had a phone on them. Why didn't they get a picture? Why? Because their mind is trying to interpret what they're seeing. They may have a stress level that's up there. I mean, think about it. And they talk about that in like active shooter scenarios. Your mind is going to react in certain ways, flight, fight, fright, all of the above. And that's how your body acts. The limbic system, you're going to it's either fight or flight, and the person who stands there pulls out a camera and to get a few seconds of video, that person's in fight mode. But most people, I would think, are going to be in fright mode or a mode where they're trying to figure out what it is they're seeing. I mean, I had my sighting. I had it probably would not have reached, but I had a little night vision camera in my pocket, but it was beyond the range of that. But my whole thing was I can't move because the minute I move, this thing's going to bolt. I just froze. I didn't even think of the necessarily the camera in my pocket. I was thinking about just keep that light really still until it got a little bit stressful, and I went, okay, let me move the light a little bit, and it moved off. So one of the things, you got to understand the person that's behind it. You got to understand their psychology as well. Okay, so what were your feelings? Now you get into the psychological aspect. Well, how did you feel when you saw it? Did you cry afterwards? How were you dealing with this? Did it, replay in your head? Because and it's kind of funny because if you watched Seth Breedlove's last film, we're talking about what he saw, this creature running across the near the pipeline out in Ohio. He said, the next day, man, it just kept playing over and over in my head. Exactly. That's what happens. It does that. That's a very natural.
Your normal thinking process gets glitched after I say this with military experience, being in combat. A lot of I was a squad leader. I had 7 guys that I was kind of in charge of, not only tactically putting us in positions that would accomplish whatever our MO was that day, but also being able to analyze where everybody was kind of in their mindset and able to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish as a team. And, I'll tell you what, that is a main glitch when you experience something that is capable of causing a PTSD type event where it's a true shock to your emotions and your physical system, to where that next day it's like, man, I just keep thinking about this. Or they may, when you talk about it, they might start stuttering a little bit, like that, like they know what they want to say and they physically are having a hard time projecting it.
It's reliving that incident in their head, and you'll see that. That's why they get goosebumps. That's why they get jugular vein distension. It's happened to me, where I'm recounting what I've seen. And that recently, myself and Joe, we were recounting ours, and actually Leon was in the room, which was kind of cool. And we were talking, and we had realized something that was very similar in our sightings. And the minute that happened, every hair on my arm stood right up. And you know, that it's just, that's what I look for in a witness.
That happened.
I'm looking for that reaction. Yeah.
Happened with Pat Turner. We talked about it on last week's episode here, but you know, the night before that episode, I had Joe Snyder from Western New York Bigfoot Investigation Group and Pat in a video call that we were all talking. I said, I'm going to play these audios for you. And Pat wasn't having a hard time listening to the audio. There was something that happened there. We heard a single knock. You hear the stuff. And all of a sudden there was a double knock in there that triggered that event in him's head of the experience that he had heard while camping before. And just immediately, like in almost a panic mode, like, stop it. Like, I can't do this, you know?
And isn't it amazing how so much of Bigfoot research is not about the Bigfoot, it's about the people.
Yeah.
And truthfully, if you think about it, you know, even in a criminal scene, somebody sees a robbery, you know, oh yeah, your forensics team is going to do that stuff, do their job. They're going to collect prints. They're going to collect DNA. They're going to do whatever they can get. But really the minutia of a case revolves around your witnesses, their credibility, their believability, their level of expertise, their education level, their knowledge of events, their, you know, all of that, and how accurately they can build a timeline. People don't understand. It's not necessarily about the evidence. It's about the witness.
Yeah.
And I've always said this, that no piece of evidence is worth it if there's no story behind it. We get so many videos on the tube, you know, of, you know, these 5, 10 second, 3 second snippets, but no story. Oh, I was out walking and I saw the Bigfoot. So and that's it. You don't get a location. You don't get, well, this is what we were doing or any of that.
Yeah.
You
know, I,
exactly. Pyromedic. Exactly.
Yeah. I use, this is a good comment just to kind of show that I try to take Bigfoot out of the equation sometimes when I'm trying to analyze, when people say, why don't we get a picture of this, that. One of the analogies I use is if me and you and Joe and Pat and Pyromedic, if we were all walking down the boardwalk at Old Orchard Beach in Maine, on the beach, and there's Ferris wheels and there's all this stuff. There's stores and shops. And I told you guys, out of the blue, you've got 12 seconds to film a 5-second clip of that top of that Ferris wheel. Go. And I hit a stopwatch and you guys all start grabbing your phone out of your pockets. It's likely none of you will get a video of it. And if any of you do, it's not centered. It's jittery. It's not at a nice still, you know, everything's under duress when you're dealing with that type of urgency placed on you. Then you factor in the fact that you're not looking at a Ferris wheel when this happens. You're looking at something you're afraid is going to freaking kill you in sometimes.
Well,
you know?
Think about it. You know, you see this, you know, are you going to like, oh, you're not going to take your eyes off the subject. That's why people don't film them very often.
Sure.
Otherwise you have to take your eye off the target. You know, in like a live shooter situation, something happens. You don't have to see this, you know, when you're yanking your firearm, right? Right? You can feel it. But with the phone or even a camera, you got to pull it out. You got to know where it is. And you got to fumble with buttons. And then you got to get it, you know, that's why there's a stark difference. Some people will say, well, there's active shooter situations where people are getting shot and they can get off a shot. Totally different scenario. It's feel versus.
I don't know of anybody who's ever captured a picture or video or an audio of a Bigfoot who had the opportunity to know that 10 seconds prior to this experience happening, they knew that it was going to happen. I mean, hey, I'm going to see a Bigfoot in 12 seconds. I better get my phone out, right? And no, you don't operate with that luxury in this community and in research. So,
what makes the Patterson Gimlin film stand up to a lot, not only is the film, but there's a timeline, and there's a film beforehand, film afterwards. You don't see this in these fly-by-night videos of the 3-second Bigfoot, because nobody ever goes back and goes, oh, let's see if there's tracks. Nobody ever does that. It's just, oh, there's a video of the Bigfoot. You didn't go back later on and try to film tracks, or there's no video of what happened beforehand, because obviously you're, and it just makes no sense logically.
Yeah. A lot of the questions the communities will ask is, why didn't they walk out there? Why didn't they? How come the video ends when it does? Why didn't they let it run longer? Things like that.
Well,
honestly, good questions.
I can understand, hey, I got a few seconds of it and I'm getting out of here. I understand that. That's very, very credible. But those are questions that need to be asked and answered. Sure. So if you get that 3-second clip, you don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah.
Why did you stop filming? Why, we see it. It's walking away from you. Why did you stop? Because Patterson didn't. We have that thing walking away. And that's another thing that, if you would think, the Patterson Gimlin film was a hoax, why didn't he just stop after it walked by? Why would you film it? Why would you film it walking away? I mean, there's a lot of arguments against why that's a hoax. There's some arguments against why it is a hoax, but, I stand leaning more towards it's legitimate versus then it's not.
I think that there's more substantial points made that I think it takes more energy to try to stand on the side that it isn't legitimate versus that it is. If you really in totality take in all the analysis done on it, all the things that be considered, muscle movement, things like that, you've got two people who are there and one of them actually runs towards it while the other one keeps filming. Then that you've got a situation where they not only captured something on video, they went down there and took the time to cast tracks. And they have audio in that deal, so you can hear their voices reacting and how they naturally were reacting to this, the circumstances that were unfolding in front of them. And quite honestly, had they known the value of DNA back in 1967 or whatever, they probably could have got hair samples off that. They seen everything that it touched and every place it stepped, but they just didn't know the value of it. That they likely could have hit every aspect of what we try to collect as a researcher, all in one encounter. And that's what makes it so unique. I mean, when we see all the stuff that's came down the road after, the Freeman footage, the Memorial Day footage, things like that, there are reasons why you can look at that and say, in totality, when I step back, I have to question whether or not it's legitimate. But that's only because that's not any different than the Patterson Gimlin film is. There's still things I have to question about the Patterson Gimlin film. But in totality, when I weigh them all, I stand on the side of, I have to say that it's real versus fake or hoax. And I just don't know if there's enough data put in on some of these other situations that you can weigh that much.
And that's the great point. When you are to the point and a piece of evidence where the interview or you have enough information about the witness in the events leading up to it and afterwards, and you still can't make, and that film is kind of like, I don't know, then it's up to science. Just like in a crime, if the witnesses can't identify who's doing the crime, it goes to forensics. And
Or if
that's
you
the
have
next step.
conflicting accounts,
that's-
I heard
right.
him say this versus, well, I heard him say that.
Right. Now that's another big bitch I have is that the skeptics will sit there, or the skeptics. Well, eyewitness testimony is not reliable. Really? Eyewitness testimony is very reliable. In fact, it's the cornerstone of our legal system.
Yeah, that's true.
And the thing is yes, where you have run into conversations or run into witness dispersions is usually over conversations. So as an investigator, you look at, okay, they may have heard it a little differently. That's fine. But are they saying the same thing? And that's the huge thing. Are they saying the same thing?
Yeah.
That's how you take those aspersions aside.
Well, you said, when you look at the legal system, I mean, I can give you thousands of examples where two corroborating stories that account for somebody doing something nefarious are good enough to put them in prison.
Absolutely.
I've also seen people in prison be freed because of somebody's corroborating, somebody's testimony coming after the fact.
Right. And that's what you got to worry about, because in a lot of those cases, there is, a confirmation bias type of thing. I see this African-American male, committing this crime, and I see a lineup. Oh yeah, it's him.
Mm-hmm.
I see a white guy with a mullet on, and you put a bunch of white guys with mullets in the lineup, and like that one. It doesn't always work out necessarily.
The more detailed account you get in the initial interview.
But understand something on that. And Pat Turner made a great point to me, and I'm using it, is that in those cases, they're all trying to identify a person of the same species.
Yeah.
Okay. Try to identify 5 Dalmatians after seeing them for 10 seconds.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. The same thing with humans. You see 5 humans for 5 seconds, you may not be able to identify them in passing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the whole idea is, okay, what did I see walk out that door? Did I see a person, a bear, or a Bigfoot? Usually people are pretty much on point with species identification.
Yeah.
And that's Pat's point, is that, you're comparing apples and oranges when it comes to that, because we're talking about species, not, you're comparing 2 different species, man, Bigfoot, bear, something else.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's misidentifications do happen, and it depends on the type of sighting. But if somebody's standing there and looking at it, and, like the incident at A-Bear Road in Whitehall, police officer off duty, sees it, puts his light on it, sees it, turns around, hides its face with a hand with a light shining on it, turned around and walked away.
Yeah. It's like the incident reports.
How is that not a good witness? How is that not a reliable witness?
Yeah. When we were trying to vet the 9 incident reports we got from a search and rescue team that services the BWCA area, the Boundary Waters area, and if you haven't seen it, we've made a video on that, and it's out. It's on the channel library. You can check that out. But you've got a guy who not only is finally somebody stepping out from a position of credibility, who has access to that stuff, who normally by disclosure or by whatever wouldn't do it, or too much to risk losing their job, judged by others or whatever. You got somebody who's bringing this forward, and then we look at and say, well, look, we're talking 9 incidents in a small cluster of lakes, and we start delving into this. You start to realize that that we're talking about somebody who interviewed these people that he was removing from those areas and analyzing what happened to them. What did you see? What did you experience? And the one thing that just carries this much weight is the state of duress that they were in, that they were physically capable and skilled to place themselves 50 miles off the grid into a campsite and exist for a period of time. And then they experience something that psychologically rendered them almost incapable of being able to duplicate that same skill set and remove them from that area to a point where they have to be removed. And he says, when you see that state of duress that somebody's in, this isn't somebody who saw a mountain lion. This is somebody who's experienced something that they not only were intimidated and threatened and felt in danger by, but they're having a hard time psychologically accounting for the reasons why and what did it. Something that I experienced. I've never experienced this before. I've never seen something like that before. I've never, or maybe they've heard all these stories and stood on the side of it's all bullshit, and all of a sudden here it is happening. I mean, that psychological duress that somebody could be put in, you probably couldn't paddle a canoe 50 miles and get your ass back out. Somebody does need to come and help you at that point. And this happening 9 times in 18 months, at that point, as we're vetting this and trying to figure out, do we spend a week there and investigate this? It becomes pretty hard not to at that point, you know, just because there are things I look at and say, well, I don't know about this, know about that. But when you look at all the other side of it that supports that something happened here, that it does not make sense by conventional explanation, that far outweighs the few little questions I may have had as to why, or, you know, how this. It's in the end, I think the good example is very rarely do we stand after investigating something or vetting something and say, I 100% believe that this is not credible, or I 100% believe they're telling the truth. A lot of times we arrive at that thing to say it's just not plausible to assume that this isn't real, or it's not plausible to instantly throw it into the hoax bin. It doesn't seem likely. Here's the inconsistencies I have serious problems with, which make me unable to endorse this as being authentic. But how much concrete really is there at the end of the day where you say 100% bullshit or 100% truth? Sometimes that's pretty hard to arrive at.
Well, when in doubt, you check it out. You know, that's the rule of thumb. It's like, hey, is this something that legitimately happened? You check it out. That's your job. Yeah, that's the other thing too. And I'll make a couple of comments. A lot of people necessarily criticize, you know, Jeff Meldrum for going out with Todd Stanton. Yeah. And, you know, I talked to Jeff about that, and it was, you know, hey, I wanted to see what he had, if he had anything, you know, and that's what you do. And that's your job. Yeah. You know, hey, you know, at the end of the day, our job is to see if there's Bigfoot out there or not. Well, so there's no doubt that, and sometimes you got to make the controversial, brave decisions to go move forward. There's no doubt that in Todd's documentary, after everything that occurred in the field with Bindernagel and Meldrum and them there, when he circled back to Meldrum's lab and was talking to him, they were very leading questions that he was putting. Like, can you explain what else it would have been? No, and Jeff's like, well, you know, it just seems it's hard to explain. It seems that I saw something, and then Todd's like, so you're saying it's probably that you saw a Bigfoot? Well, you see, I mean, you know, he led him in everything he asked him. You look at the personality types, and Jeff is the type of guy that's kind of a nice guy and won't call somebody out right in front of them or necessarily. But and then you have a you know, a very narcissistic hoaxer that of course is going to try to, I saw an interview with the two of them not too long ago, and God, incorrigible that a serial hoaxer will be very narcissistic, and in a lot of ways it has other pathologies of, you know, other, you know, criminal types. And that's because people say, well, what do you mean hoaxing isn't really a crime? But the pathology or the psychology of it's all the same. I'm getting one over on somebody. Yeah. Yeah. Whether it be, So they're trying to get over. And of course, all these same tendencies you see in crimes come out with serial hoaxers.
Yeah.
You see denials. You'll see, and my favorite always is people getting out of jail, making up stories why they went to jail. Which
criminal mindset is one of the most creative mindsets that exist. You need to understand that.
And at the end of the day, what's real is what's on paper, and all the rest is bullshit when it comes to that type of thing.
Court records likely don't lie. And I could get on Canva or something and create what looks like a very official document that states whatever I want to have it say. I could send it to you, and you could look at it and say, unless I get the same document to me out of the public records of the court, well, what you've given me doesn't mean shit.
Well, you know what? If and I'm going to say this carte blanche, if you want to give a certain document to the Squatch detective or with a certain audio, I'll be sure to do my due diligence on it.
Well,
and I'll be on the case.
And I can't imagine I'm not better at it than you.
And I'm not necessarily a person you want on the case if you're in the wrong. So
if somebody was to give you something and say, Steve, I want you to vet it, they've got to be somebody who really believes that what they're giving you is authentic. Because, boy, if they have any question, you're the last son of a bitch they should be giving it to. That's just all it comes down to.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the truth will be told. The truth.
And I'm gonna wink at Lockbeard for that one too. I see he's in the house.
Before we came on, when I made the mistake of not clicking live twice, I had made the comment that in the real estate world that I exist in, I have what's called a fiduciary duty. So where if I take you on as a client and we sign a contract that I'm going to represent you to buy a house, I now have a fiduciary duty to where it's a protective instinct that is in place to where I have to make sure that anything that I show you or tell you protects your best interests as it involves buying a house. I can't tell you something I think to be true. I have to tell you stuff very matter-of-factly, or I can't confirm that. I can't just throw information around like I heard this or that. Does not protect your best interests if I do that. And I look at our community and I think that, if we're going to start channels, and I understand some are made for shock value and entertainment, okay? But if we're going to find ourselves making a mistake, whether it's an intentional deception that we tried or whether it was an accidental, I shared something that I thought was real and later found out it was an accident. The damage it does to the community is no different. Whether I intended to do it or whether it was an accident, the same damage is done to the community. So your due diligence to call that out and bring it into the spotlight exists, and it really exists on all of our parts as members of the community. And I say all the time, when we've had these discussions about Alan and what he had, from the start of when he popped on Joe's show to how he's talked to Brent and said, I'm fine with you guys. In retrospect, I realize there's something to be learned from it. And so I voluntarily will help if it can help the community maybe understand what I was thinking or why the need to do that was there. That maybe there's something to be learned from it. You're involved in trying to analyze that with a few others. I look at that, and you know what the difference between Alan and Rick Dyer was?
Huge difference.
Well, 20 years from now, there might not be. Alan was talked about on day one and questioned in a way that we said, wait a minute here, let's pump the brakes a little bit. And we had somebody looked at the Rick Dyer situation, there was a day when Rick Dyer first started and said, No,
Jeff. Wrong. I was there.
Well, I know you were there. Okay,
2008. So I'm not talking about 2012. I'm talking about 2008.
Okay, so let me ask you, you believe that I mean, because Alan he decided I'm going to
No,
tell a story that's not real in a way to try to advance this.
It is.
And then that could have
Okay.
became over.
There's a difference. There's a difference in the hoaxer types.
Okay.
The reason why Alan was making that up was because he is the majority of what people do is they want to feel part of something. They want to belong to something. They have whatever, they have this need, right? Then there's this other group, the standings, the dyers, that create hoax for their own ego, for fame, and for money. Has nothing to do with wanting to belong.
Oh, okay.
It has wanting to get over. So that's why you talk to a person who has a conscience when it comes to that, like an Alan, and he is willing to go, you know. But Rick Dyer, on the other hand, until recently, or Todd Standing will consistently and constantly lie and make up stories and attack people with sock puppets. And, you know, and that's the one thing they always do. They like to attack. So, you know, you gotta, and there's a distinct difference between the types of hoaxers.
Let me ask you this, and this is just me trying to process this. Hopefully it's helpful if somebody else is looking at this with the same questions I have.
Right.
When I look at people like Christopher Noel, and when I look at possibly Todd Standing at the beginning of him becoming in the community, is it possible that and maybe Todd's a bad example, but hypothetically, if somebody goes out there and starts trying to research something and they start getting interaction and they post something and they become known for the guy who did this or recorded this or did this, and all of a sudden I've set that threshold and I've got all these people subscribed, how do I keep bringing them something more? Now I start contriving and manufacturing stuff to go above that threshold.
I don't believe Noel is doing that. There's another type too, that the people that legitimately feel like they're having legitimate experiences. And I think Noel falls into this category. I don't think he's actively saying, "Oh, I know." I guess
that's my point. I don't think Noel started on day one and said, "I'm going to get rich screwing everybody."
The psychology of that is still the same. I want to belong, but you know, everybody's a little bit different when it comes to that type of thing. You know, I find that Noel is narcissistic. I feel that he has a high opinion of himself as opposed to what others think if they disagree with him.
Type of person who feels he's the smartest man in the room, regardless of who else is in the room.
Right. And if you criticize or question what he does, he attacks. So really, in that case, it's just a person that has such a great confirmation bias that everything's a Bigfoot and this is a Bigfoot and that's a Bigfoot. We've seen that with Standing, but I think Standing's doing it more for show, whereas Noel legitimately feels, oh, this is Sasquatch evidence. No, it's not.
Now, Barb says here, my thing is I can't tell if they're hoaxing or not. I think a lot of people fall into that category. And the problem is they're swayed by the opinion of their peers that it's either reliable or unreliable without taking these steps you've got on the screen here to arrive at that conclusion.
Somebody, there's one particular YouTuber, him and his wife go out all the time. And he, we're going to go out and do research. And, we had a great day. And every day they go out, they get something. And he calls himself the Bigfoot Whisperer now or whatever. And the only thing he has to show for any evidence is tree breaks.
Yeah.
And exactly. And I agree with Brent there too, is that he believes what he's saying. He's not purposely putting stuff out that's a hoax. He's just putting out bad stuff that's not a Bigfoot and saying it's a Bigfoot. No, it's not. It's a porcupine.
Yeah. So Joe says that's Ivan Mark syndrome, Jeff. A person may have one genuine experience and maybe two, and then feel like they need to have even more and will produce the results to keep the attention.
Now we're getting to the meat of that matter. What is a great example of that in modern times in this decade or the last 2 decades? I believe it's Melba Ketchum, right?
Sure.
She was introduced to the Bigfoot world by Josh Gates taking the Yeti hair to her. So she got a bite of that apple and got a little attention. And then it just went to her head. And then all of a sudden, you know, the Bigfoot people and, you know, all this other wild stories. And then a very biased DNA report, you know, and to the point where it couldn't get published in a journal. So she ends up buying a journal, putting it in there and saying, oh, I'm published. No, you're not. You bought the journal. That does not count. And she got called out by the mainstream media on that one. So that's a good example of somebody getting a bite of that attention and then keep wanting it and keep wanting it and keep wanting it.
And then in the dissection, the forensic dissection of all of that, it starts uncovering that there were people involved in that research that brought reputations that made the whole thing, the integrity of everything in question. I mean, that's kind of one of the things that we look at, you know, Doug and Justin, as they're bringing Legend Meets Science 2 forward, is, you know, the labs that we use and the duplicity and triplicate testing of them is to be able to resist somebody saying, well, that lab had somebody working in it that was questionable. Well, what about the other two? You know, I mean, there are measures that you can take to try to anticipate a potential concern and eliminate it before it becomes one. But I don't think Ketchum did that very well. And like you say, there were reasons for her to try to exceed what everybody was expecting at that point.
Right, exactly. And
a threshold of expectation becomes established by anybody who has a YouTube channel, 50,000 subscribers, and operates in this community, and they keep bringing stuff forward. This level of expectation says you can't be stale for 6 months and not give us anything to chew on. And now all of a sudden they start reaching beyond what should be.
Well, what you have is a group of channels that are biting on anything they can to say, hey, pick me, pick me, pick me. Sure. The only thing I put out there is, you know, I'll find things to say, hey, pick me. But guess what? You're going to get the truth when I say pick me. Yeah. And there is, for some reason, you know, they have gone the National Enquirer or the Weekly World News type of way, more to the Weekly World News, because National Enquirer, I mean, that's actually a pretty accurate thing, because sometimes the Enquirer will have a legitimate piece in their paper, but a lot of them have some questionable ones too. Yeah. So that's a good example, because they'll put these shows out there and, you know, we'll let this slide. I don't do that. I can't do that. I have too much respect for my audience. I have too much respect for the general population to put out bullshit. Yeah. I think we owe it to the people to tell the truth, because the truth is the only thing that's going to make people believe that this is a real phenomenon, not the bullshit they're putting out there. Pardon my French.
Well, some of that is, you know, the way I approach it myself is that it's not just my reputation at stake. When I have developed relationships with research partners like Doug Hychek and stuff, a lot of times I tell him, hey, what do we want to talk about and what do we want? Well, some of it has to do with the Legend Meets Science 2 coming out eventually. You know, if we're going to include something specific in it, maybe you don't want to pull the veil off it now. But, you know, when I have these conversations with Doug and I say, is it okay for us to talk about this? A lot of times he's like, hell yeah, why wouldn't we talk? You know, we don't have anything to hide in this. What we uncover, we show. And if we don't uncover it, we don't act like we did. And that's really what it comes down to. Don't ever create a temptation to try to exceed some public expectation of what you're trying to do. Just operate on the fact that if it happened, I'm going to tell you about it. If I've got proof it happened, I'm going to show you the proof. Yep. It's going to come vetted, because it's not my reputation. It's the reputation of everybody that I associate in research with. And that was really the whole purpose of starting this channel, is let's talk about research from an analytical, practical, helpful point of view, discussing the tools and tactics and techniques and the things we should consider as we're bringing evidence forward, like we're doing tonight, and not worry about the entertainment value. I think there's enough people who are serious about the subject who find this entertaining, what we're doing tonight. I don't need to bring any shock value to it for freaking subs, you know. If at the end of the day I end up a year from now with 500 subs or 5,000 subs, I really don't care. It's more about making sure that we never cross that threshold of trying to bring content that met people's expectations versus what was true, you know.
Yep.
But
you know, and you got to look at it from this aspect, is that I don't think those shows bring much shock value to the table anyway. You might find, you know, a story, oh, well, this family was terrorized by Bigfoot. Yeah, that may be shock value, and it may be all baloney. And that may bring some people in to listen to the story. Mm-hmm. But I think that, you know, I've been the type of person, and a lot of people that follow my channel, the type of person that when they watch a documentary on TV, they want kind of the raw stuff, the legitimate stuff, not the very well polished stuff.
Or Hollywoodized.
You
know, that's the most frustrating thing about finding Bigfoot is they're knocking and I'm trying to listen for a reply, and all I hear is this freaking
music
type music.
Right.
Like, I want to hear dead silence at that point.
Right. which was, you know, it's kind of funny if you look at the paranormal programming. It was kind of like Ghost Hunters versus Ghost Adventures. Ghost Adventures, when they went into their lockdowns, was very raw footage, no music in the background, very raw. So you were getting the highlights of what they were getting.
Sure.
Whereas Ghost Hunters, very pre-produced, they have being followed around by cameramen, you know, and, you know, that creates noises and stuff too. So you always wonder what, you know, if there's some pollution. So that's why I kind of always like Ghost Adventures over the other shows, because of that raw nature.
Sure.
And you know,
it's
again,
to analyze the data as you're processing it.
Right.
It's not convoluted.
Right. Exactly. The other, and you know, the funny thing is Ghost Adventures gets a bad rap because of, you know, the protagonist of the show is kind of, you know, he's kind of, not narcissistic, but very up on himself, or appears to be up on himself. And so people knock that show for that reason, but I'm looking at it from a clinical value, sure, not necessarily a personality thing, which is another thing that when you interview people, you got to get over. If somebody has a different personality, it may not be your type of cup of tea. You got to kind of overcome that and look at the clinical value of things. And that's the way you need to look.
Another thing to consider is that quite honestly, a lot of the people who have channels on YouTube in this community talking about this subject are type A personalities. Doesn't mean they're narcissistic, but type A personalities will typically be driven to do something like this, have a channel, bring forward stuff, try to do their best at vetting it. They'll try to show people that the image of them being knowledgeable on the subjects they talk about are important to them. Doesn't mean that they're narcissistic or they think the world revolves around them. But one tendency you'll tend to have is 3 type A personalities in an elevator will probably be having a discussion that involves something that they want, at least one of them don't agree with by the time the elevator door opens. I mean, they're opinionated, they're expressive, and that just exists here. That just exists. I get that. That's why it's easier for me to, it's so easy for me to say, I don't like that person, but that doesn't mean I can't learn something from that person.
Exactly. And, you know, I'd be crazy if I thought I was everybody's cup of tea. I'm not.
Yeah.
A lot of people get pissed off when I say, hey, you know, NVTV is not a great channel because all they do is put out clickbait. Or people don't like, you know, that I talk about some shows putting out some, you know, suspect stories, no vetting. I'm sorry. That's just, I'm going to give you the honest truth. If you don't like honesty, you know, people talk about a certain guy up in Canada that has his own little hunting channel that, oh, well, he tells it like it is. And I do too. And that's important.
Yeah. I was joking the other night about how I found my wife, sitting on the couch one night watching Steve Isdall videos. She's like, unbeknownst to me, she's kind of addicted to listening to these. Okay. And I gave her my unfiltered opinion of what I thought of that. And I ended up having to do my own laundry for a month because, you know, I mean, I get why people find it entertaining. I do. But I will tell you this, if I wanted to learn how to hunt, I would go watch Billy Mole's videos from up in Alaska, and I would watch Steve Ranella's show, Meat Eater, because he's really good and professional. I wouldn't watch Steve Isdall. If I wanted to watch how to read somebody's account without
should be how to read an email,
no concern of how it affects the community, I guess if that's what I want to learn to do, I'll watch How to Hunt with Steve Isdall. I mean,
maybe he should rename his channel How to Read Email.
Sure.
I didn't even think of that until just now. How to read email. But I don't want to get back on
no.
You know.
I use the same analogy with Wes and Sasquatch Chronicles. You got 1,000 episodes almost of different encounters, and this isn't something where Wes asked them questions and interviewed them. They were just recorded telling their story, and he plays it. Okay.
Exactly.
And I'm not. I accept the fact that I am obligated to take that for what it's worth. I would be very naive to not say at least half of them I believe are bullshit. I mean, as I listen to inconsistencies, lack of details,
Jeff,
I don't believe them.
Jeff, put up Jimmy Crackcorn's comment up there. Typical Bigfoot world ripping on Steve Isdall. Okay, so did you know that Mr. Isdall posted a hoaxed picture next to a photo of his alleged footprint that's on the back of his book, and then says, wow, what happens when you find something on a trail camera? This is what you do, A, B, and C. And then people saying, wow, did you get that trail cam photo? And he doesn't answer. What is that?
Yeah.
What is that? He's acting like that's his photo is what it is.
This is one of those.
Also, this is the same guy that said Bigfoot was a demon, that believes in the Bigfoot massacre theory, that made comments that Bobby Short was assassinated. You know, I get it. You know, people like the stories.
Yeah.
But has he ever done a Sasquatch investigation?
That's where I would. Here's the point I would make is, again, it could be somebody. Steve could be somebody who said, "I'm getting enough emails, enough."
Sure.
I can see a niche for this, okay?
Sure.
And he shares these, and he creates a threshold where people are tuning in, expecting to be entertained to a certain level. And at what point did it become too enticing to him to exceed that threshold? Right. And it became something that it wasn't supposed to be. And I think he brought up a good example. The book, right. What's on the book. That doesn't line up with, hey, guys, I'm going to get emails and put them out there.
Listen,
you went out of your way to do
listen,
that.
I love the Isdall fans that say, typical people ripping on Steve Isdall. Hey, listen, I was in support of a guy. He had a sighting on, cool, this guy is cool. Here's the sighting. And then he decided to rip on the Bigfoot community. Not the other way around. He started the fight, not the other way around.
Yeah. And even with everything that we've acknowledged, it's not that I don't dislike.
And then if I may also say something, he made a comment that he would debate blah 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 blah. Month after that, I sent out an invitation to come on the show and let's talk about it. And this is going back a couple of years ago. Never got a response from it. He saw it, never got a response from it.
Sure.
So yeah.
And
typical, they don't want to debate. They'll say they'll debate, but they never do.
When he made this comment in our chat, now it also should be noted that I was acknowledging the same example with Wes and Sasquatch Chronicles. I love Wes. I think he's a great guy. But I look at those chronicles and say, I can't go into there and say just because Wes put them up there means I need to believe them all. Half of them I don't believe, maybe more than that. And when I look at Steve, I think that there's no doubt he's got experience in the outdoors. There's no doubt he's got the ability to communicate with people and has a magnetic way of doing it. And people want to watch that. And he's prerequisited that what I'm putting out here, I'm sharing what I get. when he starts flexing his opinion on top of that, or even more so, when you start referring to people who are respected in this community, like Jeff Meldrum as Jeff Meldum.
Yep,
Now
exactly.
it starts coming out to say, Steve, I've got a reason to question
Exactly.
what the hell you're trying to accomplish here. It's
Hey,
not
can
just
we
sharing emails.
can we stop using names, Steve? That's me. Isdall. Isdall. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I forgot about the Jeff Meldum quote that he made too. So why is he being ripped on? Well, he's the one who started it all.
There's no need
I
to
was
do
actually
that.
I was very pro Steve Isdall until he started going off the rails.
Yeah.
And what he did was he got mixed up with some wrong people, is what I believe.
Listen, if Steve Isdell would have came out and just flat out said, here's something that Jeff Meldrum's taking a position on that I have a problem with, and articulated that as an adult,
Nobody would
I
have a
would
problem.
not have any disrespect
Not at
for
all.
Steve Isdall when it comes to that. But when you come out and say Jeff Meldrum, and that's how you've referred to him several times since then, Meldum, I mean, it's just, what do you expect people are going to think of you? I mean, are you really being proactive to try to remain the professional who's simply sharing emails, or are you really stretching to try to provoke a response?
I'm trying to help the Bigfoot community by giving these emails, and after I read the email, I tend to turn around and then rip it apart.
Yeah.
It's very hypocritical. It's very convoluted.
Well, if I was to portray your email to me and read it word for word for entertainment value, and then I read Gypsy Road's, and then I read Paulie's, and then I read Joe's, and I say I'm just sharing them I'm not going to take a position. I'm just telling you. You know, I get it's entertaining. It's up to you to vet it in your mind on whether or not you find inconsistencies or whatever. There's nothing wrong with that. Excuse me. There's nothing wrong with that. But at the point I start interjecting my opinion or validity or my scoring to take your show, how many porcupines I'm going to give it, you know? I mean, at that point, it isn't just for entertainment value. You're saying I want my professional opinion to be calculated into your discernment of whether you should believe it or not. That's where you don't get the luxury of saying, I'm just reading emails, guys. No, you're not anymore.
Right.
And so that's not saying I don't like Steve Isdall. It's saying that I don't like how he does that. Okay. I'm not a hater of Steve Isdall. I'm not a hater of anybody really in this country. Other than the Rick Dyer fire, there ain't too many people I throw into the Rick Dyer fire.
You know, if I saw Steve Isdall sitting in a bar, I'd walk over to him. I'd kind of laugh, shake his hand, and say, you know, you have the most interesting channel in the world. I don't agree with it, but you know what? We're people. And I'm not a hater. And I would take that opportunity to understand him a little bit better.
Exactly. I would tell, my opening line to him would be, Steve, if I don't buy you a beer right now and take a few moments to talk to you, I'd be regretting it for the rest of my life that I didn't do that. And I just want to, is it all right if we sit down and visit? And listen, me and you had this conversation before. If you're trying to break out inconsistencies or portray if there was a nefarious reason that somebody did something, you don't grab them by the throat and say, tell me the truth. You have a friendly conversation with them and see if you still feel the same way at the end of it.
You try to find some common ground and some understanding with a person because like I said last night, when we talked a lot about that channel last night, and like I said about it is, do I think he's hoaxing? No, but it's kind of borderline when you're putting a hoax picture next to a piece of your evidence and then making that comment, or making that post. That is suspect to me, but I don't think it was meant really as a hoax per se, because he never came out and said, oh yeah, this is a trail cam picture I got. But it is certainly clickbait. Absolutely. And it's meant for buzz. And that is kind of stepping over the line a bit.
Well,
like I said, do I feel he has his own? Are people sending him these emails for real? They could be. Some of them could be made up. I don't know.
A lot of them could be real,
Yeah.
but there could be a large. You don't have the
don't know
luxury of being able to tell on the surface how.
Right. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on that. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. For now, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that, okay, so he's reading these real accounts, but the editorialization of them afterwards, and every time he reads an email, it's he's putting it out as fact. In fact, his channel is Facts by How to Hunt. There should be stories by How to Hunt.
Sure.
He
started out with a hunting show and kind of, transitioned into what it is now. And I'm not so sure that a rebranding shouldn't have been necessary in doing that, you know, because you're going from a factual educational venue to a entertaining one.
Right. Correct.
There's no doubt about it. Even he would have to agree to that. So,
and I've always, and this is the one thing that I've always, when I started the podcast way back at Squatch Sector Radio in 2006, I started it as edutainment, what I call edutainment. We have some entertainment, but we also have education.
Sure.
We try to keep people entertained. We do parody. Last night we had the porcupine rating system.
Yeah, I love that. And my personal opinion was that the Memorial Day footage was a half a porcupine off from what I felt should have been an accurate rating, but I'm not as familiar with how they gain the half a porcupine or lose it.
Well, part of that was I just needed to get a half a porcupine in there somewhere, and show the actual half a porcupine.
The Rotten Tomato comparison, there are half a tomato, so there needs to be a half a porcupine. But no, that was entertaining. I liked it. One of the other things that probably I wanted to cover tonight was, when it comes to this vetting that people should do, it's really about having that plan in place, and because let's say we find evidence. Let's say when we don't intend, we hope to find evidence, but we had nothing to believe that, an hour before we obtained it or found it, that we likely would. We were just out there hopeful that we would. And that's kind of with every research agenda. So having a plan ahead of time eliminates a couple things. It's that duress or stress that you are experiencing when it happens.
You can show that video if you'd like tonight. It's the rating system video in case people don't know what we're talking about. This is the much needed new and improved Bigfoot video rating system. Pretty self-explanatory if you ask me. For example, the PG film gets 5 out of 5 porcupines. The Freeman film, not as good, gets 3 out of 5 porcupines. Ooh, and then there's the Memorial Day footage, only 2.5 out of 5 porcupines. But let us go to this technical rule that if you happen to actually video a porcupine, you will get 5 out of 5 porcupines because it really is a porcupine. There you go.
I love it. I love it. But yeah, having that plan in place, you got to understand that if you ever did find a great footprint to cast or obtain a great video or a photo, you're going to be excited. You're really going to, and that natural instinct to want to share it with somebody is going to be very real and very tempting to do immediately. So having a protocol to follow in place, knowing this is what I'm going to do if I ever find myself in that position, is a little bit easier than for you to decipher what's the most reasonable thing to do at this moment once you've found it. And so I know there's been other shows out there. Joe did one recently on, vetting evidence. I don't know how much new ground we covered here. Hopefully it's been informative. But it kind of leaves you still wondering, well, who do I send it to? Who do I contact, right? And so I wanted to share some of that out there. First of all, my research partner, Doug Hychek, he's on Facebook. You put his name into Facebook, there's not a lot of Doug Hycheks out there. You're going to find him pretty easy. And there's a reason why he does that, is he wants to be accessible. If you've got a video that you'd like to be looked at a level that kind of analyzes the metadata and tries to just unveil the inconsistencies that lay in place, these things are not a matter of opinion. They're there or they aren't. Okay. It isn't, hey, Steve, he doesn't really like you, so therefore he found this in your video. No, that shit doesn't lie. When you strip it down to a metadata level and start realizing, is there CGI recreation in there? Even the ability to look at a video that, I remember one video that was out here not too long ago where you see the Sasquatch kind of walking from right to left. And right as it's behind, its feet, like from the knees down, were kind of behind a weed line. And right where it was going to be completely open, the video ends. And I thought, shit, if they would have recorded for 2 more seconds, you would have been able to see the mid-tarsal break on the foot lip, right? But it's totally massive. How convenient is it that you can't see it, and then right when you should be able to see that, the video ended? Now, if you were to look at that video, you'd be able to tell, was the video clipped there or was the video stopped there? Was there an actual stop on the recording device where the video was ended? When you look at this metadata level analysis, it isn't whether or not Steve likes you or not. This shit's going to tell the truth or it's not. There's no C- in that. It's either an A+ or an F, and there's nothing in between when it comes to analyzing the metadata of video. Would you agree with that?
I would. It's either going to be a legitimate video, or it's not. There is some leeway. For example, some people will post pictures of a blob squatch or may have one on video, but there is, and you really can't tell. It's just something off in the dark moving or whatever.
Oh, sure.
Or you have to kind of look at, the story behind it. I think if somebody caught a video and said, okay, this is what I saw, but there's a story behind it. Is the picture Bigfoot evidence? No, but it kind of supports what their encounter was. And again, from a
metadata level, analysis, the physical stuff we look at will not tell you if it was somebody in a suit,
right?
Or
it will
things
tell you,
like that.
It will tell you if it's been through CGI or if it's been tampered with, like the Todd Standing Blinky photo. A lot of people thought that picture that actually was a video. Actually, it started out as a picture.
Yeah.
And then when I broke the metadata down on it,
it was animation added to the picture.
No, I did an error level analysis test on it, and the foliage in front of its face was added. And I was wondering, maybe that was added to hide some flaw in it or such. Because he took a beating on the first one.
Mechanical feature or something that is conveniently.
Right. He took a beating on the first one. And that was the one that looked like the puppet with the hood, the parka on.
Yeah.
And that's what is known as the Muppet. We have on good authority how that Blinky was made. And then for his latest video, he came out with yet another one, but only the eyes up, and it looks very similar, including the mole structure, to his father. And we'd gotten a tip off on that, who was the creature in that particular film. So take it for what it's worth, but it's always the details are in the metadata a lot of times. One of the first
I just wanted to note to Jimmy, he didn't do a really great job on the tree feller one. Okay.
I think sometimes goes off the rails. But I look at it as the Thinker Thunker. It's kind of like the Facebook Find Bigfoot of People don't remember Facebook Find Bigfoot. And they were putting out a series of videos on Facebook that everything was a Bigfoot. And this is the reason why, And a couple of times I had to go, hey guys, that video there, I got an admission from the people that took that video that was a hoax. And there they are trying to argue with, not argue, but actually try to claim it's a Bigfoot. So, take it for what it's worth. I think Funker does some good work, but he's not perfect.
Yeah, no, sure.
And nobody is.
Nobody's ever.
Nobody is. Nobody is.
You're right. You're right. So having this plan in
Squatch
place.
Sock says sometimes.
Pat. So one of the things that I was going to share.
I'm being lenient.
Now I realize that not everybody has the ability to invest, themselves in this, and so just wanted to share. This is a site called Wildlife Acoustics, and they sell some different products. That one of them is the Kaleidoscope Pro software that will take any recording that you feed it and analyze it against a known library of existing animals. Okay. Now I want this to be something that people understand, that I had somebody had a recording that they thought was Sasquatch on it. They sent it to me and I was listening to it very closely. And my opinion was that it was a bobcat. And the way I arrived at that is I shared my opinion of that publicly in a few different chats. I think what you have here is a bobcat, because they were sharing the recording out there in front saying, I think this is Bigfoot. And the reason is we all have our idea, depending on your exposure and experience in the outdoors. For somebody who grew up the son of a hunting and fishing guide, I've heard bobcats in the outdoors live over 100 times probably. But I have this sound that a bobcat makes that I reference in my mind, and I hear it, and I may think, boy, that isn't a bobcat, right? That sounds like something different. But if I do some research and start realizing the range of sounds that a bobcat is capable of producing, I uncovered a video that was about 5 minutes on that two bobcats, literally, their heads are like this, 2 inches apart, and two males fighting over territory. And they make a range of sounds from these purring little whines, like aggressive little purry, growly little whines, to flat out, all the hair on your body will stand on end. Just hell wouldn't have it, screaming at each other. And you start realizing the range, everything in between that they're capable of. Because this video, they expressed a lot of different vocalizations that in my mind, when I think bobcat, I don't think of all of those. I just think of the one that, whatever people are familiar with. So this software actually compares it to all the different ranges of sound that different animals can make, and it will tell you if there's anything in the library that it assesses it at. The software is about $399. Now I can feed it with stuff that I capture, let's say on my phone. Well, my phone has a one-directional microphone in it. Okay, it's not like a Zoom audio recorder that has a multi-directional stereo microphone on it. And so the integrity of what it's going to give you in results is really only as capable depending on the quality of audio you put into it. But they also sell a range of products as to the audio recorders that you can put out there. Ones that are designed to work to a maximum compatibility with their analysis software. Now, is everybody going to go out and invest several $100s to put this on their computer? I guess if you're part of research or you're really serious about it, maybe you would. You don't need
God, I hate you, Jeff, for showing me this.
I tell you, it's $399. Here, I'll pull this up. I'm even going to show you this. So when we go into the products here, okay, the software itself is... Here we start looking at the analysis software. So the Kaleidoscope Pro, pull that up, gives you an idea of how it works. but it is, there's a whole bunch of videos in here that are worth looking at. Again, this is on the wildlifeacoustics.com website. Okay. But also part of the products isn't just the software. It's, depending on what your forte is, there are bird recorders that are specialized to capture birds' chirpy sounds. There's bat recorders that will capture ultrasonic sounds over 20,000 Hz. Okay, not to nerd out too much, but us humans will be in that 10,000 Hz range, somewhere in there, give or take 5,000 as to where the sounds we make. An elephant, which is capable of producing infrasound, will always be super low. Under 20 Hz classifies as infrasound. So they have different devices that you can buy from them that you can set out in the woods designed to capture frequencies in different ranges. So I could spend $400 for a sound recording device, or let's say I really wanted to be cool and buy 4 of them to put in 4 different areas, right, and monitor them. And as they capture sounds, it records those moments of sounds above what normal nature would be. And over a 24-hour period, I can go single those out and run them through this library and say what animal made those sounds. It's pretty damn accurate. If it doesn't fall into a data categoried range of a known animal, it's going to tell you, we're not sure about this. So now I can take all those and not assume that they're Bigfoot. I just assume that they're different from what they're familiar with in these known ranges. Now I put those sounds into people like Doug Hychek and stuff who examine them with software much more advanced than $399 here. But, you know, there's these abilities to go out and do this stuff yourself. But I would put in place a plan that says, look, I want to establish, at least be familiar with how I'm going to contact Doug Hychek. Okay? If I add him on Facebook, send him a message in Messenger. There are also a lot of go-betweens. If somebody contacted me in email and said, I've got a DNA sample I want to get to Doug Hychek, I'm not going to tell you to send it to me. I'm going to put you in contact with Doug Hychek. So if you send me a video attachment in an email saying, I want your professional opinion of this, I might watch it, but I'm not going to give you any of my opinion to it. It's not my niche. I'm going to give it to Steve Coles or Doug Hychek to do that. So I just want people to understand, what is my plan? If I get a video or an audio, who am I going to contact? And I want that plan to be resolute. I'm not going to stray from that. When I get the evidence, before I share it with people on YouTube or giving them links and Messenger saying, what do you think of this? I'm simply going to follow the protocol I put in place, put it in front of somebody, let them analyze it and say, yes, I believe what you have here is an authentic a Bigfoot sound, or it is at the least say it's not recognized by a known animal in the library. And now when I share that with anybody with that attached to it, that notation attached to it, I'm not alone standing naked in the room trying to, you know what I mean? You're coming out with a pretty good suit of armor on as far as people wanting to start vetting your story. Now, Steve, if I sent you a recording and said, hey, I captured this last week, you're going to start out with the whole, I've got 100 questions to ask you, and I want to interview you, and then I want to in-person interview. If I say I've already had Doug Hychek listen to it, and here's what he wrote, and I give you all of his forms that he filled out and how he analyzed it, you're going to look at this a little bit differently. You're going to say, I might be able to bypass that immediate step I would take and move right into this section in analyzing this. But you need to understand, you're not prey for the community to attack when you've pre-vetted it in some way where it's validated by somebody who's really good at what they do.
Well, I'll tell you this. You're going to be attacked regardless.
Oh, I get that. I get that. But you won't be alone in your defense. So
the whole idea behind it is having the ammunition to knock that down. Example, the Vermont trail cam photo. People say, oh, it's an owl. Well, it's not, because, number one, Frank put in that confirmation bias on a person right off the bat because he said, oh, I took it to a biologist and he said it was an owl. But I don't believe it. Take a look at it, analyze it. So I sent it to Dr. Bruce Maccabee, who is an optics scientist, and said, no, this isn't on the ground because of the shadow, yada, yada. You know how many people will insist it's an owl? But the scientist, the one with the PhD, says it can't be because of the leading edge shadow is too narrow. It's more, it's on the ground. It's not flying in front of the camera or anything like that. And that has to do with parallax view. So you will, regardless of no matter who comes out with it, you're going to have an argument with other people. So, but not, you know, at least with that, we convinced some people that it was real because of that information. And if he had come up and said, yeah, that's totally possible that that's an owl, then guess what my final summation would have been? It's most likely an owl, but that's not what he said to me. So I have to go with what the scientist says.
Sure. I guess one of the points I'm trying to make is if I was to have a video and I send it to you and in duplicate, send it to Doug, and I don't tell Doug I sent it to Steve, and I don't tell you I sent it to Doug, I just send it to both of you, and you both come out with your opinions at the end based on all the research you put into this and the vetting you put into it, the comparisons. And likely it's not just your opinion, like you just said. There are avenues of this vetting that you're going to do that you're going to refer to another scientist or somebody who specializes in that for them to back up what you're about to say to it as in a position of vetting it. And in the end, I take these and I put this evidence out there and people say, well, I think it's bullshit. I can at least at that point say, if you don't like my personality, you don't like me, I understand you're resistant to wanting to acknowledge that this could be real evidence, but here's some people that didn't feel that way. And you're not alone in the room at that point. There is like you said, you're always going to, look at PG film. There's still people lined up to say bullshit, you know. It doesn't matter how, you could get, as Pat would say, Pat Turner will tell you, if you were to get thermal drone footage, you know, 15 minutes of thermal drone footage of a Sasquatch or more than one traveling through the woods, and you've got them close up and far away, and you're showing extreme multiple examples of mobility and how their foot lifts are and their you know, how their arms are moving. Boy, that compared to the PG film would be huge. But even then, you're still going to have people say, screw you. Yep. You just are. You just are. Absolutely. You might have 10 scientists on board that all specialize in something different that say, dude, it looks real to me. You know, there's still going to be people that say, screw you. Be prepared for that. If you have a personality or a self-esteem that is not prepared to endure scrutiny, don't ever show anybody anything, because it's going to happen. It is. It's just something that we accept. I look at the risk versus reward. The risk, the reward is I've got it vetted. I think it's beneficial to the community to see it. It's educational. People can use it to compare to things that they've seen or experienced. The risk is some people are going to say I'm an asshole, or they say that I'm a liar. The reward outweighs that risk in my mind. That's not going to stop me if it's been properly vetted. The
whole thing is, are you putting out honesty? And that's the bottom line.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not saying for sure that's a Bigfoot in the Vermont trail cam photo, but I'm hypothesizing it very well could be.
Yeah.
You know, and it's ultimately up for the court of public opinion. What a lot of people don't know, and see, there's also a lot of histrionics that go in as well.
Yeah.
For example, somebody has a video or a picture, a trail cam picture.
Yeah.
Well, has there been Bigfoot sightings in that area? Is there corroborative evidence to support that? Mm-hmm. In the case of the Vermont trail cam photo, there was a sighting a year previously, not a quarter of a mile up the road from where that was taken. And the year after, there was multiple sightings in the years after between 2 to 5 miles around that area. So is it possible? Absolutely. So those are some of the histrionics, and that's how you come to your decisions, is you look at the histories. If I got a trail cam photo in the middle of nowhere and say, hey, this is a Bigfoot, and it's kind of questioning, then I would have a little less of a leg to stand on. Like, what makes you think that's a Bigfoot? Has there been Bigfoot sightings in the area? Well, no. Well, what makes you think it's there? So,
yeah, no doubt about it. Pat says that. It's because I tell you, screw you, like 3 times every time we talk, but I say it endearingly, not.
That's right.
Not in a way that you should be.
Love you, Pat.
But no, I think so. The need for a plan of action is there, and it's only because of the fact that you don't know. We can all envision what it would be like to have a sighting. We can try to paint that in our head of how I would react to it. And when it happens, I'm going to tell you, there is nothing you've thought of that's going to properly prepare you for it. And Patrick Vaughn, who's had some very close-up encounters that he's shared, I tell you what, you hear him talk long enough, you'll say, if there's a Bigfoot within 5 feet of him, he's stepping towards it, not away from it. I mean, that's just how you start to feel. That's how he is, right? But he's going to tell you the first thing that you feel is the need to run and shit your pants at the same time. You need to somehow overcome that in that instance. And most people can't. And you can't blame them for not being able.
I mean, when I had my experience in 2011, I stayed put. I just froze. I'm like, oh, if I move, it's going to move.
Yeah.
I was prepared. I've never run from anything. I hear something, I usually go towards it. That kind of changed a little bit when I did a few weeks back. It was episode 72. I did a live field expedition with Mike Ann from Tactical Bigfoot Research. And I was down the road by myself. And it was actually more of the unknown that really made me step back. Like, if I had seen it was a Sasquatch, I probably would have froze. Like, but because I didn't hear what was making those large movement around me, I was like, ooh, something's trying to flank me here. And I don't know what it is. And of course, the first thing I never said Bigfoot at all. I was like, it could be a bear. It's whatever it is. It's something big that's moving around here. It could be a deer. I don't know, but it's trying to flank me. And I don't kind of like that. And that's really huge.
It's even if you're comfortable with knowing that there's something there, it's as you start interpreting that interaction as it keeps proceeding, it becomes very surreal. And I share with people a lot when we were doing this ongoing research in the same area. I went in there every Thursday, and then I went back Friday and picked it up. I did it week after week, leaving items in there for it to interact with. The whole point of this approach was not to bring electronics. I never carried my cell phone into that area. And where I pulled up a kayak and where I walked in was 3/4 of a mile, walking often through the dark. And when I'm going there early in the morning on a Thursday, and I don't have a flashlight, I don't have audio recorders. That was the whole purpose of it, is I don't know what it's capable of detecting, whether it's batteries or infrared, IR signals, or any of that. So we just thought, let's not bring any of it. Let's just leave items intended to collect DNA samples and become part of its routine if it's an active area. And that's what we did. Now, part of that was I don't wood knock. I don't call out to it. I don't even acknowledge that they're there. Now, that was really easy to design that approach on paper. But like the 7th or 8th time that I'm going in, knowing that these items were getting interacted with overnight when I left them, I always wondered, do they come 5 minutes after I leave, or is it the middle of the night when I'm not here? I just know the next day when I show up at 9 a.m., they're moved or they're interacted with, and there's hair samples on it and things like that. But one morning I'm walking in there and it was like 5:30 in the morning, and I didn't want to go in that early, but I had to because I had a client I had to meet at like 9 o'clock. So I had to go in early. As I'm walking through the dark, I heard, as I'm paddling in, I had a wood knock on the left in the dark, and I would paddle a little bit closer to get up to where I thought it was. And on the right side of the creek, there'd be a wood knock up in front of me, and I'd quick paddle up to that area. And then it'd be on the left. It's like two of them were just escorting me in, right? And then when we got close, I could hear a double wood knock way up at the research area. I mean, I'm a ways away from it at that point, but it was still, there was no one. I could hear a third one acknowledging to them, okay, we know, we hear you, he's coming. And as I'm walking through this little corridor of tall 70, 80-foot pines, and it's dark, and I don't have a cell phone to call somebody if I get hurt or anything, I hear a wood knock up in front of me by the meadow, and I hear one behind me in response to it, single knock, where I pulled my kayak up, and I was about halfway between the two, and I stopped walking, and I looked down at the ground. It's pitch dark, and I'm just thinking, this is really surreal knowing that they're here right now. And
I'm up shit creek without a paddle.
Well, I'm not going to say I was scared, but all these things that I had perceived could be a possibility while we're doing this, once it was happening and I knew I'm in the middle of more than one, it just was like, okay, my job here was to go out, play with this ball for 20, 30 minutes and leave it and set some other items out there and leave. And I'm just going to do that. I don't want to start freaking out or reacting or get nervous to where I'm projecting something that I haven't projected up until this point. So I just went up there, played with the ball and left it, and left a few items in the field, some baby food jars that were screwed shut with a polished rock in one, a piece of bit of honey in the other, things like that. Tied little pieces of fluorescent blue flagging tape on a cedar bow where I'd set that underneath of it. I'm not going to say I wasn't in a hurry to get shit out there that morning compared to the past. And when I walked back to my kayak, it was pretty direct, swift. It wasn't just a stroll for me that day. But the whole overwhelming feeling that I had, even knowing that they've been there before and they're going to be there today again and things like that, as it was happening, my mind's trying to fight what I've tried to condition it to be ready for. And that's why, reason why I bring that up is like when Patrick says, hey, look, you know, if I'm close to one, I'd like to track it. I'd like to interact with it. But yet it's hard to fight that natural want to just say, fuck this and take off running, right? So when I say have a protocol in place, even after an encounter, when you have some sort of evidence, the way your mind's processing what just happened to you, don't let that trip up what your plan is and how you're going to handle that evidence. Have the plan in place and don't deviate from it.
Sure, absolutely.
That's really what we're trying to put out.
And chain of custody is huge too. You know, chain of custody is you put it in a bag, seal the bag. Yeah. Put it in paper, not plastic, because plastic retains humidity. Humidity breaks down DNA. So always have some paper bags handy with you. You know,
people will tell me, like in a message or in an email, I've got a hair sample. I want to send it to you for you to take a look at. What's your address? And I'm like, look here, before you put a stamp on an envelope, Doug has a form of 100 plus questions he wants to ask you before you waste 40 cents mailing it to me. Okay. And it's not because I don't believe you. It's because I need to know these things to determine if it's worth us going that next step. It has nothing to do with who you are or whether I believe you or not.
It's got to have the proper chain of custody, the proper care, the proper.
It could be Pat Vaughn or anybody else who's really got a lot of research experience. If they were to tell me, well, I found a hair on the ground, versus Doug saying, I found 10 hairs in a clump, 8 foot up on a power pole in a cut area, in a cut line. All of a sudden, you've got two different things here. What could leave that clump of hair 8 foot up on a real rough creosoted covered power pole on a cut line in the middle of nowhere versus I just found a hair on the ground, right? It's not free to analyze this shit. It's $10,000 to analyze it on a nuclear level. I mean, I don't know that it's worth wasting the stamp on, hey, I found a hair on a picnic table or on the ground. It doesn't mean I don't like you. It doesn't mean I don't believe you. It's just, the protocol isn't in place for the collection process for us to say, here's the story behind it. Because even if a test is unknown, people are going to say, well, how'd you collect it? Well, at that point, it was 8 foot up on a cut line power pole, or it was at the park connected to a picnic table. Is two different things. It's perceived differently.
And the other thing too, Jeff, if you want to put that up on screen, on my website, there is a ton of information, and that if you want a jumping off point, as far as field investigation, what equipment to bring, how to process a scene, little stuff on computer forensics, talking about DNA, the collection of DNA. So feel free to peruse over there and check it out and get some baseline.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's one of the things I think that is going to be covered in Legend Meets Science too. It's not just some of the DNA that we've collected and how we're vetting it and the analysis and the scrutiny it's going through and the testing process, but also what should you do if you collect something like this? I mean, everybody's there to find out, is it real or not? Well, really what you're going to learn through the process is how we handled it and how we used it and how we moved it from this person in Minnesota to this person in North Carolina, that it's really educational when you start paying attention to the process, so to speak. But I appreciate you being on, Steve. I think we covered some really educational ground. I think we covered maybe a subject that people look at and think they have a grasp of, but maybe we've revealed some different angles to consider along the way.
Absolutely.
And I also appreciate everybody who's been in chat and talking. I wish I had a Tim here like Pat does to read all those comments as I'm having the discussion and tell me, hey, you should share that one. It's hard. I miss stuff like that, but I appreciate all the input. Will always go back and rewatch the episode and look at the stuff in chat. And if you've asked a question I think I could be helpful in getting answered, I will try to contact you and let you know about that. Other than that, we've got the video we put out yet. Now, last week's show, I shared those audio recordings. And hey, one thing, I'm a noob at this. Okay. I'm the new guy. Okay. And just as you saw tonight, I started the thing 11 minutes later, whatever, but I'm learning as I go. And sharing an audio recording, telling you to put on headphones and crank it up. I realize the level you're cranking it up now, and me saying, that was a tree knock, that might blow your eardrums out. Okay, so I won't do that anymore. It's why I circled back and created a video that features those audio files without anybody talking over them. Okay. And on night one, I do put in there, I'm not trying to narrate how you should be perceiving things you hear, but like when I say Blaine just woke up at this point, these are things that I collected on the backstory interviewing Blaine and understanding what I was hearing. And I think that it was helpful for you to understand what you're hearing in that. I'm not telling you it's this or that. A lot of times there's one point where you hear this sound. I don't know if it was a lip pop or a snap or a light rock click together. I put a question mark after that. I'm not trying to tell you what I want you to believe it is. And in the second video that I shared, I didn't put anything on it. You're just hearing the 8-minute long, or I think that one's 5 minutes long, with the multiple wood knocks and things like that. What you hear is what you hear. The one thing I will note on, and I had said this last week, is we had a theory for a long time that flying squirrels had a symbiotic relationship with Sasquatch. And that was because they both seemingly have UV reflective hair, meaning we can get a reflection of a pink nature with a UV light off of both of those creatures. They're both nocturnal. And that symbiotic relationship we kind of felt was like the main thing that a flying squirrel eats is wood ticks. But it's also, we've got video of them off of a game cam of flying squirrel landing on a deer carcass and actually eating deer meat. I didn't realize that they would do that. I know possums eat meat and raccoons, for the most part, really don't. So, I mean, it's hard to perceive what animals do what. We've seen flying squirrels eat meat, okay? Now, all of a sudden, we have this hypothesis that maybe there's a symbiotic relationship, that maybe a flying squirrel can land on the back of a Sasquatch, and the Sasquatch is comfortable with it because it's eating the wood ticks off of it, and it wants the wood ticks gone. But here in this video, you hear nothing in this audio recording in both of them that shows you that there's anything. It's just dead silence. There's no wind on both of these nights. You hear a kind of ambiance of sound that you hear in nature when you're outdoors. If I was to add that in a studio, it would be called dither. It's like just that outdoor pressure sound that you hear from, whether it's insects in the distance or whatever. There's a sound that's always there, right? There's no animals chirping or making any noise in both these videos. And yet in both of them, at the very end, you hear sounds that we've used this software to analyze. They're flying squirrels. It's chattering, it's chirping. Now, does that prove the symbiotic relationship between flying squirrels and Sasquatch? No, it doesn't. But it supports our hypothesis that this is what we thought was happening. And now here's the first time we've captured proof that where we think we have an interaction going on with a Sasquatch, as it leaves that area, you start hearing the squirrels start chirping and jumping tree to tree and chattering like it's time for us to go and move and keep up with it. And so that's something that we've never had before on audio. It doesn't prove anything. All it does is it props up our theory a little bit more so that we pay more attention to that. So, and that's a good example in this science, we'll say, use the term loosely, but in our quest to solve this mystery, we're going to develop hypotheses. We're going to develop thought patterns or subscriptions or theories that we subscribe to. And the only thing that makes them stronger is repetition. When Patrick is in Oklahoma or Texas or wherever he's at the point and says, when I get 2 wood knocks and wait this long and it repeats itself, when he has Jackie do that up in Alaska, the same exact thing that he's noticing, and she gets the same exact response, it doesn't prove anything. It just strengthens the theory. That's what we're really out to do. They're baby steps, and we're operating in a community that doesn't take giant steps. We move baby step by baby step through this so far. So,
you know what? I really wish some of this would have been under the radar, because of some of the Wu family. You see, flying squirrels are actually the Sasquatch's drones.
Oh, yeah. Somehow a 1,200-pound Sasquatch is controlling all these flying squirrels around. How we arrived at it,
well, they talk to them. Telekinetically.
When we can associate them both being in the same place at the same time on an audio, and we hear no other animal besides those two in the same place, the only thing I can theorize on that is that why are they both there? It kind of supports the hypothesis that some sort of symbiotic natural relationship exists, that one, where you find one, you're likely to find the other. It's like lampreys on the side of a shark. You start looking at sharks and you don't really see that many that don't have something sucked onto it, swimming with it.
Well, the interesting thing I found is that they may have a symbiotic relationship with coyotes. There's been a lot of audio with howls and screams, and then all of a sudden the coyotes will start yapping.
Well, and that would be, I'll tell you where that symbiotic relationship could exist. We assume the symbiotic relationship likely was because of wood ticks. a
Yep.
warm-blooded Sasquatch in the wild there's no way it doesn't get ticks all over it.
Yep.
And that being the main food source. Now, you factor into that, they both seem to reflect, their hair reflects in UV light. So if they both were to see in UV vision, they'd be able to see each other in the wild very easily. Okay. That's all we were really theorizing at that point. But now you start wondering if there was a bunch of grounds or flying squirrels in an area. I don't know how many flying squirrels it'd take to kill a deer, probably 10,000 of them. And that's if they're lucky on a good day. So, but if they eat deer meat, which we've got on camera them doing, it makes sense that if they could alert a Sasquatch that there's a deer over there, and that Sasquatch was to understand that and go kill that deer, and it benefits from that kill, and the ground squirrels would benefit from it, that same symbiotic relationship could exist between coyotes and Sasquatch. Okay.
Yep.
I've been archery hunting for where I've stuck a deer and got a little bit behind on where I wanted to put that arrow. You get a liver shot. First thing it does is it starts heading for water. It might walk 1.5 miles to a creek and lay down. And I'm sitting there in the dark, wondering, trying to figure out where this blood trail leads to. And off in the distance, I hear about 15 coyotes losing their frickin' mind all in one spot. They're probably on that deer I shot. Okay. Now, if a Sasquatch was to kill a deer and he doesn't eat the whole damn thing at that point or haul it off, it's not going to take very long for coyotes to find that kill. And there becomes a symbiotic relationship. Coyotes may follow Sasquatches because instead of them having to find a deer and kill it, that Sasquatch may do it for it. Or vice versa. The coyotes might kill it. Sasquatch can walk up, scare them all away, and eat whatever he wants. And there could just be this kind of compatible relationship when it comes to the pursuit of the same animal or the same food source. So it could very naturally be a symbiotic relationship between coyotes and a Sasquatch.
Yeah, it's very, very fascinating stuff. And I think that in certain circumstances, they've been symbiotic with us. And that's when, the great example is there was a story years ago back in the early to mid 90s in Honubby, Oklahoma, called the Siege at Honubby. And these people were having their deer lockers raided, and they could see red eyes off in the distance, and they were taking shots, and it wouldn't scare them. And what they realized was they had a lot of chickpeas on the ground, so the deer were coming in, and a lot of times they would go out and the deer would be gone after they shot them. And what they figured out was the reason why the red eyes weren't disappearing when they were making their gunshots was because it was their dinner bell.
Yeah, they associated the one with the other.
They were dropping
Pavlov's
the deer.
law.
Yeah, we're gonna run and grab that deer and free meal.
They didn't run away; their mouth started watering.
And the funny thing is that they actually this is a BFRO case, and they actually sent a couple people down that verified all the stuff that was going on and scared the shit out of them, and they left. So a very interesting story way back in the mid 90s. So. If anybody wants good reading, that's a very fascinating story.
Cool. All right. Well, everybody, this is kind of where we jump off. We've gone probably 2 full hours minus the 20-some minutes that we were talking to ourselves before we gave you the opportunity to hear what we were saying. So I apologize for that again. Next 2 episodes are going to be pretty cool. On the 20th, I've got my research partner, Doug Hychek, joining me. We're going to talk about Ledge of Meat Science too. We're going to talk about some of the things he's doing in that. We're going to talk about some of the research that I was doing. People keep asking me, how did the ultimate betrayal happen? I mean, what was the outcome? We're going to share a little bit of that. But then the week following that, on December, I believe it's 27th, we've got Darby Orcutt coming on. Now, Darby is the DNA specialist that's going to be working with he's working with Ledge of Meat Science too. He's kind of the one that's going to be heading up the team, analyzing this DNA. And we're going to talk a little bit about some stuff that episode's going to get a little bit technical, but it's hopefully going to give people an understanding of something that is very detailed that we don't get the opportunity to process it on a detailed level. When you hear eDNA and DNA being thrown around, we think we've got this loose grasp of what that means. Darby's really going to go into detail and help us understand how you test it, what you're capable of discovering when you test it, things like that. And it's going to be a pretty cool show. So appreciate you being on, Steve. Thank you so much.
Anytime, brother. I appreciate it all.
If you want to hang out backstage for a minute, we'll talk a little bit more before I let you go.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks. So yeah, again, thanks everybody for showing up and checking out the show again. Hopefully you are finding it valuable. Like I say, we don't come here for the shock value. We come here trying to help each other, sharing information that hopefully most of us would find beneficial.
Hey everybody, it's Brian with Red Dirt Cryptids again. Well, it's starting to cool off and it's time to start beating the bushes. We've been cooped up all summer long due to the heat. It's time to get out there. We're headed to Hayburn Lake, where we're going to spend a few days over this fall break, and we're going to be out there looking to see if we can find any sign of the big man, big brother. Anyway, we'll bring you with us on parts of it, and you can see, maybe you can see something for yourself. Later. And ooh, bobber. What is it about a bobber that you cannot resist? Looks like something beats that area down. I don't see any footprints. Looks like something comes through there too. That big end is sticking way up in the air, but
I'm looking for the giant fucking tree with the root ball.
found this glorious. I think it's a cottonwood tree. I don't know, I'm not a tree person. That thing is every bit of 4.5 foot around at the base. It's native pecans. Wow. Walking back in these wildlife management area, hate to call them roads because nobody's using them, but they used to be roads. Walking along through here, you can see this fence looks pretty poorly kept. Basically looking for tree structures. Haven't found any, not yet, but it doesn't look like anybody comes back in here except deer hunters. So I guess I'm going to head back to the car. But as you can see, there's a lot of habitat here. Anyway, I say that all the time, don't I? So I was out walking this trail and I found something that's kind of interesting. When I first looked at it, my thoughts were, somebody was shooting a rock with a gun. And then I went over and looked at it a little closer, and it looks like somebody was shooting a rock with a gun a very long time ago. Take a look. Here we got it. You can kind of see this is about the size of a big headstone, but you can see pieces that have fallen out. These all look like they're 45, 50 caliber bullet holes. You can tell by the wear they are very old. Very, very old. I'm gonna guess muzzle loader days. Very old. Anyway, I thought that was pretty amazing. Well, so I guess we ought to bring you guys up to speed with the whole Hayburn Lake thing. I'll tell you what I know, which ain't a whole lot. There was that Class A encounter, and Ryan White found out. I don't know. I really don't even know how he found out about it, but there was that Class A encounter, which was in the wildlife management area. They're kind of west of the lake, and that was an interesting deal. You can find that on Squatch Ranger Files. But there's a couple of oh wow, this guy means business.
He's not going to park here.
Yeah.
This is the Bordello.
Yeah. But I guess there's a couple of BRFO reports up here over off of Highway 48. Some guy saw one, or some individual saw one walking across the field in broad daylight. And there's a couple of them over there. There was supposedly a hunter that I think on the north end of Hayburn Lake, up this way, he supposedly saw one.
Yeah.
And then there was the guy that was a bass fisherman or something. I think Evans Bailey was saying something about this. He said that some bass fisherman or something saw some tree structures, like just in, back in the woods away from the lake, back up in there. I don't know where that was. But anyway, like I said, like you said, that Arkansas River is just north of here, and we know what's running up and down the Arkansas, clear up into Kansas, and they're there. I just, a lot of sightings here. I just like, seems like to me it'd be a good place, and it's close. It's closer to Enid than a lot of places, I guess you could say.
This place?
Yeah. I mean, I don't even think we're 2 hours from Enid. A little under 2 hours.
No, I think it's a little over.
Really?
I mean, by the time you get back in here and everything, it's
Well, that is true. We originally were going to camp at Rocky Point, but apparently some kind of incident happened and we weren't able to camp there. So we ended up over here at, what is it, Sunset Bay?
Bay, yep.
Sunset Bay. Went out today, was walking up and down some of the trails in the wildlife management area, looking for tracks. We found that, Jeff found that one, could have been a tree structure, I don't know. I don't know if that was a natural one or if it was, but it didn't look natural. Well, that one root ball was kind of up high in the air.
There's two limbs that didn't match anywhere. They didn't fall that way.
Right.
There's other trees around there.
Mm-hmm. It looked old though. I have no idea though. That piece of property that was on, it's got a sign that says U.S. government property, restricted access. It's all posted, no trespassing. I have no idea what that's all about.
Nobody shot at us.
Yeah. So that was I don't know. We've got a lot of crazy theories. Maybe there's an MX missile silo on that place or something. I don't know. But anyway, that's why. Abram Lake, I guess you could say. It's close. They're here. A lot of woods.
You know, this is a very wooded, forested place. I mean, but then there's enough humans out in it with, you know, different houses and that kind of stuff. I mean, there's food sources there. You say the deer aren't all that great here, which is probably true.
Well, yeah, but that's by our standards. In Western Oklahoma, we've got a ton of it. So I guess you could say it's mediocre in here. I don't know.
But, I mean, there are a lot of dumpsters around, so...
I still believe that dumpsters are probably one of their primary food sources. Oh, by the way, Ryan White found an older track on that trail over there by Shepherd's Point. And I honestly believe that track was probably made heading over there in the middle of the night to go check the dumpster. So I'm sure those people generate a lot of leftover food. Yeah, then there's the fish guts thing. You know, so I don't know.
But just for the purposes we're doing now, I'll tell you what happened this morning at the feed store. I was talking to some guy, and he said there's a lot of mountain lions stuff around here, and his goat had a head tore off with all the meat missing off it, and I asked him, did it look like it was pulled off or chewed off? And he didn't really know. Well, if it looks real clean and pulled off, my fingers have to pull that off, you know. He said there's a lot of mountain lions and whatnot. And I said, yeah, but a lot of stories can be proven or threaded back to mountain lion, but that doesn't count for the stories that people see something walking upright.
What about the dog? He said something about a dog too.
Yeah, and he said a lot of dogs are getting killed. Another guy there said a lot of the dogs around there getting killed, and all the raccoons are up around the property instead of out in the.
Well,
but he didn't, you know, he was just saying that some weird stuff happened around. He wasn't even, you know, thinking about Sasquatch. He just said just weird stuff like that happened. You know?
Well, and that just makes sense that whenever they move into an area that you know, certain regular animals' behavior is going to change. But theoretically, though, they've been here for a long time. Maybe they're just growing in numbers.
Indeed.
Well, it's been pretty abundant. I mean, if they shift gears and start focusing on, you know, our trash, our leftovers, they could probably do pretty well.
The kid in there said that. He said, I think they're like from like, you know, like dinosaur times or something like that. I said, well, you know, he thought they were just, you know, millions of years old, been here. I told him, I said, you know, you look at a lot of mythology and a lot of other ancient Near Eastern texts and whatever, even the Bible kind of hints about it. That stuff was, a lot of genetic manipulation was going on. It wasn't just we were so morally bad, God wanted to kill us. There was some stuff happening. It was like, you know, the Genesis 6 incursion, and like, hey, things are, you know, I have a plan for redemption, and this genetic bloodline is ruining everything. So hence the flood, and that could be, you know, That's chaos language when they're talking about waters and floods and stuff. They know what they're talking about. It's hard for us to translate what they're talking about, but I told him, I said, it just could be something left over from that whole deal, you know. Not everything died out, especially something like that could swim and climb and, you know.
Well, they can do everything we can do, but a little bit better.
And faster.
Yeah.
And more.
Well, it's Saturday. Hitting the trail again. Hayburn Wildlife Management Area. Gonna be looking for sign. See what I can come up with. Whew. Well, did I find anything? No. Found a few possible tree structures, nothing spectacular. Could have been natural. I don't know. One could say, oh, you wasted your time. But me, I'm like, I got 4 miles in. What'd you do today? Whew. Anyway. I'm gonna enjoy the air conditioning. It's amazing. Last night it got cold as hell, like almost, I think, down to 40. And right now I'm sweating. It's hot. The car says 78, but I'll tell you what, it feels a lot hotter than that in the sunshine. But this is a good way to spend your free time. This whole squatching thing, it's peaceful, it's quiet. My other 2 partners in crime, Mr. Hatfield, Mr. X, they decided they were gonna keep the campfire going or something. That's okay though. Sometimes I find sometimes when you're out camping like this, squatching, you know, it's just like you enjoying being out in the woods so much that you know, it almost seems a shame to go tramping around in the deep bush. And honestly, the bush is still pretty deep. I'm sticking to the major trails, but anyway, you just got to do what you got to do. Anyway, I guess I'm supposed to go get an onion for the stew tonight, and then I'm going to head back to camp. And then hopefully later we get back out on the water. Now, heading off in the canoe to go check out, look for these tree structures along the banks. Don't really know where they're at, but I'm going to try the north end. So, good news is the wind is in my face, and we're going to go back up there on the north end of the wildlife management area and check it out. Scanning the shorelines. At least I'm out of the wind of the big open part of the lake. Not that the wind was bad. Kind of in this little bay. Cruise along. Keep our eye out. If I see anything, I'll let you know. Sorry. It sure is quiet back here. It just got spooky quiet. Real quiet. Well, headed back home. It's Sunday morning. 11 o'clock. I'm tired. Honestly, didn't find anything. We didn't stay up all night. We didn't do a whole lot of night ops. Mainly it was go out during the daytime, hike the trails, look for tracks, look for structures. Kind of a daytime reconnaissance trip. Little more leisurely than normal. But it was nice, and that should be part of squatching, is getting out and enjoying nature and having a good time and relaxing, and maybe even doing a little cooking. You know what I mean. It shouldn't all be, blow and go and going here, doing that, deploying this tactic, deploying that tactic. A lot of times it's just being out there. I mean, that's the number one key. When we did hear some things, heard a couple of tree knocks late at night, later. I would say probably about 11 o'clock Friday night. Saturday, when I went out and I was hiking that trail, I kept hearing these real soft tree knocks, and they weren't real strong. It was almost, it could have been something else, but it was just a single knock, and I kept thinking, that could be something else, that could be this, or it's kind of hard to say. I hate to say, I'm not going to say that was a tree knock from a Sasquatch, but I will say that it could have been that maybe I got up in their area, and maybe it was a discreet alert knock. I don't know, but I'm ready to go home. Kind of tired. Need to take a shower, get cleaned up, probably take a nap. Got really cold. Hell, it was like, I don't know, like 40 degrees. and the days were really nice, and we had a pretty good time. I got some exercise in, which was needed. So, and we got the boats out. I went out there, and I covered some ground. I plan on going back, getting back in some of those coves and running along those banks. Hopefully one of these days I'll stumble on that rumored tree structures on the bank that we've heard of. And hey, if any of you know where these tree structures are, or any other hell, if you know of any tree structures anywhere, be interested in that. You know, I've said it before, I'll say it again. We want to know what you guys know. Clue us in, keep us informed. I'm doing what I can to keep track of some of these occurrences and encounters. Let us know. Reach out to me. Hit me up on Messenger, or send me an email. It doesn't have to be a long email. To be quite truthful with you, if you've got an encounter that you want to hit me up with, don't type it all out, man. I'll do the work. You just send me a little short email, say, hey, my name's so-and-so, and you know, here's my number. I got an encounter I want to tell you, and I will reach out to you. So I just I don't know, I'm not quite ready to have my cell phone number out there on the internet. I get enough crazy calls from people trying to reach me about my car's extended warranty. So, but anyway, holler at me if you know anything, anywhere, you know, especially, you know, southern Kansas, Oklahoma, maybe a little into Arkansas, whatnot. You know what I'm talking about. So anyway, I'm always interested, and I'm always ready to learn. But holler at me, and you guys have a great day. I'm going to go home and take me a siesta. It's been a long weekend. Later.
And people, tonight is exciting because we get to talk some of our favorite things, Bigfoots and all that. But we got somebody special for you all. He's a writer, director of documentaries. He actually has a new movie out that came out last Friday called The Pit, and we'll talk about The Pit a little bit towards the end. So we hear, we'll do the final pitch on it for you guys. But documentaries, and we're right into it. I'm going to go right into it. I was impressed with your documentary about the skunk ape lives.
Right.
Because I want to bring this up because I'm not from Florida. Of course, I'm nowhere near Florida. I'm like 3,000 miles away. I know the word Bigfoot, and I know the word Sasquatch. I've heard Dogman, Mothman, stuff like that. But to be honest with you, I never really heard skunk ape until I started talking to Connor, and I was like, "What is a skunk ape? Is it Bigfoot? Is it just what Florida people call skunk ape?" And I want everybody to know that you can. I want to make sure it's all right with you. You have a documentary, Skunk Ape, that you can actually watch on YouTube. Is that a place you prefer people to watch if they wanted to?
Well, actually, we fell victim to the Trump ban.
Oh.
Okay, so like after January 6th, that whole load of shit that went down, the Amazon's like, all right, we're purging all this content because people started because with Prime, you can make your own movie. You don't need a distributor, and you can just throw it on there. Well, for the Skunk Ape Lives, we used Film Hub, which was a mistake. Anybody that's making films, never use Film Hub. You have to completely trust them, but that's another story. Anyways, so they just started snatching titles from people who didn't have like bigger distributors, right? Because they were trying to purge all of this content, the right-wing content. And for whatever reason, our shit fell into this algorithm and they snatched it off of Amazon. It's still on all these other platforms, but many people don't have them. So YouTube is more or less the best one. And my buddy, Survivor Man, he watched the movie before I released it and he loved it, and he asked if he could put it on his YouTube. So we were like, hell yeah, you could put it on your YouTube, dude. That'd be cool as hell.
So everybody, I put the YouTube channel right there in the chat. You guys make sure you click on it and check it out because it's a very good documentary. Because I'll be honest, I didn't know too much about a skunk man, and I want people to watch this, but I'm just going to ask you, when people hear the skunk man,
skunk ape,
skunk man,
well, skunk man is honestly skunk man is honestly a better name because I think he is a human hybrid more than a monkey.
If a lot of people are like me, they don't know this. Is Bigfoot is skunk ape another name for Bigfoot, or is it another kind of a breed of Bigfoot?
Well, it could be a few different things. So you have like our white-tailed deer, okay? They're just smaller. We're closer to the equator. It falls under, like, I think Bergman's law. So everything that gets closer to the equator, all the animals get smaller, the heat or whatnot. It changes it. So we have a Florida panther here, okay? It is the same thing as a cougar. It's smaller, it's slightly different, it gets to be its own like subspecies. So we may be dealing with something like that. We could very well be dealing with something completely different altogether. You just have so many variances. I think what we have in Florida are Bigfoots and skunk apes, because I got 400 reports I've taken myself. A good 30% of those are talking about a very orangutan type creature. Okay. Ain't got jack shit to do with Bigfoot. This thing doesn't look like a human to a lot of people. There's like 4-toed tracks that come out. So I think what we may be having, especially here in North Florida, where we're at, like the Torreya area and other places along the coast, is we may have Bigfoots because of them coming down. I believe maybe they come in like the Smokies and then end up on the Chattahoochee River, which runs from northern Georgia all the way down to Florida. And there's reports all up and down the river. So it makes sense that these things may have just come down. So we have some Bigfoots here. But my personal belief, we have the two. We have the skunk apes in southern Florida, central Florida, and then the Bigfoot's up here. I could be wrong. All of it's speculation.
I think that's a perfect description, honestly, because the Mayaca skunk ape is clearly a different species or type of breed than, say, Patty. And look at it. It has sharp teeth. It definitely looks more like a monkey orangutan. I bet it does have 4 little paws, So, yeah, that's very, very great description. Definitely. And could you tell the people how it originally got the name skunk ape?
So up here in northern Florida, there were some guys, they were playing golf, and they were well-respected people. So when they went to the paper with their story, it was like a kind of a front page thing. So they reported seeing a gorilla-type creature. Okay. That I don't really remember if it was like on all fours or anything, but they thought it was a gorilla type creature, and it had a white stripe down the top of its head like a skunk. So they gave it the name skunk ape. It has nothing to do with the smell, even though you would think it. The smell from these creatures, I've smelled it one time, and that's it. And it was fairly recently, about 4 years ago, probably. So what it smelled like was a rotting corpse following me down the side of the road. Okay, that was what was weird about it, because I could go this way 10 feet and I wouldn't smell it. I go this way 10 feet and wouldn't smell it, but right here I'd smell it. And then I get down to where I was, where I didn't smell it, and so it seemed to be following me. I was with a group of people, but if that's what they're mentioning, when they say, "Oh, we seen it and then we smell this horrid smell," it is one of the worst. It smells like death.
Definitely.
Yeah, that was in your documentary where the guy talked about the stripe, and I think there's only one guy in the documentary that talked about a smell. But
yeah, a lot of people who mention the smell say the savage ones smell more like the skunk and the horrible smell, because the skunks have that line of spray, and if they're savage, they'll just eat the thing whole. But if it's like a family of Sasquatch, they'll pick it apart and they won't smell. But I've also heard that they just go to the bathroom just straight down, so a lot of their fur is a little crusty in those areas, and if they're like white or lighter fur, you can see the dirty stuff real bad. But Stacy got some great footage with his dad in Torreya State Park that made the grounds in all of the Bigfoot world.
Yeah,
it was on
I got that
Bigfoot
right here on the documentary.
What I say is it is the best civilian thermal footage ever recorded of Bigfoot, because it shows a full body silhouette, and it is just incredible. And
I'm going to show that. I'm actually going to show that for anybody just join in. Stacy Brown Jr. is the director of some movies. He made a brand new actual adventure movie, that's not documentary, called The Pit, but he made a movie called The Skunk Ape Lives. And guys, I'm going to put in the chat again the link so you guys can check out this documentary. But one of his documentary, what Connor was talking about, is he caught this footage, and like you said in the video, it says one of the best footages ever. Whatever they call it. And
thermal.
Here's what I found.
Well, sorry, Alexa was going off.
Or is it thermal or night vision? What do you like to classify it as, Stacy?
It's a thermal.
Thermal.
My cameras went down. Hold on, I'm trying to get this back up. I don't.
Yeah, you're right. You did call
really
it
know what's
thermal.
going on with it. It just stops.
No problem. And
no worries. I see the walking legend here. Altered Cortex Design, Captain Dan Rum. A lot of good people are representing. Thank you very much. Me and Altered Cortex Design are actually working on a Halloween short film for the Cap City Video Lounge Film Festival. So we're really looking forward to that. It's about to be magical, and we already found some crazy caveman prints that I casted yesterday with the walking legend, and it's pretty remarkable stuff.
So, guys, I'm going to show you the clip of the thermal. But what's so cool about this, guys, when you watch this, Stacy in the documentary himself said that he didn't even know what he had. So he actually had a guy analyzes, somebody from the outside to analyze his video, to back up what he thinks it might be. So it's very cool. I want you guys to see this scene from his documentary.
Stacy knew what he had. He was just had to, he wanted to confirm it.
Well, you always got to confirm something because there's always people are not going to believe on what you have.
For sure.
Once you have more people. Now, of course, you can't please everybody. There's always going to be people saying, well, he's probably paying. And I like how this guy took your height and try to image on how tall this thing could be. And like I said, guys, if you guys just saw that one little clip, you can see the quality of that documentary is really good. He did some great interviews of different people out through the whole video. And what I like, Stacy, I like what you said at the end, really. You're not here to make everybody like a believer. You just want to show your passion, show people you found, and you want to share it. And I always appreciated that because you weren't pushing anything on anybody. You're just like, this is what I love, this is what I saw, and I'm here to share it and share stories with you.
Yeah, well, I think anytime you talk on a real taboo subject, something of this nature, when you come across as, hey, I'm telling you it's real, you got to believe me, and if you don't believe me, I'm going to get my feelings hurt kind of thing, you're pushy. I think that turns people away. All I'm trying to tell people is, listen, I've seen one. Okay, so I'm not in your shoes. All right, I understand. I need proof to back up my claims. I've got some pretty good proof.
Definitely.
Let's fucking look at all of the tracks, the audio I have, my father's footage. Who else has got the shit like that? It's kind of, this is yours. So, hey, I'm also, once again, not saying you should believe any of this shit because you weren't there when it happened or any of that. What I'm trying to say is not only my claims. Let's listen to other people. Let's look at the history. Let's look at the very odd things that have happened. And is there not enough here, in your opinion, after learning all this stuff? Is there not enough, in your opinion, for us to investigate it further? Maybe be like, all right, hey, okay, I didn't know all that shit. I just thought Bigfoot was weird, so I was telling you no, so you didn't think I was crazy. But actually look at what we have. You know what I mean? Look at the evidence we do have. Why can't this get some type of funding? Why can't this, like a university, decide, hey, actually, we're going to send some people long term to look and see if we can figure any of this out? We've got police reports, legitimate police reports from the 70s, okay, where they put dogs on this thing, or they seen it for the longest time, and then it goes into a swamp pit and never comes out.
Yep.
They put helicopters on it. We
that ranger down in Apalachicola National Forest too, and that story is
right. But there's things that were very big in the 70s and in the 80s, in the 90s with the skunk ape. Okay. And well-known people dude, I've got a witness that works at NASA. He's a fucking rocket scientist. This is one of the most legit people you could talk to. Seen it in the daytime, riding his boat. It was like a creek, and it had sawgrass. So the damn thing come up out the sawgrass and was screaming and throwing mud at him. This man's not crazy.
No,
you know what I'm saying? So what, are you calling him a liar? Okay, let's just say one person's telling the truth. Out of all the I got 400 something reports. Let's say one of them's telling the truth. Is that not warranting the proper study?
They waste money on other projects that doesn't do shit for people. I don't see why not. But you did something also different because, listen, if you wanted the more views and clicks, it would have been easier for you to call the movie Bigfoot Lives, Sasquatch Lives. You're taking a chance because you're calling it something that most Americans like myself, I didn't even know what a skunk ape was until I watched your documentary. So, you're taking a chance where you're not just asking somebody to watch my video. Take a chance. I know it's called skunk ape, but it is an offset of Bigfoot. Because some people might accept Bigfoot, But when you start naming other names, they might not. And it takes a lot of guts to. I'm going to call this skunk ape. I'm not going to call it Sasquatch that lives or Bigfoot lives.
Well, it's not. You know what I mean? So, like, that's the thing. I want everything I put in that documentary. That's my work for 7 years. I pull the best out. Okay, and I straight up, I told the truth with everything. To the best of I presented everything, in a crystal clear manner. I don't want, because what I'm trying to tell you is that there's a fucking 8 foot tall creature running around the woods. Okay, so I'm starting off with that. That is my presentation. Okay, so if you just read the cliff notes and you see 8 foot tall hairy creature running around my backyard. Okay, yeah, sure, bud. Well, how are you gonna buy those Girl Scout cookies when the person's trying to sell them to you like that?
Well, this is, I'm not gonna play the whole scene because we only have a little bit, but you have a scene in the movie where you're talking to a guy who worked for range for over 20 years, and the story that they told was pretty amazing. That when they hit this thing, they didn't even know what it was. They had an idea what it was. And it was almost like a Men in Black kind of a story where they're told to go back to the workplace, fill out paperwork. Then 2 guys showed up, made them go back out there, and then basically telling them, "No, it's a bear," like forcing them to change their story so they don't come out. And I want to ask you something. Now, this worker, after he did this video, does he still have his job? They didn't figure who he was, and is he still?
He doesn't have his job anymore, but it wasn't because of that.
Oh, it wasn't because of this. Okay,
he's retired now.
He's retired. Okay.
Yeah. So, but no, he kept his job.
But I mean,
you know what I mean.
You have video evidence. You have people who work there. Taking a chance, telling you these stories.
I have enough circumstantial evidence to convict somebody for murder.
Yep.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, people have been put in prison for the rest of their fucking life for less.
A lot less. Yeah, just Stacy's table was decked out. He had casts, and then, of course, just his documentary just has historical events that go back hundreds of years, eyewitness accounts with rangers and other credible people, and then, his footage himself, and then his other encounters that he came across. It's piles, man. Again, it would be guilty in court.
Right. And one of my favorite, because this, like I said, this goes back, the Seminole, the Creek, all of them have these reports. So, and they're even into South Georgia, but there's one called Man Mountain, right? It's pretty cool. It's about these guys, these Indians that went into the swamp and they became lost, turned around or something, which you figure is pretty hard for natives. But so they go out there and they come across these beautiful women. So they said, right? And they were all on death's door. Well, these beautiful women take care of them, nurse them back to health and stuff. And then they tell them they have to leave in a hurry because their husbands or the men of the tribe were fierce giants, and they did not care for whatever term they used for those people. But that's, the stories of these things go back, like I said, hundreds of years. The Native Americans, I don't really know of a reason you would come up with this. I don't know why you would make this up. It doesn't make no sense.
Yeah. I want to ask you, I was looking at your IMDb, and I was trying to find this video that you did another documentary. I couldn't find it nowhere. The Roswell, 70 years later. I'm interested to see this documentary. You did this in 2017, but I couldn't find it on any format. I looked on YouTube.
It's on Amazon.
It is on Amazon?
It's on Amazon.
I could have sworn I typed it in. I couldn't find it. Okay, I'll try to find it.
It's not really that good. It was the first film I made. It's not bad, but like when I watch it, I'm just like, ah. But so we made this, and then we made the Skunk Ape Lives in January. We filmed that in like October, and we made that Skunk Ape Lives in January, but I didn't like the Skunk Ape Lives. So I played it at the International Bigfoot Conference in 2017 or 2018, and the 700 something people watched it. They all gave it standing ovation, clap, told me they loved it. You know,
Awesome.
The only negative thing I heard was like, hey, the Southern guys at the beginning that shoot the thing, we got to have subtitles. And well, I know both those guys, so I can understand every word they said. So I had some friends watching. I'm like, can you understand what this dude says? And they're like, oh, fucking really? Okay, so, but anyways, I just didn't like it. My segues were like a narration, kind of like a Seth Breedlove thing. You know what I mean? With Lyle and all that, but it didn't flow. It didn't work for me. And then I was talking to my buddy RPG about it at the film market. I handed it to him and asked him to watch it and just tell me what he thought. And he told me, he's like, dude, you know, you was telling me the other night you got your start Unsolved Mysteries. He's like, do it like Unsolved Mysteries. He's like, walk us into the next segment and you talk about it. He's like, this is you. This is your stuff. We need to see your face, you know. So that's what I did, and I don't mean to say thank God we had COVID, but I was locked in my apartment with not shit to do for a little while. I couldn't go nowhere. So for me, it worked out. You know, I remade that movie and put it out. That's why it come out so late, but it was done 4 months after we filmed it. You know, I filmed in January and we had it done by July, but I was just like, no, I can't do this. It's not there yet. I still think it could be a lot better. I'm going to make another one, and it is going to be a lot better, but I want to make a sequel to it because that one leaves off with me saying basically there's people out there right now at this second looking for proof. You know what I mean? It's that last little speech I give as I'm walking towards the camera, and that's where I want to pick it up. I want to do the next one on the people that research this thing, and I want to find out why they research it. I want to, you know, see their ways and kind of go in that route with the next one.
Well, let's see what you say here. You're right. I love that. I really do. How you're talking to camera, and then like you walk. You're just telling that story.
Right. It's that old Robert Stack, you know, Unsolved Mysteries deal.
Isn't that cool how those little elements, they tell you just to do this and this, and it does actually make a difference.
It does. It made that movie, and then we redid the beginning because like the first few moments of a film need to, like, because people's attention span is zilch right now. So you got 2 minutes tops. Yep. If your movie doesn't grab them in the first 2 minutes, getting to 10 minutes is going to be even harder. But if you successfully snag them with the first 10 minutes or the first 2 minutes, you got them. They'll sit there and watch the whole rest of that movie. And then if they don't like it, they'll be at the end of the movie. They'll be like, damn, that sucked. But that first 2 minutes, they watch the rest of it, you know.
You are 100% correct. Because this last weekend, my wife, we're on Hulu. Like, what do you want to watch? Well, let's just put it on. If you don't like it, we'll just turn the channel or go to another horror movie. And you're right. If it doesn't capture you in the first 10 minutes, or like you said, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, a little chance, and then you're gone like that.
Oh, yeah.
Stacy, what do you got? What do you got to tell us about interviewing monsters and Bigfoot? That movie you made with Tom Green, Les Stroud. And wow, that was a cuckoo one, but it is awesome. It's in Walmart.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So the movie is actually terrible. I fucking hate it. Like, my biggest thing is my dad wanted to see it, and I was embarrassed of it. I was fucking embarrassed of this film, so I didn't show my dad, and so he never seen the film, and so that eats me alive. But yeah, it sucks. It's a shit movie, but it was so fun to make. You know what I mean? And I got to meet all these people because, like, when I was a kid, Tom Green was the man.
Yes,
like,
he was.
You know what I mean? He was the man. We loved Tom Green, and then
he was married to a hot actress for a while.
Drew Barrymore.
Yeah.
So the next thing you know, I'm sitting in the fucking drive-through line at McDonald's, and he's like, "I want some sausage. Daddy wants some sausage." He starts doing his "Daddy wants some sausage" shit with the fucking drive-through window, and I am dying. I'm looking at my girlfriend. I'm like, "This is actually happening right now. Can you believe this shit?" You know?
Are you sure it is shit? Because listen, when I'm done with the video, like say I'm done with this, I'm done. I can't watch myself on a screen. Once I'm done, I can't watch it. I can't. I don't like hearing myself.
It's pretty fucking bad, dude.
You know?
I like to hear myself.
You do like to hear yourself?
I like to hear myself. I ain't gonna lie. I enjoy it, but I'm very critical of myself too. But I ain't talking about my parts. Like, I'm an editor, and I could have fucking done way. But I'm not gonna sling mud. The guy made the movie, and it was just a style of movies I don't like. If you like Napoleon Dynamite, it's like shittier than that, but it's that kind of movie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But you learn steps from everybody who makes a movie. You pull little steps here and there, and like you
I learned a lot. I did. I got paid a lot, and I learned a lot because that was the real first kind of time I was watching somebody professionally make a movie. You know what I'm saying? And it really got that bug going for me where I was like, when I seen this guy make this movie, this guy that made this movie, like I was like, fuck, bro. I can do that. How is he doing this? You know, like it was. So I figured it out. But it was good. It was good for me because I'd also just got done with Spike TV and all that shit, and so that I went from seeing all these professionals like in Hollywood, and they were professional. You know what I mean? Like 100% top of the line people making a multi-million-dollar show. Versus this guy who is like the monkey that bangs the cymbals together. Ding, 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 ding. And this dude's making a film. And I mean, great photographer. He shoots really well. He's just a quirky person, and it's not funny to everybody. So there is a niche of people that will like that film. Okay, I'm just not one of them.
Yeah. Can you tell us more about that Spike TV show? You won. And that really helped propel you in the Bigfoot world and really on a national scale, you know. It was on everybody's TV and everybody's household, you know. That
Dude, I was on
after UFC.
I was on like fucking Talk Soup when that came out. Like they were making fun of me on Talk Soup because it's first time I'm on TV, right? And guess what the hell I say? Like, I mean, at all the shit somebody could say, I come up with Neil Armstrong's the first person to ever walk on the moon. Stacey Brown's going to be the first motherfucker to find Bigfoot, and that was it. That was it, dude. And so, like, the cameras are rolling and shit 24/7. And the shit that comes out of my mouth shouldn't be a 24/7 deal. You know what I mean? Like it's like, oh, man, I said some crazy stuff, but it was fun. It was a very cool process. We got to go to all the best spots you want to go to, and you know they were collecting DNA. They would test our DNA, and so I met some really cool contacts. Todd Dissetel, good friend, and Joy. I haven't hung out with him in a while, but very cool. We hung out after the show, you know, and stuff. I got to go to the Ink Master live finale and like party with everybody on like Tower Motel in Manhattan. So it was cool, man. It was a cool experience. Obviously, I got the research grant, and so that's what I did when I won the research grant. You know, I felt that I should use it for research and not just, you know, probably do the smart thing because I just got divorced, like buy a fucking house. But basically what I did was slept on couches for about 2 years and went around and Bigfooted all over the country. You know what I mean? I had money to Bigfoot. Like, so you got to get up and go to your 9 to 5. Mine was get up and go Bigfoot. And that was the best part of it. And that's what got me into that movie with Tom Green. I was actually in Jennings State Forest. I had come out to run to the dollar store to pick up something to eat, I think. And this guy called me, and he's like, "Hey, you Stacy Brown?" I was like, "Yeah." And he's, "I want you to be in my movie with Tom Green and Les Stroud. And at the time, Jerry Springer was in the film as well."
Wow.
Yeah. But he fell out. But so, okay, you get a fucking phone call and somebody's wanting you to be in a movie with, okay, Tom Green, who was my biggest, like, childhood celebrity that I dug. My son, because he had just got out of the, when he was about 3, he quit watching kiddie shows. He started watching Survivor Man. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you want me to be in a film with Survivor Man too? And then Jerry Springer. So I was like, yeah, okay, of course. Yeah, sure. You want Stacy Brown to be in a movie with these guys. And then they told me what they were going to pay me per day, because I was supposed to go just to be myself. And they're like, we're paying you $2,500 a day.
Wow.
All right. Yeah. And I'm like, get what? Get the fuck out of here. So I go and I play myself, and they changed my character. They asked me to take a lead role in the film. And they, like, when I told you this guy sounds like the way this man's heads work, some monkey banging the cymbals together, they fired this guy in front of me and gave me the part.
Oh my gosh.
Like, in front of me. I was like, what in the fuck? Out of all the things y'all could have done, y'all could have done something a little bit like, because this is awkward. You know what I mean? You just told me, come in and handed me a script and be like, because they talked to me the night before. I knew. But then this guy's sitting in the green room where we're all getting ready, and they come in and straight up tell him, yeah, you're not playing Fran anymore. He's playing Fran. We want you to play this other character, which was basically me. They changed him. I don't know how they did it. They because his death scene, when I'm like killing the guy in the big pot of beef, Missouri Bowl beef, that was how I died originally. The Stacy Brown character. So it was fun, man. I did a stunt that they didn't use. I had to jump backwards off of a cliff into some water, and it was like, because in the movie, me and Bigfoot get in this like Peter versus the chicken fight scene. You
right there?
Yeah, that's me. So very long fight scene, and he kills me, shoots me with a gun, and I fall off this cliff. Right, that's how that ending went. But so when they shot me, I had to jump backwards off this cliff. It's in November in Missouri, cold as shit outside, and it's 90 feet, and I had to do it twice, and then they didn't even use it.
Wow.
It hurts hitting the water at 90 feet.
Oh, 100%. 90 feet, you could die from that. 100%.
Yes, you could.
Yeah.
I come up afterwards. They're like, yeah, 6 people died last year doing that shit.
Yeah, 100%. Because if you land wrong, that's going to kill your organs. But so that was how you met Les Stroud. So really, in the long run, wow, that's 100% worth it just for that.
Yeah, and I got paid really well, because when they asked me to be the part, it's like, yeah, but you got to stay here another month. So I stayed there, and filmed, and then the movie was off, and then it was back on. And meanwhile, I'm just sitting in Missouri getting paid to sit there. It sucked. I had no car. I was just in a house, a big ass house. It was myself and my handler. Basically, they had somebody who would like make sure I wasn't fucking doing wrong shit for whatever reason. And they sent me home. They brought me back. When they brought me back one time, we stayed at this winery, and it was a tiger sanctuary. So like right off my balcony was a fucking bunch of tigers and lions and shit. And man, it was badass. That was badass. Like, and then Tom Green's my neighbor during all of that. you know. So it was really cool, man. And you know, and I got to have a shootout with him. Like right at the beginning of the movie, me and him were having a shooting out, and it was cool because I played his nemesis and Les's assistant, so I got to hang out with both of them. Man, it's one of the things I did in my life that forget all the money, you know, because it's gone anyways. So you know, I got the memory.
So now you went from doing a couple documentaries, and now you got a new movie that came out last Friday called The Pit. Now, this is not a documentary. You made an actual movie, not an actual movie, like a brand new story and all that. So what made you want to go from a documentary and want to attempt to make a movie that's not a documentary?
Well, so like my goal in all this is to end up making a Batman film, like for DC. That is my goal. Okay, I'm just going to throw it out there. But so I had this story. We were filming The Skunk Ape Lives, and it's the part where the old cheesy wild man's getting captured. Well, so I walk out in the woods to take a leak, and my buddy goes, "Hey, be careful out there. There's pits all over these woods, and some of them are super deep." And I was like, boom! It just hit me. You know what I mean? I was like, all right, we're making a movie about that next. And then, so like when I get on an idea, I just like, you know, I'm just going, bro. And so all that came rather quick. Wrote a synopsis, sent it to Les. Les loved the idea. 2 days later, I had all the money to make the film.
Heck yeah, man. And it's an awesome film. The way it really shows a madman losing everything, and then his sanity, and then the fact that you're in it and you play such like a cocky, crazy guy. And while Les's character is more like a family man, it really just the opposites attract and make it go crazy while they're stuck in a hole. It's literally like kind of like Saw and all the other arch nemesis movies, and then it breaks it down to the human core and just the straight instinct of humanity. It's cool. It hits on many levels.
Yeah, and I found it on Vudu, people. I know you can watch it on Vudu. I couldn't find it on Amazon also, but I found it on Vudu. So anybody has Vudu, you could go right to Vudu and you could buy it right there.
Yeah, Amazon. I don't know what happened. Like it's gonna be on Amazon, but like the release date, it was supposed to be the 6th, and it never came out. But it's on iTunes, Google Play, it's on DirecTV, but Dish Network as well. They didn't air it when they were supposed to either. So it's kind of like we released it. You know, all our material has all the platforms it's on, and it's actually only on half of them right now. So. That's being scrambled.
You can. Okay.
Yeah. You know, you can rent it, purchase it, but
yeah, because I had that problem. Because I'm like, I'm on where is it? Not on Amazon. Where is it?
Right. Well, everybody goes to Amazon.
But I found it on Vudu. Vudu. So that's really cool. Now, are you in somewhat? I love asking these kind of questions because I always want to attempt to direct a big movie myself. I made a small, stupid, little 2-3 minute video. It's just more to laugh at. But is it still a little bit stressful because you wanted to do somewhat well where you could attempt to keep making them? I mean, is it like a little stressful? You want to keep watching it, hopefully that people grab onto it?
You know, the way I look at it is I don't want to worry about any of that. I don't want to worry if the film makes money. Like The Skunk Ape Lives made a lot of money. You know what I mean? Yeah, but we didn't spend like $2,400 on that film, and we made a lot of money on. Or we well made our return. I had like 3 million rentals. You know, it was like at 2 million before they snapped it off of Amazon. Wow. So, which was more than I ever thought would happen, and people loved it, and I didn't like it. You know, I still to this day like. Yeah, when I watch it, I'm like, maybe I'm just critical of myself, but I didn't really like it. But people enjoyed it. And so with that film, especially, and with The Pit, I'm not worried about the money. I want you to enjoy it. I want to tell the story, though, that I want to tell. You know what I mean? And that's where you lose that, especially when you bring investors in and stuff. They want you to do things a certain way, or they may have an idea. You know what I mean? Which is stray you. Like, I guess the best thing is the Snyder cut, right? Okay, so that's the best explanation of kind of what I'm talking about. So you have all these other people, even your friends and stuff, they'll be like, oh, well, it's so good, you should do, you know, and so everybody's trying to steer you, so it's hard to stay on path. But if you just try to make a good movie, or what you would think would be a good movie, like, I'm a big fan of Eraserhead. I don't know a whole lot of people that like that film, but I loved it.
I liked it too.
I love it, you know, and so that's the kind of style of films that I want to make. And I think The Pit was kind of like that in some ways. And I like playing with the endings, you know. Most of that whole back part of the movie was improv anyways. But the ending, I wrote that as we were filming the other ending. I was like, oh, wow, you know what would be really cool if we did it like this. So I guess at the end of The Pit, a few different people could watch it and come up to their own conclusions as to what just happened.
Oh, now I'm excited.
You know what I'm saying? Which is not a good thing. A lot of people get pissed by that, you know, if the ending's not clear. But I don't care. I like that's how I like my films. Like Inception ended like that. It was amazing. Yep. The Lighthouse more or less ended like that.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you really didn't know what was going on even there at the end of it. You know, but very raw, an intense situation. How are people going to act? Well, this might be how they act. And then you know, you get to the end of the movie and it's like, I don't know, maybe I see it differently. And that's why I'm interested also to see how the reviews come into how people actually think the ending went. So that I can either be like, yeah, that's exactly how it went. Or actually, well, what I thought when I wrote it was this. You know? So it was fun. I'm just making a movie that I enjoy doing it. I'm now making some money at it. So I think I can continue to do it.
That's awesome. And you get better and better and better.
And I get better and better and better. We've started this thing, Outcast Paranormal, where I've been on television, okay? They want you to fake a lot of stuff. They want you to say things, and basically the network is a bank. They're loaning a production company $5 million or whatever to make this show. Well, the bank, they don't want you to just run off and just do whatever you want.
No.
I want you to follow some guidelines. I want to know that it's exciting. I want to know that you're going to find something. And so that kind of takes authenticity away from what you're doing. And so RPG, my buddy that's in it with me, he was on Expedition Bigfoot. And so he knows what I'm talking about, right? And we don't want to be like that because our investigations, when we go, shit always happens. Like, it's stupid. Like, I mean, we did this Bridgewater Triangle investigation, me and my buddy Bill Brock. And we're warned all week about don't go to the forest. There's occult activity and shit. We go out there and come across a sacrificed goat.
Wow.
Like, you know, I was like, dude, we're never going to be able to show this shit. Somebody's going to think we did this.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, they're never going to believe we actually found it.
The animal rights people come out.
Right. So we basically, you know, brought in some cameramen and we're like, all right, hey, we're going to investigate the Myakka Mookie, which is skunk ape in Myakka. We're going to interview some people that got very different explanations as to what this creature is. And we're going to do experiments for all of them to try and prove it. Because, like, we have one guy who believes that they cursed him, and he has good reason to believe it. Like, when you see it, you're going to be like, oh, man, yeah, they may have cursed you, but they may have cursed you. He honestly 110% believes that's what happened. There's another guy who, like, thinks they were in his head, almost like a machine or something. You know what I'm saying? And then you have the people that just think it was just a normal Bigfoot or like a normal creature. But that one's like the best thing I've done. Like I wished all my films could have started now, and then I could make them because I get better every time I'm doing something. And that one is the best thing I've done so far. It's really good. So it's like Ghost Adventures, but rated R.
Oh, okay.
So RPGs.
Got an edge.
Yeah. Oh, well, we're doing drugs.
It's got an edge.
You know what I mean? Like, well, we're pushing the envelope. So, like in one experiment, a mirror gazing experiment, one of the guys does psychedelics to see if we're doing this mirror gazing experiment in a haunted house. It's at a location where there's known Bigfoot activity, UFO sightings, ghost activity. So we're in this haunted house, and hey, let's try to see if maybe we can get the veil a little thinned out. See if we can see anything to the other side.
100%.
I know, I love that. Because I think we joke around on our channel. Connor's on here, like, I'm always like, Discovery Channel, they need some real people like us. I'm tired of watching these nice, clean ghost. No offense against Ghost Adventures, Ghost Hunters, and all those channels. Nice, clean, perfect college student people and all that. I want some hillbillies like us, like some real action, some real people, and not set up with fake stuff. Because I used to tell people, by now, Ghost Adventures has been on for like 12 seasons. You think by now, with a little bit of a ghost voice, you won't run as much? You won't scream as much? I think by now you'd be kind of like immune to it. It looks like we lost him, but I'm sure he'll come back.
Yeah, he'll bounce back. Yeah, I love, linking up with Stacy, and then Dr. Wu would love Stacy too, just because we're always micro dosing and macro dosing and tapping into the other frequencies that surround us. But yeah, there should be more approaches that are a R-rated stance on it, because if you go back to the ancient times, the Native Americans and the indigenous people and the first people of Canada and the other Canadian tribes, they were always doing psychedelics and doing mescaline around the fire and really tapping in to the other parts of their brain, because it's really all just electromagnetic frequencies, and these other creatures can see us do the psychedelics. Stacey, I was just mentioning how, the psychedelics, everybody demonizes it, but all it really does is open up other parts of your brain, and that can attract all these other entities and creatures, of course, because it's just vibrations, and if they can see the difference, it will remind them of the Native Americans and probably their own practices.
Well, so... okay, we understand or we perceive about 3% of our reality. No scientist will argue that, would you? That means there's 97% of cool shit going around that we don't even know about. So, 100%. Like, why can't we try to push that envelope to maybe see if we can put ourselves in a different mindset, whether that be with meditation or psychedelics or whatever, to really get a better view. Just maybe we can't capture it on camera, but we can have a personal experience that we can look at and document that, write it down. Like the things that we're seeing that you're telling me it's just from whatever, the drugs or whatever. How do we know the shit's not actually there? Just because you don't see it. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe you're opening your pineal gland and perceiving things a little bit better. For the most part, I believe that's your antenna to this to these frequencies. That is your antenna. And not to sound like a nut job, but the fluoride that's put in our water, the things that are done to us are all to suppress that. Why do we make so much effort to suppress that?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? That's why I think a lot of times with our dreams, They're just dreams. They're just dreams. I don't know, bud. We spend so much time of our life asleep. So what? 24 hours a day. So that's a third of your day if you get 8 hours that you're sleeping. So it's a third of your life. This can really be called a reality in itself.
Yeah, the visual digital world.
Yeah, but when you're asleep.
Oh yeah,
when you're asleep.
100%. Yeah,
when you're dreaming, when it takes up that much of your life, it is a form of reality to you. You know what I mean? Maybe you're going to a different place.
Yeah,
maybe that's just deeper into your mind. I can ramble for a while about that stuff, but
well, your pineal gland releases dimethyltryptamine. Dimethyltryptamine is a spirit molecule, the fuel to our dreams, to our soul. The exact second we die, our pineal gland floods internally. And I've done DMT a couple times. Luckily with the crystals. Everybody's done it internally, but I am fully confident that when it floods in your system after, that is the next chapter. And who's to say, this isn't a dream? We've always heard that, of course. And it's all a dream. And you have to just take the manifesting your thoughts literally. And we write in cursive and we spell words. So we better choose our words wisely because it literally becomes true.
So, okay, you know about DMT then. All right. So what happens when you smoke it? Usually the person has to have somebody else light it. They fall back. Usually they're already laying down so they don't get hurt. And they don't do nothing. They just lay there for a few minutes. Correct?
Yup, about 10 minutes, like a kind of coma in a way.
Okay. How odd is it to you for somebody to have a full-blown conversation with something? Okay, so I don't know if anybody's familiar with David Eckert. Okay, he's in Pensacola. He's got all these pictures and shit, and he's been claiming for years aliens have been visiting him. This man on camera has a full-blown conversation while he's under DMT, and he's talking about shit that's relevant to what we're doing.
Wow.
I'm just saying. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so we go in with the Outcast thing. Like I said, we want to push the envelope. We want to, because like in the trailer for the Mookie experiments, the taboo things are not to be talked about. They're to be ridiculed. All these people are pushing the same thing, and we've all been doing the same thing for about 60 years. We're stagnant. We haven't figured anything else out. You know what I mean? We've got EVPs, but we don't know what the source of the EVPs are. Hell, none of this may be ghosts. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just seem to have accepted some things, and we don't want to push the envelope, see if all this shit's even connected. And that's what this is about. It's about pushing them boundaries, testing all theories, and doing whatever you can. I mean, like, if it wasn't such a big deal, that whole flatliner shit that they did, we would try that.
Yeah. And that kind of stuff has to be pushed, man, because it's tapping into the frequencies that are needed. And 100%, man, I can't wait to see that episode of that guy in Pensacola, just because the power of DMT is so magical. And I bet he says some words that even he couldn't even make up. It takes you to levels and beings and just feelings and fractals that you could only perceive as energy, and you can't really put it into words. So I'm sure some of it is just gibberish. More maybe it's perfectly clear. I don't know, but I bet it's freaking magical because it's on another plane. But to actually capture it real time, wow, that's true vulnerability and pushing the limits. And wow, that's true goosebumps. Yep. That's flatline.
You shouldn't in a way. You shouldn't have multiple people talking about the portal in the same spot of the house. When three different people come out of a trip talking about the same shit, our trip shit. If we're doing mushrooms, everybody's trip's gonna be different.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, You're going to experience the way this damn desk feels differently than I am. You may see some colors differently than me. You're not maybe going to possibly see no entities or nothing like that. But then when 3 of you see the portal in the same spot in the house and you come out talking about it, all right, so hey, maybe we should look at that. That's all we're saying. Hey, fucking test everything. Shit, why not? We're not doing nothing but spinning our wheels.
No, I like what you're saying. I agree with you with everything. And everybody in the chat, I don't know, you guys, of course, I don't know, Connor might not have seen this, but we actually did some shows on this channel on dreams. We had a guest on named Carolina Francisca Jimenez talk about why we dream and the role of dreams and nightmares, and explain to us how dreams are messages. Dreams are telling us something, but we're just so close-minded as a world. We're not listening. We're not asking the right questions. We're not concentrating enough. So we've done a lot of shows about dreaming. So people in the chat, if you guys never seen our dream episode, there's the link. It's very good. This woman was awesome. She's I don't want to call someone a dream expert, but she studies dreams. And she was like, she was actually helping people on our channel about people who have PTSD on some of the techniques to help you with it. So it was very cool. So I love everything you're saying. So the pit's done, and you're talking about you got some other projects, but I mean, it sounds like you're a busy person. It sounds like you already got an agenda for the next couple of years of what you're planning to do, but you're probably never going to give up Bigfoot research, right? Because I heard you talking about might be doing a part 2. That's still like your heart and soul.
Yeah. See, so like I want to be a filmmaker for my profession. Okay. And I love big because there's going to be no money in Bigfooting. You know what I mean? Like you're not going to get paid to do that. No. And that sucks because that's what I actually love to do. So I also love to make films, and I love the editing process. So I very much am going to continue to do that. And then, paranormal stuff as well. I really just, I do the Bigfoot research. That's what I know. The paranormal stuff is more of a break from that monotony after a while, because like the Bigfoot thing is a slow go. It's a slow process. I'm trying to gain trust.
I'm reversed because when I started this channel, it was mostly just paranormal.
Right.
But I love UFO talk. I love Bigfoot talk. I'm a little bit reversed, with paranormal, but I love it all because I always feel that everything is connected. I feel like Bigfoot's connected with the paranormal. Paranormal's connected with Bigfoot. UFO's somehow connected. Everything is connected in a way. And it's fun hearing stories from you, from Connor, from different people from different areas, and trying to pick apart and trying to make our own reality, like our own little truths. Because we all know the media ain't going to give you the truth. We know the news ain't going to get the truth. If I want to know the truth about Bigfoot stories, UFOs, it's going to be people from you, people like you. And you're just not telling stories. You're actually you're showing people footage. You're backing up on what you're saying.
Right. Well, I'm trying to, so it's a fun ride, and people like to watch it, man. So I roll with it, and we just want to document everything, because I'm not going to be the guy that next time I see a Bigfoot, there's not a camera rolling. That's not going to happen no more. So, but that's my dream. My actual life dream is to prove Bigfoot, but we'll see.
I definitely think you've proved it to a fair share of people. There's definitely a lot of people still on the fence, but if they give it even 5 minutes, they'll be pushed over the fence of no return, because you've given footage, you've told historical accounts, and then you've talked to credible people, man, and then your boots on the ground. So you're doing an incredible job. You definitely paved the way for people like me. And of course, Outcast Paranormal is something truly special, because in this world of black and white and corporate and squares on TV, it brings some flavor, and we have to start thinking outside the box to gain some ground in this subject. So it's nice to have another outcast out there with me, you know, because there are so many obstacles and gatekeepers in this community and just life. And it's better to be arm in arm with some good MFers, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, fellas, I have to work in the morning at like 6 o'clock. So I do apologize, and I don't know what's up with my camera. It just keeps cutting out. So
No, I appreciate you coming up here. This is awesome.
it's all good, bud. I appreciate y'all having me on. And Connor, like I said, we got to get up, man. Got to hang out, bro.
100%. We will definitely hit the creek soon. I want to come down to Wakulla. I don't know if you can see in my background. I have the creature from the Black Lagoon, and right by where Stacy resides now, there are rumors of a volcano and, of course, other sea creatures and monsters. So I just want to tap into it, and, of course, worlds colliding. It was awesome meeting you at the Florida Bigfoot Conference, but I know definitely big plans for the future. We got to camp out at Torreya and then hike the Garden of Eden Trail as well.
We do. I've never been to that, and I definitely want to do that. So, because that's another story about this area that people don't know a whole lot about, you know. And with the Wakulla volcano too, you know, that was the thing. That's how they found this place. That's how they found the St. Mark's River from the ocean. Was because of this lingering smoke that was always coming from the Osceola area, which is actually my Bigfoot research spot. And it's a very unique place. I can't promise you would see Bigfoots, but I can almost guarantee you would see like lights.
Yeah,
you know,
I've heard tons of
so very special place that we go to.
There's something down there, man, because that's lined up with Tate's Hell and then the Apalachicola National Forest. And I've heard so many stories of, you know, baseball-sized orbs, pink, green. You know, Donnie Miller was just telling me about it. It's truly remarkable when stories line up as well from different sources that you trust and that life has brought you. So, dude, thanks for crossing our paths again tonight, and we look forward to the future. And, bro, good job on the pit. And I just wanted to mention, too, I bet your dad is, you know, watching very proud from above. He was the set designer. I was asking Stacy real quick. It was called The Pit. You know, it's about these guys that fall in a sinkhole. But, of course, then Les in Survivor Man corrects that because there's a more scientific right term for it. But you'll watch the movie, get the information. But the state didn't let Stacy film in a cave or an actual sinkhole. So his dad built a mound.
That's awesome.
And then, so they could actually go inside the cave. And
that's awesome.
Stacy, could you describe it just a little bit more?
Yeah. So we cleared out some land on the back, and he built a 20-foot tall cave out of rebar and concrete. So we put this rebar in the ground. We chicken wired and like hardware cloth the whole thing, and then he would mix this concrete to where it was thick enough to where you could stick it onto the walls and it would stay. And so then we had the shell, and then we did the outer shell, and then we got a concrete sprayer and sprayed the insides. And then so he built the tunnels. I think the one tunnel that we're crawling through was about 80 cans of spray foam. And then the tunnel that he is trying to get out of in the film, I think that was another 30 or something like that. But we filmed the whole thing on my parents' property, except a few scenes at the beginning. But when we're in the woods, it's all on my parents' land. And yeah, we built this he built us this damn cave, and there's actually bats that stay in it now. So it's pretty cool. So
well, you want to make a Batman movie, you said you got the bats.
I got the bat cave now. So
100%, man. And I definitely appreciate it again. Your daughter was in the film too. She did a great job. And then your puppy dog. Your puppy's, up there with your dad in a better place. Guardian angels. I'm a big believer in heaven. God created heaven. It's above. It's a physical place. And 1,000 years here on earth. And I'm not trying to get preachy or anything. I'm big onto the spirit. But 1,000 years on earth is one day in heaven. So we'll be there with all our loved ones, whichever religion you are. There is a creator. There is magic. Paranormal is just normal. We are all supernatural, guys. We create dreams and worlds while we sleep, and then we have amnesia when we wake up. And sea monsters exist. Stacy Brown has already proved the skunk ape is alive. And man, it's truly special that, I manifested this. This is truth that magic happens. I wanted this to happen years ago. Once I saw Stacy's movement, I was like, I want to become friends with this dude. I want to talk to this dude. I want to chop it up. I want to earn this dude's respect, and we've came a long way. So thanks again, Stacy.
Yes, sir, brother. Y'all have a good evening.
You have a good one, buddy.
Peace, man.
Peace.
That was awesome.
Yes, Stacy Brown, man. That is awesome. Everybody check out Skunk Ape Lives. It's simple. Just type it in on YouTube. And then Stacy Brown Jr. You can see the thermal footage, and he's done a lot of other incredible stuff. Please rent The Pit, and also check out Interviewing Monsters and Bigfoot. But that's just like Zillafoot for me. It's a fun movie for us to be a part of. But, hey,
That's the link to the Skunk Ape Lives. Hey, guys, it is worth watching because, listen, even for me, I didn't know too much about a skunk ape. I mean, all I know is it's just another name for Bigfoot out in Florida. I didn't know why they call it a skunk ape, and I learned that in the movie, and the interviews were pretty good. So I actually learned a lot because, listen, we all can't know everything. I mean, it's impossible to know everything. There's so many different cryptic creatures. It's easy to know the big ones, the Bigfoot, the Mothmans, I know a lot of people don't even know about the Jersey Devil. I mean, there's so many different stories and theories about different creatures. It's fun just to talk about it because there might be a lot of you in the chat like me. Maybe like talking to Cheese, you're up in the Northwest. Maybe you're like me. You never heard of the skunk ape. Up here, up in Washington, they're just called Bigfoot and Sasquatch, But that is awesome. And, he says some pretty interesting things about, how people, trying to capture their attention to watch something and all that, or people care. And when I've studied people, I'm pretty good at reading people. I've always been pretty good at reading people. And I don't know, it's always somewhat that a person is a non-believer because I know a lot of people who do believe in it. It's just they don't care. I mean, I'm not saying it in a bad way. They just don't care. They just, work is hard. Paying bills is hard. The last thing I want to do is go down a rabbit hole following Bigfoots, following paranormal, following UFOs. They might be believers. They just don't care, But sometimes doing documentaries is the only way you're going to get them involved somewhat. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, life is crazy. And there's only crazy son of bitches like us who decides to do shows about this. You go out and do adventures, going out traveling and all that, but for some people, they just don't care to. It's not that they're non-believers. It's not their thing.
Yeah, it takes a lot of burden. It's a heavy weight on your shoulders to find out some of this information and to dig deep in conspiracies and things that are being covered up. It's heavy on the mind, body, and soul, and then you're an outcast on society, and your family starts to question you. But yeah, it's definitely taxing and tolling. And it's only a path for the strong-minded and strong-willed. Yeah, man.
Even doing shows like, oh man, what I'm gonna do Wednesday about? What I'm gonna do Friday about? What do I want to do Thursday about? It's so much, and like, what do I really want to learn? There's a lot that goes through to do a lot of things. It's just not like you wake up one morning and go, I'm gonna go out to this place and look for Bigfoot. I'm sure you gotta look at the weather report, see if somebody wants to go with you. Bring gear,
Yeah, I'm constantly researching. That's the thing. My whole life is the mission, so there really isn't much time off. If I'm watching a movie, it's still research. You hear me talk about movies. It's all that comprehends and incorporates into my stories and my mission. So it's all linked once you see the spider web of connection, 100%.
It's even getting harder to watch some movies because every time you want to watch a movie at home, okay, I'm going to watch a movie, but I'm going to take my laptop, work on the show. Then like, huh, what did I miss? What did I miss? It's hard to multitask nowadays.
But yeah, you'll have to watch The Pit soon, and then you can watch Interviewing with Bigfoot and Monsters. And I thought I overheard Stacy mention that movie was kind of junky. So, but I watched it. I thought it was kind of funny. They sell it at Walmart for like $5.
Talking cheese. My father was a huge believer in Bigfoot. He wasn't. He didn't care too much about UFOs, paranormal, and it makes sense because he grew up in the mountains his whole life, hunting, growing up in Idaho, moving to California. And it is cool to have parents who are open-minded, but it doesn't mean they're open-minded to everything. But that is cool. That is like an extra plus if you got a parent. That's
awesome that your dad was from Idaho originally, because tomorrow we have kind of special. Well, you guys have a special surprise, you and your brother, about Idaho and UFOs. And hopefully, if it times up, I'm going to try to join you guys.
Put that one together. That's a good one. That's good. That's good.
And I know Ohio will be at least top 10 if the list is pretty accurate. So I'll try to add in my 2 cents.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will be surprised. I mean, if you look at, technically, if you look at my thumbnail, it's just a bunch of little circles of the United States of America, and different states have different colors of how many UFOs. So you might not know the number, but if you look at my thumbnail, you can kind of figure out where your state is at.
Sweet.
Yeah, that's kind of a sweet thumbnail. It's like a little show and tell, like, look, United States. Oh, this state's red, blue, red. And it's very interesting where I thought maybe this state would have more UFOs. Like, oh, that one? Oh, wow. How many? Holy shit.
I'm super excited for Friday, though.
I love learning shit like that. Well, Friday,
Don't Breathe comes out. That's what I've been waiting for. I've been waiting for Don't Breathe 2 since the first one came out, because Detroit is such a scary city, guys. That's 11 miles straight of abandonedness. And then just imagine right in the middle of that, you're trying to break into this guy's house for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he's a trained killer, and no one can hear you scream.
I'm seeing 2 movies this weekend. I know Friday, because of my daughter, we're going to go see Free Guy.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome, too. I'm super excited for that.
I'm planning to see Don't Breathe either Saturday or Sunday. Saturday, Sunday. It's going to be one of those days. Or maybe I could get out Thursday night. I know they release on Thursdays now past 7 o'clock.
Yep. Yeah, that would be nice.
I want to see it because Don't Breathe was such a surprise. It was just like a surprise, like, guy's blind, but this is a bad motherfucker. I mean, you don't fuck with this guy. And 100%. I'm curious how they're going to pull off a second one. And the trailer looks good, But I'm curious, how can you go on with this kind of a character? But if you could do it.
Yeah, the second one, he's protecting some girl, and then some people, I think, find out about him, and it's going to give more about his character. So I'm really excited.
I am too. And if you guys haven't seen Suicide Squad, I'm telling you, people in the chat, this is the Suicide Squad that you wanted, because this is basically, in this Suicide Squad movie, guys, if you've seen it already, they fucking start off quick. They start off on, the first Suicide, I enjoyed it for what it was. I didn't like the ending on how, and I didn't like that, but I like how the first Suicide Squad, where they gave a story of each person. Well, this one, they did that with a few of them, but then they're just fucking on the island. It's like, it's go time. I mean, fucking. And one of the characters that that James Gunn usually always has in his movie. I forgot his name. He plays in The Walking Dead. He was the main alien creature in Sliver. I forgot the actor's name.
Michael Rooker.
Yeah, he always likes to have him in his movies, but I was shocked how fast he died. I'm like, oh shit, I thought he's gonna be like a major part of the team. And then you found out that no, like the boomerang guy, I'm like, oh wow, they're bringing him back. Oh, they fucking killed him off.
Yeah, and then Pete Davidson's character got killed off quickly too. Thank God.
The reason we're saying this, guys, come on, it's on HBO Max. You guys all
if they haven't watched it yet by now, I don't care.
But
what day is it today? Like,
I am gonna say
today's Tuesday. Come on, it's been out for 5 days.
Well, I know. I don't know how people feel about Will Smith. I am gonna say I did miss Will Smith's character. I actually, out of the original Suicide Squad, I actually like Will Smith's character the best. I thought he was actually really good. And now, I know he's not in this Suicide Squad, but I know originally that actor Alba, when they originally hired him, he was going to be Deadshot.
Yep.
But the studio says, no, we're going to give you somebody else because we want to keep Deadshot just in case Will Smith ever wants to come back, because he was good in that part. I mean, he was one of the highlights, and I did miss him in this movie, but they did a good job. They pulled it off. I mean, I love Shark Man. I love Shark Guy. He's just like a sweet little shark reading the book upside down.
Sylvester Stallone, man, he did a great job playing the Shark Man. That was awesome.
You know what? I know when they say Stallone was in it, I'm like, which one's Stallone? Oh, he's Shark Man. Just like in Guardians, what's his name? Van Diesel is actually Groot.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. I like Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn was the best. She carried the movie. You know, she was incredible with her acrobatic. Like, that was the first time you actually got to see like superpowers kind of.
Well, they did her right. They didn't try to make her like the star. You know, Alba actor. You know, they made him like the leader of the group. Yep. And she's like part of it. So she kicks ass. It's like sometimes when you take somebody, then you make their whole movie around them. It doesn't work the same. Sometimes they're better as a sidekick versus being the main person. And that's nothing to be sad about. Nothing bad about that. You know, I was hoping to see the Joker in it somewhere, but that's all right. I like Jay Little's Joker. A lot of people didn't. I actually enjoyed the pimp style Joker.
Yeah, it was cool. A cool modern take on it. But of course, he got killed by the edit. But then, of course, Justice League brought him in, and that was kind of cool too. So, you know, and it's a comic book world. Nothing's ever dead. Nothing's ever over. Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, and of course Tom Holland all going to be together here soon, and all the Spider-Mans.
I'm more excited for the Flash because Michael Keaton is going to be in the Flash. So I'm imagining it in another timeline. Now the question is Michael Keaton going to put on the suit or not? That's the question, right? Is he going to put on the Batman suit in this other timeline? You know, they if they wanted to, they could actually bring Michael Keaton back, because there is comics of Batman Beyond where there's an older Batman teaching the younger one. Yep. You know, Michael Keaton could be the older Batman teaching. I think that'd be something awesome. Batman Beyond, you know, a different universe, kind of like what they're doing now, right? Joker is a different universe than the other DC movies. Why not? Why not? You give him enough money, he'll do it.
It's 100%, man, 100%. But yeah, man, I'm super excited for the weekend, and I'm super excited for your show tomorrow. Legendary guest today with Stacey Brown. Thanks for sharing your incredible information, and his movies are incredible, you know, and for an indie filmmaker like myself and a small-time actor and Bigfoot researcher, I look at him as like a trailblazer, because he goes out and gets it. He was on that Spike TV show, and then he just sticks his neck out there, and he did a great job, you know, at the Florida Bigfoot Conference. His speech was incredible. I, of course, just want to mention, you know, Cheesy Pond Wildman real quick for anybody that's a first timer on this. One was captured in the 1800s, right at the Ocheesee Pond, not far from Torreya State Park, where Stacy had his footage, not far from my house right now, where I'm recording this second. But yeah, one was captured in the 1800s and then sent to the Capitol, and then from the Capitol to Chattahoochee facility. And then it was kept there for 3 years, and then they buried it after it died. It was on the New York Times, and it's been on a couple other news outlets, and it should be plastered all over the world. But their giants existed, so did the mound builders, sun worshippers. You know, they were buried with copper and gold and rubies. We had kings and queens in America. I don't give a dang about no president.
No. And here's a scene with him talking in his documentary, Skunk Ape. Guys, I just want to just play a little bit of it, but I want you guys to watch this. I put this in the chat. I'll do it one more time. Yeah, watch this because I learned a lot about the skunk ape. Like I said, I didn't know what the skunk ape was. All I know, in my mind, I was thinking it must be a Florida thing. They must be naming their creatures, you know. Then I learned about how the first skunk ape was about the smell. It was about the white stripe where it looked like a skunk in a way. But there was one guy in that documentary did mention that he smelled something like that was horrible, but that could be a lot of different things too.
Yeah, 100%. I think a lot of them do smell bad, just like really bad body odor would smell bad, of course. But the original name came from a white stripe, just like the band. But yeah, Stacey Brown makes that clear, and it's available online, guys, so definitely check it out. It was on Amazon, and it hit that algorithm, man. I remember it was front and center. Skunk Ape lives, so it's tell your mama, tell your papa. The skunk ape lives, guys. When you're visiting down in Florida, make sure to rile your family members up, but don't go too far off the trail.
Now, I don't remember if you mentioned in the movie if there's been people seeing skunk ape in other states.
Yeah, the skunk ape is pretty popular in Louisiana and Mississippi. So just like he was saying how some of the Bigfoot come down from the Smoky Mountains, of course, some of the skunk apes are going to transfer the swamps. And then you could take the swamps all the way from Louisiana across Texas. And then you get from Texas, you can get into, you know, El Paso and then New Mexico, and then that gets it in Nevada. You dive down in the caves, you could see a blend of these creatures, but of course, a primary in each of their corners. You know, over in Seattle, they have the big, giant Pacific Northwest Sasquatch, just like Patty. Over here in the Florida skunk ape, you know, just like the shorter but stronger type creature, like a stump jump, kind of like Shrek.
This guy right here saying skunk ape found in Florida cave. Let's hear this guy.
It's Connor, Bigfoot Anonymous. I'm with my buddy Jack, scouting, filming locations for our upcoming movie. And look what I found deep in a cave. You can clearly see the 5 toes and the mid-tarsal break. This is truly incredible.
You know, it's kind of neat. I was looking at this. Of course, guys, Bigfoot's right there. This is his video. It looks like you can see it's a big foot, but it's almost like right there. It's like hands with, you know what I mean? How like between the toes. I mean, that's pretty big. Is that what a normal look of a skunk ape footprint versus other Bigfoot footprints?
Well, definitely the skunk ape can range from little ones, like this one would definitely be a juvenile. This is either a juvenile skunk ape or just a caveman or a homeless person that is really brave, that only left one track in the whole cave. And I don't know why they would ever swim down there. It's impossible to walk there barefoot because you have to go over railroads, through thorns, you got to cross creeks, through, you know, rattlesnake dens, basically. So it's impossible to go barefoot.
Well, that looks pretty big.
It's only about 12 inches long. I actually returned yesterday with the Walking Legend and casted it. The cast is at my mom's house tomorrow, but it's at my mom's house right now. But tomorrow, for the UFO show, if I'm on, I'll definitely bring it. because I was having her clean it off because I had a bunch of like mud chunks still in it. But yeah, I actually plaster casted it, and it's not that big, but it is pretty remarkable in the definition on its like the toes, because it's scraped because it was going uphill, and the plaster cast actually got the scrape in it too. But like I said,
with those shoes on too.
Yeah. I don't know what the person was doing, if it was a person. It's a caveman. Jack McClellan was with me. We were scouting for a short film that we're doing for a film festival in Tallahassee. I am super pumped, but it was remarkable. And then, yeah, this one's crazy too. But then on Jack's footage, there's crazy electrical interference, and he got, an hour worth of footage that day, and it's only during that time that there was electrical interference. So it's really crazy. But this, we were going yesterday to retrieve my walking stick, which wasn't there. Someone got it, but hey, I left it behind. It's my fault. Walking sticks are meant to change hands anyway. Ninja Ronnie gifted it to me. It had a ninja on it, or not a ninja, a scorpion tied around it. Scorpion in a pendant tied around a string. So it really made it nice. But someone else is happy with it. But yeah, yesterday we're pulling down to go plaster cast this cave monster, and I see this serpent lurking, and it's a diamondback.
I love how you're just energy on this.
Oh my gosh!
And you can see it curl up. That was crazy. Black predator.
If it starts coming this way, get back in the car. That is the eastern diamondback rattlesnake. It is about 7 feet long and a monster killer. Hey, buddy. He knows we see him, clearly.
Yeah, I was laughing at that today when I rewatched it. I'm like, it's a monster killer. And I'm like, hey, buddy. And it's true, though. I'm not trying to harm this creature, but it definitely took an aggressive defensive stance. And you can hear the walking legend in the background. He was pretty riled up, cussing up a sailor storm. I'm going to have to tell him I'm trying to keep my things somewhat friendly. But that thing was so crazy. We drove past it, and it didn't even budge at all. It stayed the same. I should have made a video out my window of it. But yeah, it was pretty remarkable. And I have a huge interview, guys, tomorrow night with Bigfoot Odyssey. And they have, like 800 live viewers at a time. So it's going to be a huge moment, for Bigfoot and Non, and just my whole movement. And I went out with Donnie Miller recently, and we had a magical time at the Alamo Cave. And he was nice enough to help me raise some money. And someone actually sent a drone, Errata Cinema, great person out in Louisiana. Thank you so much. And everybody else who contributed to helping me get a GoPro, thank you. I'm definitely going to pay it forward and make the most of it.
Hey, guys, this is the show he's talking about. That's tomorrow. I got it right here. I'll put the link in here so you guys can put a set reminder. And this group is called Bigfoot Odyssey.
Yes, and they are a really famous group online. They started, I'm pretty sure, on Facebook, and they have like 30,000 people in their group. And then they've made so many documentaries, and Carrie Arnold is head of it. And Daniela, she's out in the United Kingdom. She's an incredible producer on the show. It is incredible. The last few episodes, The one guy's name is Kevin. That's actually the Apalachicola Forest, right in between me and Stacy's house. And it's just crazy. He had a whole family of Bigfoot talking to him, like the female daughter Bigfoot introduced him to the parents. It's some wild stuff. So tomorrow, I'm definitely trying to do something in the woods just so I could have something to fuel me up, for the big interview. Because next to Dogman Encounters with Vic Cundiff, this is the second biggest interview in my life. So I'm really hoping, it goes well, and I just got to be myself. And I'm a Bigfoot researcher. It's the researcher's report. I bring a lot to this. And, look, just tonight, look at this. We chopped it up with Stacy Brown, and that's what I'm talking about. I'm learning from Stacy Brown, Tim the Tracker, Central Florida Bigfoot, Donnie Miller. the best of the best, especially down here in Florida. And just connecting, of course, with you and your brother week in, week out, we're jogging each other's mind. And, of course, Long Island Bigfoot as well. You know, I have some great mentors in this community.
Look at their views. You're not kidding. 7.6, 8.9, 7.9, 12, 10, 5. Yeah, they get thousands of views. Wow.
It's going to be pretty big. Type in Sleepy Hollow Dogman real quick. That's my biggest one. But sadly, I didn't have my YouTube popping at the same time. Sleepy Hollow Dogman, yeah. That's my story with Vic Cundiff. And he pre-records it.
Is Dogman one word?
Yeah, one word. It should have still picked it up. There you go. Yeah, that video, though, that you just clicked, you accidentally clicked the channel.
I'm going to videos. And you're going to be on this one too, huh?
No, I was already on it. It was that one.
Oh, you're already on it. Oh.
That was mine.
This 4 days ago?
No, the one Sleepy Hollow one. The first one you had. Go back a few.
Oh, the first one I had.
One more back. Right there.
That's episode me. 339. Ooh, wow. 45,000 views.
Yeah, flex. But, you know, that's the thing. It's just another Dogman story, man. It's awesome. But yeah, it was an incredible experience. But a lot of these people think I'm like a noob on this. They're like, "Oh man, I heard, is this his first time on live?" Like, are you kidding me, man? Like, you look up Connor Flynn or Bigfoot Anonymous, guys, on Spotify or Apple Music. I've done literally almost 100 interviews with people now. Because I stay active, guys, and I interview people, and then people interview me, and then we get to conclusions. So I'm writing books, Big Brother Bigfoot, Monsters, Mysteries Around the Corner, Eerie Swamps, Road Trip to Eden, and guess what? Tomorrow, my 4th book goes on pre-order because I'm releasing it for my big interview, Bigfoot Odyssey. But Panhandle Pirates, my 4th book, is going to be out there, and there's going to be pictures of me and Stacy in there. And I don't want to push it back, so there won't be any adventures with me and Stacy in there. But he'll be in my next book, best believe. And I'm definitely going to release another one in October. That's my one called "Every Camp Has a Crystal Lake," all about my haunted camps and campuses.
Oh, that's awesome.
But the Panhandle Pirates, of course, is about my Panhandle journeys. Of course, South Georgia, South Alabama, and then North Florida. The Panhandle.
I like what you said. Isn't it funny how when you're saying how people think that you're new on the blog, you're brand new, you don't know anything, It's like every time, sometimes we do some shows. Sometimes we do some shows on Mandela Effect sometimes. And there'll always be somebody making a comment or Reddit, dude, you need to do your research. You need to learn this. Like, dude, my brother and I did shows back in 2016. 6 years ago and stuff before you guys didn't even know shit about it. So it's just like people, no matter what, they always think you don't know nothing. You're brand new, and they don't realize that you've been like yourself. You've been writing books about this a while ago. You might be doing a lot more on your channel you've done before, but they judge you too much of what you're doing now, and they don't look at all the stuff you have done.
Oh, 100%. I've been posting a lot of my videos on Facebook groups recently. So, man, I've been getting harassed. They called that print, a gator print, a bear print. They said I made it with my hands. It's crazy. and then I casted it. It's definitely a footprint. It's either a caveman or a homeless man or a brave swimmer. One of the three. And all of them are honestly cool and worth casting. So I'm proud of it. It's very cool, but it's not a gator print. So anybody that agreed with that, that's silly. And then a bear print, I could see them maybe thinking that. But once they see the cast, then it's like, come on. But man, it's definitely a journey online, and people tear you apart. And I have one video investigating the falling water Sasquatch, and it's been taking off. It has like 6,000 views or something. And in my videos, you'll know it right away when I say it. Hey, y'all, it's Connor from Bigfoot Anonymous. That's my intro, you know? And I say that pretty much 95% of the time. Hey, y'all. And like I'm from the north, but I've moved around the world, and I'm big on screw language. Like I'll talk how I want to talk. It's my dialect, you know? But I wanted to change it up. One dang video, I say yo yo, and people know, like, if I'm saying yo yo, I'm not trying to be, you know, gangsta fabulous. I'm just trying to be fun. And if you want to go back to the Bible, Josiah, come on, the healer. So yo yo, it hits you on another level, and they tell us yo is dumbed down, and that's what they're trying to hide, actual real root to the word. But they're judging me like, yo, the guy's first thing he says is yo yo, he already lost my attention. And other people are like, I want to smack him in the face. And it's just like, oh my gosh, I'm out there in the rain looking for a Sasquatch, telling you about a historical, you know, legend like that happened right there. And people are still going to get worried about yo yo. Like, oh my God. And then he's like, well, if your teacher said yo yo, and I'm like, it's YouTube, we're not in class. And I said, read the dang books if you don't like my slang, you know? What a little pansy. And then one of my videos on TikTok has 15K in like 3 days. Pretty cool. It's the one about the Bigfoot construction at Walmart.
Yeah, isn't it weird? You don't know what certain videos, some videos just like goes off. You're like, wow.
Yeah,
you know?
I knew if that one had a fair shot, it would, just because it's such an outrageous story. But that's the same one. A lot of people are harassing me on that one too, because the guy tells me they ran off some Sasquatch when they built a Walmart. But the same guy also witnessed a UFO drop off 500 people in town. Like I said before in the other show, I could have left that part out just to strengthen the Bigfoot tale. But no, I gave everybody the full picture because I wanted them to get the whole bowl of the cereal, you know? So people are outrageous, man. It's hilarious. But I am so pumped for tomorrow. I'm stoked. It's going to be a huge day. Oh, man.
The only reason I was showing this here is, like you said, you just never know what video hits. Because I have this one video called What Dreams May Come. It was nothing special, but for whatever reason, it's got 11,000 Ks on it.
Heck yeah. Robin Williams, man.
I just don't. And I just you don't know why. It's like I have a video with Martin Lewinsky. He's big in the flat Earth community and researching, 2.6. I can see that getting 11, but you just don't know what's big or not.
Yeah, it's all about hitting the algorithm and the supporters, man. Comments.
Somebody sent me What Dreams May Come. Somebody sent me this message on it. It goes, this guy wrote, "You're a motherfucker." I'm like, what do you mean I'm a motherfucker? I thought this was the Robin Williams movie. Like, what? Did you see that my face was on that body? I don't look nothing like Robin Williams. And this guy was like cussing at me. I'm thinking, oh, is that video hit 11,000 because people think it's the Robin Williams movie?
It probably happened for some of it, but it also, you guys are doing the breakdown on it, right? Is that what the video is actually about? You guys are talking about What Dreams May Come?
Yeah, we're talking about dreams.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool. I used to do that on Hot New Hip Hop. Back in the day, you used to be able to upload your music, and I would put it under like Lil Wayne back before they, fixed the system. And people would click on it, and I'd get hundreds of thousands of plays before they'd take it down. And I'd just be like, yeah. And everybody was flagging it and threatening to kill me. But hey, they were hearing it, and that's all about it. It's hustling. It's breaking the code. It's Neo in the Matrix, man. That's what it's about.
No, it is. Nah. I like having people like Stacy on, and we had that Mark QAnon for Hoodman, and sometimes I love just hearing on what does it take to get a movie off the ground. You know, that's always interesting. You know, like how do you get a movie off the ground? How do you search? I mean, we didn't get in that depth with Stacy because I wanted to hear his movies. We only had it for an hour, but it takes a lot. He knows how to talk to people because it's not easy to probably get backing, to fund a movie. That's a lot of work. And like I said, his dad built the cave hole, but I'm sure that wasn't cheap.
No, it definitely wasn't. Yeah, it was all DIY, but it was all self-funded as well. And yeah, man, he's a hustler. And when I met him at the Florida Bigfoot conference, he was hustling and bustling, had a table, was taking pictures with people, selling his DVDs. He's awesome, man. And he asked me to, join Outcast Paranormal. And of course I obliged, man, because that's right up my alley. Trying different things, other methods, psychedelics, and tapping into these other frequencies and maybe trying to connect to these other deities that surround us. Because most other people aren't even, approaching those circumstances. So yeah, it's special. It's special, man. It's a good connection.
It is. That's why I like what he was talking about. I liked it because you shouldn't have to stick yourself just into one community. You want to connect. That's why my topics are always different every show. I don't want to do an all Mandela Effect show, an all Bigfoot show, UFOs. I think they all connect, and I want to talk to different groups. Now there is bad things about doing that in a way, because if you do shows on YouTube, it's proven that if you're all about the views, then you stick with the one main subject and you do your show after. But I can't do that. I don't want to talk about one thing over and over again. It's just too fucking boring. Yes, I'm missing out on getting that one community to all come back. By doing what I do now, it's like, okay, he's doing paranormal today. I'll go for that show. But I won't go there for Bigfoot. I won't go there for UFO. But I'm hoping one day that with your work, everybody's work, we can get percentages, all these different communities into one. Because it does connect.
100%. I can't imagine being one of those people that divide it, oh man, I can't listen to that.
Paranormal stuff, I fucking loved it. That means he's open to everything.
Yep, he is, man. And yeah, we still got to watch his Roswell movie because it's hard as a creator. Of course, you see all your imperfections, but no one else sees it. They would just see the documentary.
I know what he's talking about.
Knowing that he filmed that 3 months before Skunk Ape Lives, as film guys like being you, come on, we got to watch that. That's awesome.
There's a lot of people like him, and there's a lot of people like myself and stuff. Like when I'm done with the show, I'm the type of person that cannot watch it again. I move on to the next one. I can't watch myself. Bob, my brother, when he's done with the show, he'll go to the room and he'll rewatch it. That's his personality.
Yeah.
I can't rewatch. I just can't.
I like rewatching some parts, but some parts it drives me crazy. That too. I'm too hard on myself.
Because you're right. Exactly. I think I'm too hard. I'm like, oh my god, I sound like shit. I should have done this. I should have done that. I should have done that. Oh no, I interrupted this person. I interrupted that person. It's just like I'm done. But Bob,
you have to just survive
it, and I'll hear him laughing and enjoying him. Like I wish I could do that.
That's awesome. Yeah, I some of them I like rewatching, especially some parts. But yeah, sometimes it drives me crazy. But that driving crazy part is also like a good feeling too, because at least you're pushing yourself to the limit, And when you hop out of your comfort zone, and people know, especially through Zoom and all this, interruptions are going to happen just because it's just weird timing. That human being aspect gives you a little bit more feeling to it, but we all roll with the punches, especially when we're in this paranormal field. We're already thinking outside the box. So yeah, man, that's freaking special.
Oh, what does he say here? Yep, 85 in the shade, going good. Johnny Depp once said the same about himself up on the screen. Yeah.
He said he can't even rewatch himself. Movies and songs though, I like rewatching it. But these podcasts and especially radio podcasts, yeah, it drives me a little crazy. And I love reading the chat though and seeing everybody. Like tomorrow is going to be crazy. I hope you can make it in the chat for Bigfoot Odyssey. You'll definitely have to make me look good, you know.
Yeah, what time? What time is that one? I had it up here. Let me go back to it. Let me see what time it starts.
It's 7 o'clock my time, so probably 5 o'clock your time, I think.
Is it 5 o'clock? Let me see here.
Think so.
I mean,
it's gonna be pretty major though, and it's a pretty short show. It's like an hour, maybe hour 20 minutes. They'll give me. But man, it's super cool. Like I've been waiting on this moment, manifesting it. And Kerry Arnold, he's had face-to-face encounter with the Sasquatch. And the one he describes, I've seen like in my freaking dreams, like a dark face, a sunburnt creature, flat face, gray being, really scary. And Daniela, I was on her show, Hidden Existence, before. I just called into her show and kind of wreaked havoc, but she's awesome. And I think she can put up with me.
Yeah, it's 5 o'clock.
Nice.
I'll be listening to it in a car because I'm gonna be a soccer mom tomorrow. I'm driving my daughter and all her some of her friends to volleyball camp.
Heck yeah, man! I love volleyball. It's an awesome sport. Maybe you should get them on the spike ball because that's the future. You've seen that with the little trampoline. How you get 3 hits and stuff.
For doing what you love to do.
Thanks, bro.
That's awesome. No, that is awesome.
It really just drives me because what else would I be doing? You know, I can't just live in a square box all day. I have to be that inspiration. And sometimes I fall on the outside, you know, the cool kids and the family members look at me kind of sideways, but I meet good people along the path, and that definitely strengthens me. But I just love like history, and so much of it gets swept under the rug. We half showed that one video of me in a cemetery. Mary Nepper, the girl got buried alive, and grave diggers ended up finding her body, and she sat up. Like I love telling stories like that, and it's a local story that, you know, a lot of people know around here, but around the world, no one's heard that. So it's cool to share your own personal stuff. And, you know, me, I'm just trying to get footage and, you know, I watch movies all day and just try to share my take on it and my collection of spider webs. You know, I've done a lot of psychedelics and talked to some interesting people. So I have some unique attributes that come together, and, you know, hopefully you guys can learn a few things, but be entertained at the very minimum.
Yeah. So somebody's asking, why am I not with any paranormal groups? You know, for me to do a paranormal group, I actually have to do my own because believe it or not, I have reached out to different paranormal groups, and not one of them will take me. Not one of them. Not one of them want me to join, because as soon as you talk to them, they ask, you know, do you have any, you know, disabilities and stuff? And I say, you know, I have hearing issues and all that. Once you mention hearing issues with paranormal groups, they want nothing to do with you because they think you're going to miss the sounds. You're going to miss this. So if I want to do something paranormal, I'm just going to have to do it myself. I'm going to have to do, you know, get myself equipment. Because I've actually tried with 6 groups. Not one of them. They said that, you know, we need people with 20/20 eyes and 20/20 ears. Now, I got 20/20 eyes, but I don't have 20/20 ears. So they won't take you. And it's like, you know what? And then one group says, well, we have to think about it. And the thing is, once somebody says they have to think about it, fuck no. Because the energy's not there. If they're not excited for you to join, fuck it. So you know what? I'm gonna do my own.
Yeah, that's 100% fair. And I don't know about those people, but they should do some research. Missing 401. A lot of the people that go missing or just have strange anomalies, they are hearing impaired or vision impaired or have some other kind of disability. So those creatures definitely can sense that too. So any smart group would actually want to have someone with some kind of disability in their group that is fully functionable and a full viable option. So, wow, their loss, but all the more reason. Gypsy Road, Bigfoot and Non. We have our own movements, and our movement is a community. We represent more than us. We're just the head of the spear.
Yeah, let me see. Their loss, other sense are like the shepherd. Yeah, and you get sense of people when you talk to them, and when you don't feel the energy, you don't feel their energy. I got a lot of plans when Bob comes back for his month from the UK. We got a lot of plans that we're going to hit certain places and all that. It's believe it or not, a lot of these places that say they're haunted, and if you want to do paranormal research there, like walk around at dark, you got to pay. It's almost a business. It's like an inner business. You ever heard of that place called Mackey's? The famous haunted bar that's out there in the Midwest.
I may have, yeah. I've probably seen some videos on it.
Yeah, you got to pay to do research there.
Makes sense.
It's almost like you saw all those TV shows about those jailhouses. You got to pay to do research, and it's just like it doesn't feel real if you have to pay to go on a site and do research. It just doesn't sound right.
Well, paying probably weeds out the crazies, because if it was free, then every freaking high school club would do it. So you gotta have some kind of stipulation. You know me though, I'm the cheapest MFer in the world, but so I would try to find a loophole. I'd be like, sir, I'm a published author, sir. You self-published,
We'll sneak in. We'll sneak in.
That's part of it, 100%. That's how the good horror movies start.
It's all that. So, guys, we're basically at 10:58. I know it's getting pretty late out there, but tomorrow's topic on the Gypsy Road channel. I know we're talking about UFOs again, but this time we're going to be studying on the out of the 50 states, what are the top states with the most UFO sightings, and what are the worst UFO sightings? And then once we know what are the top, maybe we're going to try to break down. Well, let's see if there's a Bigfoot percentage of sightings. Now, of course, not every sighting gets reported, so it might not be 100% accurate, but it'd be kind of neat to see with charts. Is there a connection where there's more sightings with this and this here? Or it might be the total opposite. It might be all UFOs and Bigfoot might be less. I mean, we don't know. That's what we're going to research tomorrow. So it's going to be a research type of show tomorrow.
Heck yeah, I'm really excited. If I'm not hiking, I will definitely be with you guys. But no matter what, I'll be providing the content. So anybody, guys, that's here that's not subscribed to me, please subscribe to me. Because big things are coming. Got a big interview tomorrow. About to hit the 1,000 subscriber mark, so that will open me up for some more freedoms, and that'll be very cool. I'm going to start hosting lives in my own show. So, of course,
I've never heard of Bigfoot Odyssey, so this is going to be new for me too.
Yes, they are very official, and they do this thing called the 168 that they invite all the best researchers down. And then they stay down in the Florida swamps for 168 hours, and they gather information and evidence, and it's a documentary, and you have to apply to be in it. So I'm kind of late on the bus too. Hopefully next time I'm going to be on it, so that'll be very cool. Tim Turner, though, Tim T, the tracker, who I stayed with, he is actually on it. And then Tippa TV, who we're good friends with. That's who I was mentioning before. They are the videographers for the next 168. So they're good friends with Bigfoot Odyssey too, and they're part of that family. So it's going to be worlds colliding tomorrow. Again, it's one of the biggest days of my life. I hope all you guys are there to support, because it means a lot. I won't be looking at the chat. I will be on the StreamYard. That will be too crazy for me to. My heart is going to be bumping. I'm going to have to chill out.
Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. I'll text him on the side to your Instagram. Hey.
It is really crazy. Like when I get interviewed by other people, my heart, like I still get a little nervous. But here, I'm very thankful that Eric has opened up, this place to be a safe haven. And I am a co-host in this show, and that's how I approach it, and that's how I feel. There's no pressure. It's just me and Eric hanging out, and it's a freaking great time. I look forward to it literally every week, and I know that they pile up. So, like, years from now, as long as we got power, we're going to have awesome footage, and that's when you can re-watch it, when you totally forget what you gave,
And one day, Discovery Channel is going to go, we got to get this Gypsy, this Bigfoot, and this Dr. Wu fucking together. And hey, you never know. You never know.
Hey, the Discovery already reached out to me, and we were supposed to be on Expedition Unknown or Expedition X, and it got pushed back. So hopefully down the road, and I'll mention Gypsy Road, of course. But yeah, man.
Hello and welcome to this new channel, Brink Books, where we will look at my books and make them obsolete and redundant because I'm giving all the goods for free here on YouTube. That was a business model that sounded much better before I just said it out loud. And I'm sorry for being up in your face like this. It's the only way to get my voice through the teeny tiny microphone. I originally did this sitting across a table from you, as it were, man to man, and my voice wouldn't carry 3 feet. So I ended up having to shout at you like a lunatic, as if I were angry that you had come to my channel, where it's just the opposite. I'm very, very happy to see you, and thank you for coming. And if it looks like I'm barely suppressing a smile, it's true, I am. I'm not laughing at you. I had trouble. There, you see, now I'm looking at myself. I'm wired to look at a human being in the eyes, not stare at a tiny dot of a camera, so I put this little placeholder, this little fairy, just behind the camera, and I'm speaking to her directly, just as if I were speaking directly to you. Sir Michael Caine once taught me, right here on YouTube, something about eye focus and concentration, and I was not able to do it without the help of my little friend. Well, it's a beautiful morning here in Fukuyama City, in Hiroshima Prefecture. I think the hottest of the summer heat is gone, and we're heading into autumn. Mornings and nights are beginning to get a little cooler. And now I'm going to leave nose cam and enter into presentation mode. And we'll begin with our program. Find the button. Okay, insert a little intro music here and smooth segue. And now it sounds like I'm spitting in your ears. Sorry about that. I think this microphone came out of a box of Rice Krispies. 4 years ago, in 2017, Fuji Television, a major network, this is their Tokyo headquarters, broadcast photos of what they think, and I think, is the decomposing body of a hibagon. The hibagon is a large, hairy, bipedal forest creature, often compared with Bigfoot. I say it is the Japanese Bigfoot. Now, these photos never made it over to the North American Bigfoot community, mainly on account of the language barrier. Now, you've already been patient with me, and you're already 4 years behind, so I'm going to show you these photos right now, and then I'll say a few words about them. Viewer discretion is advised. This is a decomposing corpse. So this is the body found by local farmers. It was 2 meters long and humanoid, clearly bipedal. Fuji TV is here pointing out the bones of a 5-fingered hand. The feet, you might be wondering, we know from footprints, they all have a mid-tarsal break. And this is the head. Just give you a moment to look. I showed these photos to one hematologist, one pediatric surgeon, one trauma surgeon, and a radiologist. 3 dentists and their assistants, one veterinarian and his assistants, and a primatologist. Everyone says, some of them a little reluctantly, but everyone says it's a real body. And no one can tell me what it is. Hiroshima police investigated the hibagon years ago. They say it's real, whatever it is. Kobe University sent a research team down here. They say it's real. Meiji University sent a research team down here. They say it's real. Saijo-Yuki City Hall, they're since now a part of Shobara City, at that time created a new office, the Department of the Ape Clerk. You have to give it to the Japanese. They took this thing seriously. Didn't hide their heads under the covers and pretend it didn't exist. This hibagon creature is probably the most documented Bigfoot in Bigfoot history. I will back up that claim at another time. I spent about 2 years going through Japanese primary and secondary sources. I found a very valuable ape clerk document that hasn't been talked about in 45 years. Further back, you find dozens of reports of these creatures, sometimes very detailed with precise locations and the names of eyewitnesses from 400 years ago. There is an extensive record of this type of creature in Japan. I go to the Mount Hiba region, hike all over, talk with residents. Some of them will tell you it's real. I have found intriguing things off trail, way back in the bush, that when I tell you, they should make your skin rise up in goosebumps. These hibagon creatures are real. They are still there, and they are dangerous, in my opinion. Well, it's all in this book that I'm pushing, now in its 2nd edition. I made some new discoveries this summer that kind of changed the whole Hibagon paradigm. In July, the Hiroshima Prefecture Library and Archives chose my book for preservation. They think it's an important cultural work. Go figure. So before my book got frozen in carbonite forever and ever, I hurried up and got that new information in there. And that's why we have a second and final edition. If you are stuck holding the first edition, hold on. I've got a deal for you. Send me a photo of yourself holding up my first edition, along with your name and address, and I will send you the second edition free. This is not a recall. The first edition is not defective. It just missed a connection that might be important to your health and well-being. Okay. What do you think about these photos? Everyone's opinion is, of course, welcome. I would especially like to hear from Bigfoot eyewitnesses, more doctors, pathologists, paleontologists, forensic face reconstructors. If you'd like to know more about this Hibagon, I am proposing a free online course right here on YouTube. No memberships, no fees. Just tune in and listen along, and I'll tell you everything I know. Well, not everything. Almost everything. So if anyone is interested in that, tell me that below. I think if we can get half a dozen, or maybe a dozen, really curious and open-minded people, then we could get going. I think the more brains we can bring to this, the better we'll all come to understand it. Okay, I'm a slow talker. You might want to speed up your video next time. And I need a better recording setup, so I'm going to look into that. Next video, if you like, I will show you the whole Fuji TV segment with the sound turned off because it's in Japanese and for copyright. But I'll talk over it in English, explaining what's going on. I'm Kyle. I probably should have said that in the beginning. I'm not an expert. I don't have a degree in Bigfootology. I'm just an old varmint hunter from northern Ontario, now in beautiful Fukuyama City. We've had Hibagon sightings within our city limits. We're 40 miles from Mount Hiba, if you're a bird, and I'm not a bird. It's 2 or 3 hours by car, depending on whether you like guardrails or not. I like guardrails. Okay, thank you for your time, and everybody have a great day. And once more from nose cam, just to... There you are. And once more from nose cam, just to stamp my face as well as my name on this project. Thank you from the fairy and me for watching. Hello and welcome back to Fukuyama, one of the stamping grounds of the Hibagon, the Japanese Bigfoot. 4 years ago in 2017, Fuji TV sent a crew down here to do a retrospective on the Hibagon phenomenon that broke out here 50 years ago. It was meant to be a retelling of that story for today's younger generations. Well, instead of that, they got a scoop, a great big scoop. They got a Hibagon dead body. One of the locals down here had been sitting on photos for years and years of a Hibagon body that he found in the woods. Today I'm going to show you that retrospective, and don't worry, the photos are in it. I've got the sound turned off because most of you don't understand Japanese. I'm going to talk over it and just tell you what's happening. And at the end, they will show you the photos. All right. Something came in the mail today. A lavalier microphone. But I still don't know how to use it. So, for today at least, we're stuck in nose cam mode. We'll see what happens tomorrow. All right, I'll see you again after the video. Okay, so I'm going to try to talk over this segment that aired in May 2017. It was supposed to be just a retrospective of the Hibagon, which, you see this girl, she's young, she's never heard of it before. The Hibagon appeared 50 years ago in 1970. And a lot of young people have not heard of it, so they're going to do this retrospective program. All right, so this team travels from Tokyo down to Hiroshima, because that's where it happened, Hiroshima Prefecture. This is the creature that eyewitness saw. Over 60 eyewitnesses, residents, people very familiar with the forest and the mountains and the animals in them, all describing the same thing. This is where we are in Hiroshima Prefecture, Western Japan. The star marks Mount Hiba, the focus of all of this. Mount Hiba gives its name to the monster Hibagon, which is literally Hiba monster. Mount Hiba, let me tell you, is a focus of a lot of weirdness, and some of it occult. All right, we're being introduced now to the ape clerk. The city took this very seriously because phone calls kept pouring in all the time. There's a monster. I saw the monster. The monster's on such and such a highway. The monster's in my backyard. And so the city created an office of the ape clerk, which is the young man you just saw in that black and white photo. Ding dong, who comes out here? It is the same man, the ape clerk. 50 years later, retired. And we're going into his house. He's going to sit down and tell the TV crew about the Hibagon. So he's just giving basic information here that a lot of people saw this creature, and the police investigated. It was real. It was determined to be real. Hiroshima Prefectural Police believe it's real. That's their official opinion on the matter. You know, you got to give it to them. I think they're probably the only police force that I've ever heard of who is brave enough to take that opinion. Now, that's the young ape clerk in that photo you saw. That was a whirlwind of activity, let me tell you, back in the day, because the sightings were just coming in one after another. That's the creature. All right, now we're getting to the sightings. So the first sighting, the first official one, there was one before. The very first sighting was a group of children who were hunting for mushrooms near Mount Hiba. And this creature just came stepping through the forest or near them. They ran home terrified, told their parents, and nobody believed them. What a shame. So this is the second, but the first official sighting. 3 municipal employees were riding in a pickup truck along this road beside Rakanohara Dam. They stopped because they saw the creature come out of this opening in the forest. There's a bit of a sort of a gully here, or a ravine. The creature came out. He walked across the road, across the river, and up that hill. And again, this is where he came out. 3 young men, 3 locals, They know the area, they know the flora and fauna, and they saw this thing from about 90 meters away. Mistaken identity, it's just out of the question. Now this creature that they saw, and most that were seen, were estimated to be about 160 centimeters. That's my wife's height. It's not very huge, but I think these were juveniles. All right, the second sighting in yellow here, just, I would say 300 meters west. A man saw it out his back window. The creature was moving among these trees. If you see, that's unbroken forest from that second sighting up to Mount Hiba. You see the black triangle, and it says Hiba Yama. All right, the third sighting. This is about 2 kilometers to the north. You see 2 farmhouses with 2 fields between them. All right, here it is today. So the farmer, this is Mr. Eggy, our ape clerk, he's demonstrating. The farmer went out here between these fields and down the hill that you see in the background there, down the hill and into the fields came the Hibagon. 160 centimeters tall, that's about 5'6", I think. 5'5", 5'6". And he came walking toward our man, slowly, not threateningly. He didn't seem to have any evil intentions, but naturally it would be very scary. Well, our man, the farmer, he ran back to his house, made sure everyone was inside, locked the doors, locked the windows, and he got in his car and drove next door to this house. Now this lady, I've met her. She's a lovely lady. She's lived here in that house all her life. And she was a young woman on that day, and she remembers it very well. She did not see the creature. She is not an eyewitness, but she can speak for her relative. I believe it was her uncle who did see it. She can testify to his character. He was not a liar. He was not an idiot. He was not a prankster. And she's telling you here that now he was a serious man and a tough guy. You have to be. All these farmers up in the mountains here, they're tough guys. But when he came over that day, he was terrified. She never saw anybody as terrified as that. And his hands were shaking so bad he couldn't even take a drink in it. All right. It was a national phenomenon, national story. Research teams came from 2 universities, checked it out. Their verdict was it was real. Whatever it was real. The Hibagon. All right, now, that's where the story was supposed to end, but while they were in the area, Fuji TV found these photos. Now this one is a farmer looking over a dead Hibagon body. He found it in the woods. It's probably been there about 3 months, judging by its state of decomposition. Fuji TV is pointing out a 5-fingered hand and now pointing out the head, which is away from the farmer. The farmer is standing by its feet. And here's a close-up of the face. You look at that, you compare that with animal skulls and try to make a match. I don't think it's not a bear. It's not a wild pig. It's not a deer. It's not a badger. It's not a raccoon. It's not a rabbit. It's not a squirrel. I'm running out of animals that live in these woods. Looks closest to a man, but it's not a man. So, what is it? You tell me. It's the Hibagon. In my opinion, this is a Bigfoot, the Japanese Bigfoot. That's the most logical and economical answer. Okay, so a little chit-chat And this segment is done. What was it? You can tell me your best guess in the comments. If you're feeling stumped, you're in good company, because the 8 medical professionals and the primatologist that I showed these photos to, they felt pretty stumped too. But they all agreed it's a real cadaver, and they all agreed it's an unknown animal. Now, the only unknown animal that is known to be running around Mount Hiba is the Hibagon. And the Hibagon is the Japanese Bigfoot, in my opinion. This is my book. You can buy it if you want. It's a free country, but you don't have to buy it. I'm going to talk all about it here on this channel. I think we have enough interest now to start our online class, our free online class. What I plan to do is just hop around in the book and tell you everything I know, almost everything. And then you'll know as much as can be known at this point. All right. Class will start tomorrow. Come fresh and eager to learn. Bye. Oh, you pressed it? Are you sure? Well, good morning, and I'm sorry about yesterday. I tried to do too much in one video, and the results look something like this.
Hi! Okay.
You know, when Hibagon started out, he made very frequent appearances in a small, concentrated area. And as his range expanded, he made fewer and fewer appearances. I'm going to try to learn from the Hibagon and make shorter, more concentrated, and more frequent, bite-sized lessons. And today's video is brought to you with the help of our camera girl, my younger daughter. She's behind the camera now, and would you like to say hello to the people? I'm sorry?
No, okay.
No, okay. No, okay. All right. Another time then. Well, thank you, camera girl. You're doing a wonderful job. Yes, you are. My camera girl is in the back room now, playing with her Minnie Mouse kitchen. Well, today I just want to make a very simple but very important point. And I promise it has everything to do with the Hibagon and everything to do with the claim that I make right in my title: Hibagon is the Japanese Bigfoot. So we'll play this game, and hopefully it will teach us something very important. All right? And now it's time for Beat These Dummies! Yes, it's time for Beat These Dummies, the game that you can play in real time at home. And here's our studio panel: Mrs. Penny, my old piano teacher; Mr. Pooney, my grade 10 math teacher. You know, I quit piano and math because you called me dumb and discouraged me. Well, today we turn the tables and find out how smart you are. And Zoltan. Welcome, Zoltan. Now, you all know the rules. The magic 10-sided die decides how many hints you get to guess the correct answer. You at home are welcome to play. Grab a notebook and keep score for yourself. See if you can beat these dummies and guess the correct answers with fewer hints. All right? No, really. Go get that notepad and write down your answers and keep score. And then put your answers and number of hints in the comments. I'll give you 10 seconds to get ready. And we're back. Today's topic is animals. Oh boy, that sounds hard. There are a lot of animals. Round 1, and you've rolled a 5. This animal is very, very, very big. Probably the biggest of the land animals. He has a very, very long nose, perhaps better called a trunk. His broad, flat ears help him to cool off. He comes in a larger African version and a slightly smaller, less big Indian version. Disney's lovable Dumbo was one of these. No? Okay. It's still early in the game. Round 2, and you've rolled a 7. That's a lot of hints. This animal lives in the sea. It's an invertebrate. That means he has no bones or hard parts at all. He's called a free swimmer. He sort of just pulsates and swims around aimlessly. His body has a jelly-like consistency. It's not a fish, more jelly-like. His tentacles will sting you. Jelly is right in his name. His name starts with jelly. No. Well, that was a hard one. Round 3, and our panel rolls a 4. Well, another marine invertebrate. Once again for the panel, that means he lives in the sea, and he has no bones in his body. He has 8 legs, or arms. 8 legs, we'll say. 8 legs. His 8 legs are covered with sucker cups. Think of 8 legs, and they're covered with suckers. Eight in Latin is octo. Yes, in Latin they say 8. When they say 8, they say octo. 8 means octo. And they eat them with tomato sauce in Italy. No, well, yeah, as we thought, these are very hard. Round 4, and oh no, you've rolled a 3. This little guy might live in your garden. You might see him enjoying the dew of the morning. He likes moisture. He has a spiral shell on his back. That's his little traveling home. His eyes are on 2 long stalks. And Mrs. Penny says, bird. No, I'm sorry, it's not a bird. And that wrong answer, honey, set you back $500. Last round, round 5, and oh dear, you've rolled a 2. All right. This animal has the basic shape of a horse. The basic outline, or the basic shape, looks like a horse. And we're down to your last hint. All right, this animal has the basic shape of a horse, and it has black and white stripes all over its body. Once again, looks like a horse with black and white stripes. Black and white stripes all over its body. Comes from Africa. Nasty, bitey. Starts with Z. No. Oh, the humanity. Well, no one goes home with this lounge suite today, but thanks for playing. You've been good sports. And you at home, if you were able to answer any of these challenges, tell us below. Which answers did you get? And with how many hints? Alright, it's post-game and I'm sitting here with my camera girl. And how old are you, camera girl?
5.
5 years old. And how many answers did you get?
All.
You got all the answers?
Yes.
Did you get all correct answers, though?
Yes.
Yes, you did. Now, on average, that means most of the time, how many hints did you need?
2.
2. So most of the time, 2 hints were enough to guess the animal?
Yes.
Wow. And then with one of them, you needed 4 hints. But the others, you all needed 2. Okay, you did a great job on this game, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, you at home, see if you can beat my 5-year-old daughter and really tell me the results, because this data is going to give us a good baseline from which we can judge whether the Hibagon is a Bigfoot. Okay, this is perfectly serious. So please, cooperate. Help me. All right, we'll see you. I don't want to say tomorrow because you might not see me tomorrow, then I'll feel bad. But you'll see me very soon if you help me get this data for our research. Okay, bye-bye. Hello, everybody. Okay, positively identifying Hibagon as Bigfoot. So we have this girl here representing her group, and this fella here representing his group. This girl went and got herself filmed in Northern California in 1967. And this fella made the papers in Japan in 1970, only 3 years apart. Well, the question today is this: do this girl and this fella belong to the same group? Well, it's going to depend on what group you're talking about. They're both mammals. But I'm talking about species. Now, of course, I'm not a biologist, but in our last video, most of you were able to keep up with my 5-year-old daughter. She's not a biologist either, but she's smart. She's not a dummy. She knows her animals, and she can identify them pretty well. Mostly, she can do it unseen, with only 2 hints. 2 good pieces of identifying information, as long as she knows the animal. We used to have this game we played. I played it with both of my daughters, the buggy game. We'd take turns describing ourselves like this. I have yellow and black stripes, and I make honey. You know, and those 2 or sometimes 3 hints, that would always be enough. You know, Adam didn't have a PhD in zoology, but he was able to tell the animals apart and name them. So, 2 pieces of information is enough much of the time. You've proven this. And of course it's not perfect, but as the information adds up, as it stacks up, 3 pieces, 5 pieces, 11 pieces, as long as it all hangs together, the odds are better and better with each additional piece that you're going to get the correct answer, right? And of course the odds aren't incrementally better. They're not gradually better. I'm not a math guy, so I can't exactly say this as I'd like to, but I think the odds are closer to exponentially better, if not exponentially better. If there are any math people among us, they could help me with this, I hope. Please help me. What if you had 32 hints? 32 true pieces of information, and they all point to the same thing, And, added to that, they all point to nothing else. Have a look at these. All right, there's 32 similarities between the girl on the left and the fella on the right that would lead me to think that they belong to the same group. I think it's pretty good odds. My gut tells me those are very good odds. Now, we all have different evidence that we allow, and we're all our own judge and jury because it's a free country, or it used to be. It's supposed to be. You can decide what is or isn't evidence and what is admissible in your own courtroom of your mind. Do you accept eyewitness testimony? I do. I think you'd be a pretty foolish judge if you never allowed it. Of course, you have to weigh it. What about sworn eyewitness testimony? And then we all have our own threshold of proof. When does the stack of evidence tip over into proof? And we're all different. I know that from watching courtroom dramas. And we all have different ways of applying logic. I think that Occam's razor just has to work here if it works anywhere. It is unnecessary, in my opinion, and unwarranted, and irresponsible, to posit entity B or monster B when we already have entity A or monster A that explains entity monster B on every point. I don't want to multiply monsters. It wouldn't make sense, and it wouldn't be economical. Well, that's me, and that's how I see it. So based on the evidence that I can see and trust, I think it's beyond any reasonable doubt that this girl and this fella are the same species, but of course, different subspecies. I found this definition of subspecies, and I hope I can read it because it has a lot of big words. An aggregate of phenotypically similar populations of a species inhabiting a geographic subdivision like Japan, like Hiroshima, like Vancouver Island. A geographic subdivision of the range of that species, and differing, here's the big one, taxonomically from other populations of that species. I think my Japanese wife and I are different subspecies. I know that's not politically correct. You're not supposed to use that word with human beings, but the definition holds true, every word that I can see, to her and me, or to these girls and this fella, or these girls and this fella. I'm not questioning my wife's humanity or equality before God and the law, but if this and this are different subspecies, how are not these and this? Right? On one level, this guy doesn't belong in this group. One of these things is not like the other. But on another level, he does. So if you're talking about Japanese people, this guy does not belong. And as much as he tries, he's not going to fool anyone. But if you're talking about people, then they're all in. Now, Bigfoot is a noun, like man and woman and people, right? These are all men and women. These are all people with an enormous variety, but we want to say they're all people, I think. And Hibagon is a Bigfoot, in my opinion, with some variety. Hibagon is not the North American Bigfoot, of course. And the North American Bigfoot, from what I understand, has 2 or more, maybe several subspecies or races. It looks like you have your big shaggy reddish brownish ones up north and your smaller, sleeker, maybe more vicious, darker colored ones down in the Midwest and Southeast. I might be wrong about that. That's what I'm given to understand. No, Hibagon is not a North American Bigfoot, it's a Japanese Bigfoot. Just like the Japanese black bear is not one of the North American black bears. Or the Japanese wild boar is not one of the North American wild boars. Or the Japanese deer is not one of the North American deer, but they're still bears and wild boars and deer. These are different subspecies of hartebeest. I'm sure that to someone like our Colorado biologist, their differences are very important. And in science, they are important. I get that. But to me and Julia Child, for our purposes and our needs, one's as good as another if you're going to make hartebeest bourguignon. When I got my new bride and myself lost in the woods on our honeymoon, and we came across some fresh bear scat, which one of the 16 North American black bear subspecies was it that dropped that scat? That was not in my mind. The only thing in my mind was which way back to the car. Because you can hold the adjectives. Just bear. Bear was the pressing reality. And I hope this doesn't make me anti-intellectual. When you guys in North America finally get a body of Sasquatch, and you will, and me, I need to recover this body, and I'm trying. And when we get our cadavers laid together side by side, and we got out our calipers and our flasks and lab coats and plasma coils and Tesla balls, that will be the time to get all fussy about the differing taxonomy. No offense, Colorado biologist. You understand. Get all subtle about the differing taxonomies. But it's a little premature now, I would say. But I don't think it's premature to match up the Hibagon, Japanese Bigfoot, and the North American Bigfoot Sasquatch beings with 32 points between them. If 2 or 3 points is enough in a real-world test to identify animals unseen, well, then I think 32 is quite enough, and seeing is believing. Well, that's my conclusion for now, but it's also a working theory. I might change my opinion in the future. I wouldn't be ashamed to. And of course, I don't need to tell you how you need to think. One of my best friends is a hardline Marxist communist, and I'm certainly not. But we love each other, and I actually do a little ghostwriting for him. I do a little hardline Marxist communist ghostwriting. We passed Sister Maury yesterday. Me and my younger daughter on the back of my bicycle. Sister Maury is a younger nun down at the nunnery, and she's very cute and spunky, and I like her. I like to flirt with her. So we begged her to come to breakfast with us and ditch school. And after breakfast, we'd go hang out in the park and smoke cigarettes. And she liked that idea. You know? It's better than the 30 Years' War. And on that note, I'd like to thank the people here. I'd like to thank you. Because I know that all of us are going to hold different opinions and beliefs. Because we're people with different opinions and beliefs. But I thank you for doing so politely and in a friendly way. You know, these videos are for my children and other children. So I try to keep my own language clean, and I really thank you for all keeping this place friendly and welcoming and decent, and that it means a lot to me, and thank you. All right, so I've made about 32 claims that I know to be true about the Hebegon, but you don't know that yet. But take me on credit and hold me to them, and I'll make good on every one of them, I think, in time. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.